What's going on? Why are there so many people in our banquet hall? A surprised voice came from Song Shanji, who was following behind him. He looked at the entire banquet hall. There were hundreds of people gathered inside, and they were sitting and talking. There were children running around and shouting. This caused the entire banquet hall to become noisy. When Song Hanyu saw the situation inside, her expression changed drastically. She walked in with a cold expression. "Oh, that's Miss Song." In the hall, when some people saw someone enter, they looked over and revealed stunned expressions. "Hello, Miss Song." They recognized Song Hanyu. The people in front immediately stood up and greeted her with a smile. The current Song Hanyu was only a hair's breadth away from the favored son of heaven. She was the son of fate of Jiang City. Her strength was the strongest in the entire Jiang City, and the Song family rose rapidly because of her existence. The Lan family, Guan family, and the other families could not be compared to the Song group at all. After all, the Lan family, Guan family, Qin family, and Shui family did not even have a single insightful void martial artist in their families. What is Miss Song doing here? Could it be that the Dragon King has invited her as well? In the front, Old Qin, Old Shui, and the others noticed the situation behind them and stood up in slight surprise. They directly walked over to welcome them. "What are you all doing here? Who told you to come here?" Song Hanyu swept her cold gaze across everyone in the hall. Brother Feiyu and the others were about to leave, and she had invited them to a banquet. But she ended up seeing such a noisy scene in her own banquet hall. This made her expression extremely awkward. Could it be that she wanted Brother Feiyu and the others from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace to eat together with this group of people in this environment? This was absolutely impossible. It was simply an insult to Brother Feiyu and the others. Song Hanyu's cold words caused the entire hall to instantly fall silent. Old Qin, Old Shui, and a few other old men who were walking over froze, their faces showing a trace of embarrassment. "Miss Song, the Dragon King has returned. We are gathered here today. When we came here just now, it was the people from the Song group who welcomed us." Old Shui bowed and said to Song Hanyu, "Dragon King." However, as soon as Old Shui finished speaking, Song Shanji's face instantly darkened and he roared in a low voice. "Dragon King? Where's he? I, Song Hanyu, would like to see him." When Song Hanyu heard this name, she looked a little embarrassed. Her younger brother had been knocked unconscious for a day because of the Dragon King. She did not understand why her grandfather was so stubborn. Now, with the strength of the Song group, they could completely monopolize 80% of the business in Jiang City. In the end, his grandfather gave up 30% of the business because of the Dragon King's relatives in Jiang City. Now, the Dragon King's banquet was arranged in the Song group. If he hadn't invited the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace today, she might not have said anything about his grandfather, but now. Ha! Song Hanyu's words stunned everyone in the hall. They were a little stunned, and their faces were a little ugly. "All of you, get out." At this moment, Song Hanyu's cold voice sounded. These words entered everyone's ears, making the faces of Old Shui, Old Qin, and the others extremely ugly. "What? This is our Song group. Why aren't you getting out? Motherfucker, what Dragon King? Bullshit Dragon King, humph?" Song Shanji shouted with an extremely cold expression. When he thought about how he had been injured by the Dragon King and his unstable state had fallen, he became extremely angry. Yes. Old Qin and Old Shui's faces darkened. They bowed and walked out with some humiliation. Walala! In the entire hall, the 200 to 300 people who had arrived all stood up silently and walked out. "What's wrong?" Han Feiyu and the other three followed closely behind. They glanced at the group of people who were walking out and asked Song Hanyu and the others. "It's my grandfather. A long-lost and lonely Dragon King has returned to hold a banquet here. I don't know what my grandfather is thinking." Song Hanyu smiled when she saw Han Feiyu and the others enter. The coldness on her face disappeared. A Dragon King who disappeared for more than 10 years has returned. If it wasn't for my grandfather giving him face, who would he be? He even attacked me. A trace of anger flashed in Song Shanji's eyes and he said unhappily, "Oh, a Dragon King who disappeared for more than 10 years. Han Feiyu and the others raised their eyebrows and didn't care at all. Brother Feiyu, you guys sit here. This side is cleaner. I'll ask the chef to prepare the most famous food in Jiang City, Song Hanyu said with a smile. Phew. Their conversation clearly entered the ears of old Shui, old Qin, and the others. When they saw Song Hanyu's attitude, their faces were full of embarrassment and bitterness. During these 10 years, countless families rose and fell. Even the richest family could become an ordinary person in more than 10 years. Although the Dragon King once suppressed the entire earth, after all. Sai, a middle-aged man from the Lan family side. His face was filled with helplessness. The surrounding people also took a deep breath. Thinking about them, because of the Dragon King, all the big families and sects obeyed them. Now a woman was able to chase them out. The former Dragon King had fallen. In these 10 years, they had also fallen. 200 to 300 people walked out with bitter faces. Elder Mo, Elder Song. When they walked out of the Song Corporation's gate with weak faces, they happened to see Mo Qinglong and Elder Song walking over. The two of them had just finished looking at the villa and rushed over. Oh? Mo Qinglong and Elder Song also saw Elder Shui and the others. When they saw a few hundred people walking out of the villa, their faces were full of astonishment. Elder Shui, Elder Qin, how did you come out? Elder Song was slightly stunned and quickly walked over to ask with some enthusiasm. Now that the Dragon King had returned, his former family would also return. Elder Song, your granddaughter. When Elder Shui and the others heard the Dragon King's words, their expressions changed and they said hesitantly, My granddaughter. Elder Song was slightly stunned, and then he found that Elder Shui and the others looked very embarrassed. As someone who had worked hard in Jiang City for almost his entire life, he quickly guessed the situation. Elder Shui, Elder Qin, what's going on? Just tell us. Mo Qinglong walked over with a slight frown, his eyes shining. Who? Elder Mo, leave this matter to me. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. It's my fault for not doing a good job today. Elder Song, who was at the side, took a deep breath and said with an embarrassed expression, Everyone, I'm very sorry for making you suffer. I'll bring everyone up. As he spoke, he bowed to Elder Qin, Elder Shui, and the others and said with a solemn expression, Oh, this. Elder Song's attitude caused Elder Shui, Elder Qin, and the others to be slightly stunned. Although Song Qingshi's strength was inferior to his granddaughter's, he was at least a profound void martial expert. Moreover, as the head of the Song family, he was still very dignified. Even his granddaughter had to be respectful in front of him. Now his attitude caused Elder Shui and the others to be extremely surprised. Let's go, everyone. I want to see who has the guts to chase you out. Elder Song said to Elder Shui and the others with a livid face. This? Elder Shui and the others hesitated slightly. You guys go up first. The Dragon King will be here soon. I'll pick them up from here. Mo Qinglong said to Elder Shui and the others. Don't worry, old Mo. I'll take care of this. Old Song promised to Mo Qinglong. Okay, Old Song, thank you. Mo Qinglong nodded at him. He knew Old Song very well. Dad, why did you call us here? At this moment, more than 20 people walked over. One of the middle-aged men shouted at Old Song. Beside the middle-aged man was a woman. The woman was pushing a wheelchair and a girl was sitting on it. The girl looked very similar to Song Hanyu, but her legs seemed to have been lost. Her eyes were a little dim. What is it? Go and take a look at that unfilial daughter of yours. Elder Song shouted at the middle-aged man in a stern voice. His face was filled with anger as he directly walked into the company building. When the middle-aged man saw the furious scene of his father, he was also slightly startled. A fearful expression appeared on his face. His father had never been so angry since the rise of the Song family. Unfilial daughter? When he heard these 3 words, his heart was slightly startled. He only had 2 daughters. One had lost both her legs in the ancient land and the other was the strongest person in Jiang City. What happened to Hanyu? The middle-aged man chased after her with a face full of surprise. Father, he... The people of the Song Corporation were also slightly shocked and they hurriedly followed behind. Old Qin and Old Shui looked at each other with slight astonishment and followed behind. The group of several hundred people once again walked toward the top floor of the Song Corporation building. When they reached the top floor, they saw Old Song walk toward the banquet hall with a face full of anger. The group of people hurriedly followed behind. When they entered the banquet hall, everyone saw a group of young men and women chatting and laughing beside the window of the banquet hall. Song Hanyu sat beside a young man with a bright smile on her face. When Elder Song saw this scene, he walked over with a dark face. The group of several hundred people came in again and immediately attracted the attention of Song Hanyu and the others in the banquet hall. "Grandfather, you." Song Hanyu and Song Shanji were slightly stunned when they saw Elder Song and the others come in. Their expressions were a little ugly. "Grandfather, these are..." Song Hanyu saw her grandfather walking over with a gloomy expression. She frowned and stood up, ready to introduce the group of disciples from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. The group of disciples from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace frowned slightly when they saw their group walk in. An unhappy expression appeared in their eyes. "Pa!" However, Elder Song, who had just walked over, did not let Song Hanyu finish her sentence. He directly slapped her. A resounding voice immediately resounded throughout the entire banquet hall. When they saw this scene, Elder Shui, Elder Qin, and everyone from the Song family behind them were all stunned. At this moment, even Song Hanyu was a little stunned. Her grandfather had actually slapped her. Her grandfather, who had always doted on her, had given her a merciless slap in front of so many people. "Grandfather, why? Why did you hit my sister? This is our Song family, they..." Bang! "Shut up." Song Shanji, who was at the side, hurriedly explained to her grandfather with a face full of shock. However, before he could finish speaking, his entire body was sent flying. That's right, he was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. This caused everyone in the Song family behind him to be shocked. "Grandfather, you..." Song Shanji's face revealed a terrified expression. He looked at his grandfather with some fear as he looked in the direction of his parents. "Grandfather, what did I do wrong?" Song Hanyu's eyes were filled with tears as she said unwillingly, "Slap. Don't you know what you did wrong?" As soon as Song Hanyu finished her words, the angry Elder Song slapped her again. At this moment, everyone could feel his anger. "Dad!" The middle-aged man behind couldn't help but shout. "Today, the Dragon King invited relatives and friends to a banquet here. Are you going to kick them out?" Elder Song stared at Song Hanyu with a cold gaze. The Dragon King had returned now. With the Dragon King's current terror, his granddaughter, the most powerful person in Jiang City, could be destroyed in a snap of the fingers in front of the Dragon King. Now, he had to teach his grandson a harsh lesson so that the Dragon King would not blame him. Moreover, he was also thinking about the future of the Song family. Dragon King, isn't that the Dragon King? Wasn't he the Dragon King more than 10 years ago? Is she still the Dragon King now? What is he now? Another slap landed on her face. Tears welled up in Song Hanyu's eyes as she shouted at her grandfather with some stubbornness and anger. "You unfilial daughter, you still don't know if you are in the wrong." Elder Song raised his hand and slapped Song Hanyu again. Song Hanyu stubbornly stared at her grandfather, his face unmoved. Slap! The sound came again, but this time, the slap didn't land on Song Hanyu's face, but was blocked by a palm. This old man, isn't he a bit too much? Even if it's his own granddaughter, he can't hit her like this. A voice sounded. Han Feiyu, who was sitting at the side, stood up and grabbed Elder Song's arm as he said indifferently, "Ha!" Elder Song was slightly stunned and stared coldly at Han Feiyu. "Let me introduce myself. I am Han Feiyu, a disciple of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. These are my senior brothers and sisters. Miss Song invited us to dine here. Why? Are our faces inferior to that of the Dragon King?" The corners of Han Feiyu's mouth curled up slightly as he said indifferently to Elder Song, "Everyone, we're here to eat. You people are a bit of a downer." Just as Han Feiyu finished speaking, a youth beside him placed his chopsticks on the table with a crisp sound. "The Lingxiao Treasured Palace? They're disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. No wonder Miss Song is so warm to them. Disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace." Everyone around was shocked when they heard Han Feiyu's words. Any of the disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace had the strength of the profound void realm. Just like the godly palace in the sky, they were high and mighty. Compared to them, they were two completely different existences. Old Qin Shui and everyone around him had solemn expressions. Ling Shao Palace? Elder Song was also slightly stunned when he heard Han Feiyu's words. The words Ling Shao Palace could intimidate everyone on Earth. Anyone who saw the Ling Shao Palace would have to be respectful. The strength of those who followed the gods to descend was definitely not something that people on Earth could compare to. Grandfather, Brother Feiyu, and I will eat first. Don't disturb us. We'll talk after we finish eating. Song Hanyu took a deep breath and said to Elder Song with an embarrassed expression, "Oh? Don't disturb you? Ling Shao Palace? Ling Shao Palace." Elder Song said angrily when he heard Song Hanyu's words. His expression turned cold again. "So what if they are disciples of the Ling Shao treasure hall? Get out immediately." He looked at Han Feiyu and the others with some anger as he roared in a low voice. His angry roar shocked everyone. Even Song Hanyu's expression completely stiffened as a trace of panic appeared in her eyes. Even when her grandfather had hit her just now, she had not been this flustered. What? The disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace were also slightly stunned. Their expressions changed as they slowly became embarrassed. "You are saying that you want us to get out?" The youth in the middle narrowed his eyes slightly and stared coldly at Elder Song. "Grandfather." "No, my grandfather is him." "Haha, so what if you are disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace? Do you want me to say it again? Get out." Song Hanyu panicked and hurriedly explained to them. However, Elder Song coldly shouted and interrupted her. This caused Song Hanyu's expression to change drastically. "Pang! Old thing, say it again. Do you believe me? We will kill you immediately." A young man from the Ling Shao treasure hall stood up. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body and rushed towards Elder Song. "Humph!" Elder Song snorted, and a peak of the profound void martial stage aura rushed towards the young man. The overwhelming power caused the young man's forehead to be filled with cold sweat, and his face turned pale. He stared at Elder Song in fear. "What?" The expressions of the young men from the Ling Shao treasured palace changed drastically. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed drastically when they felt Elder Song's aura. Especially Song Hanyu and the rest of the Song family, they stared at Elder Song with their mouths agape. "Grandfather's strength, how is this possible?" Song Shanji, who was lying on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief. "You, with the strength of the peak of the dimension-sundering peak, do you think that the strength of the peak of the dimension-sundering peak can suppress us? Do you believe that we can annihilate your Song family in an instant?" The rest of the young men from the Ling Shao treasured palace stood up slowly. They glared at Elder Song coldly and threatened him angrily. They were not afraid even when facing a peak of the insightful void martial stage. That was because they were disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace. If someone dared to kill them, the experts from the Ling Shao treasured palace would kill them all. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. Everyone was shocked by Elder Song's strength, and they were also afraid of the background of the youths of the Ling Shao treasured palace. However, faced with the threat of the youths of the Ling Shao treasured palace, Elder Song did not show the slightest fear on his face. He continued to stare at them coldly. "What's going on?" At this moment, a voice came from behind. Hearing this voice, everyone was slightly shocked. It was too familiar. Even though more than 10 years had passed, they were still very familiar with it. "Dragon King." Everyone immediately turned their heads. When they saw the young man wearing the black clothes of the seven-colored divine dragon, they were shocked. They stared at him closely. Compared to more than 10 years ago, he looked younger and more handsome. No one would think that he was a young man in his 30s. A unique aura emanated from him, and he was filled with confidence. A sense of nobility that seemed to come from the soul was reflected in him. The entire banquet hall seemed to be focused on him. The group of young men in the soaring heavens palace had extraordinary auras, but compared to them, they were like crows and phoenixes. "Dragon King! Dragon King!" The group of people immediately made a path and shouted at Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at the familiar figures around him and nodded slowly at them. He walked into the palace while Yao Nu, who was holding the hands of the two little fellows, looked around curiously. Ao Jian, Ao Qitian, Mo Qinglong, and the group of draconids followed behind him. Dragon King. Seeing that everyone was looking at the back, Song Hanyu looked at Wang Xian. She was also slightly taken aback when she sensed his otherworldly aura. When the group of young men from the Soaring Heavens Palace saw Wang Xian's face, they were slightly taken aback. They quickly looked to the side. That familiar middle-aged swordsman and the demonic beast that looked like an ape. Everything was exactly the same as the group of people they saw yesterday. This caused all of their expressions to change slightly. Behind them, it's them, it's them. Suddenly Han Feiyu looked at the group of people behind Wang Xian in horror. His pupils contracted slightly. Yesterday, they saw with their own eyes that the sharp sword had killed a demonic beast at the level of a demigod. They had suspected that the middle-aged swordsman might be the mysterious powerhouse who had killed more than 100 heavenly soldiers and generals in Tianfeng City. Therefore, he had specially asked the other disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace. He received photos one after another. Some of the photos were of a group of more than 40 experts at the peak of the insightful void realm and demigods. They were all wearing the same clothes. This made him absolutely sure that the group of people in front of him was the mysterious powerful force that had killed more than 100 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. At this moment, his body trembled and a look of fear appeared on his face. The other party was a ruthless person who dared to kill over 100 heavenly soldiers and generals. They had offended the other party, didn't that mean? At the thought of this, he became even more terrified. How is this possible? The 7 disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace by the side also realized it. They looked at each other and saw the panic in the other party's eyes. Dragon King. It's me, Song Qingshi, who didn't do a good job. When Elder Song saw Wang Xian walking over, he hurriedly knelt on the ground and apologized. It's all right, get up. Wang Xian waved his arm gently, causing Elder Song to stand up immediately. Around him, the Shui, Qin, and Song families were slightly shocked when they saw Elder Song kneeling down immediately. Which family are you guys going to destroy? Wang Xian looked at the 8 young men from the Ling Shao treasured palace and asked them calmly. Gulp. The 8 people in the Ling Shao treasured palace gulped when they saw the calm look in the young man's eyes. Their eyes were filled with panic. Behind Wang Xian, Ao Jian, Ao Qitian, and all the draconids were also looking at them slowly. Sir, it's our fault. It's our fault. Plop. Under the shocked gazes of Song Hanyu, Song Shanji, and the rest, the 8 young men and women from the Ling Shao palace knelt down immediately. My lord, we are in the wrong. Please forgive us. The 8 young men and women from the Ling Shao treasured palace knelt on the ground, their faces filled with panic. They had never thought that the Dragon King that Song Hanyu and her brother were talking about was actually this group of people in front of them. If they knew, why would they be sitting here? This group of people were ruthless people who dared to kill more than 100 heavenly soldiers and generals. Wouldn't they be even more unblinking if they killed them? Their so-called background might be nothing in the eyes of this group of people. The 8 people knelt on the ground with terrified faces and begged for mercy. Now, he only hoped that the other party would spare their lives. This, Brother Feiyu. Song Hanyu was completely stunned. Brother Feiyu of the Ling Shao treasured palace had actually knelt down to this outdated Dragon King. They were disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace and had an invincible background. They actually knelt down directly to the Dragon King. What's going on? Could it be that the former Dragon King has returned? Old Qin Shui and all the members of the surrounding families watched this scene in shock. The 8 disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace knelt down directly, which made them a little dazed. It was as if they had returned to the invincible Dragon King from more than 10 years ago. Anyone, any force, and any powerhouse had to bow and kneel in front of the Dragon King. Could it be that the once invincible Dragon King had returned again? Could it be? Could it be that the Dragon King is a high-ranking official of the Ling Shao treasured palace? Otherwise, why would he? Song Hanyu mumbled to herself as she made a guess. Only the higher-ups of the Ling Shao treasured palace would make them kneel down in fear. If not, with the strength of the Ling Shao treasured palace, who else would be able to make them kneel down? Scram! Wang Xian swept his gaze across the 8 people of the Ling Shao treasured palace and said indifferently, "Yes, yes." The 8 people felt relieved and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. "Sir, we will scram now. We will scram now." Han Feiyu and the rest stood up slowly. They looked at the window at the side and retreated respectfully. Whoosh! 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 The few of them moved and flew directly from the window. It was as if they had narrowly escaped death. Wang Xian glanced at their figures indifferently and didn't pay any attention to them. They were merely the juniors of the Ling Shao treasured palace. He didn't take them seriously since they were only at the 3rd or 4th level of the see-through realm. Seeing that they were kneeling on the ground in fear and trepidation, Wang Xian didn't bother with them. However, everyone was stunned when they saw the 8 disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace escaping in fear. This was especially so for Song Hanyu and Song Shanji. This was simply a reversal of their understanding. The once lonely Dragon King, with just a single sentence, made the people from the Lingxiao treasured palace kneel on the ground. Was the Dragon King really lonely? This sentence also appeared in everyone's mind. Old Qin, Old Shui, father-in-law, Uncle Zhang, Sister Li. Wang Xian turned around and greeted all his acquaintances with a smile. Little friend Wang Xian. Xiao Xian. At this moment, everyone in the banquet hall came to their senses. Old Shui, Old Qin, Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue's father, and Uncle Zhang walked over hurriedly. Xiao Xian, you guys have been missing for more than 10 years. We thought you guys. Is Qingyue all right? Lan Qingyue's father walked over and asked with slightly red eyes. Don't worry, father-in-law. Everything is fine. Initially, Qingyue and the rest were prepared to come back with me. However, due to some matters, they couldn't come over. If father-in-law wants to see them, I will bring you over in a few days. We have been unfilial all these years. Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing's parents. It's good that everything is fine. It's good that everything is fine. They nodded with smiles on their faces. Even though Guan Shuqing's father had some disputes with Wang Xian, he was slightly relieved at this moment. Wang Xian, you've been gone for more than 10 years. More than 10 years. Old Qin Shui looked at him and sighed with emotion. I won't be leaving for the time being. Wang Xian smiled at them. Come, call me uncle. Uncle. At this moment, Sister Li walked over with a child and called out to Wang Xian. Good girl, Sister Li. This kid is 10 years old, right? What's his name? Wang Xian looked at Sister Li's child and felt emotional. He reached out and touched the little guy's head. Uncle, my name is Wei Chengxian. The little guy looked up at Wang Xian and said obediently. Haha, Wei Chengxian. Good name, good name. When Wang Xian heard his name, he touched his head and laughed out loud. With a move of his hand, a fire spirit pearl that was emitting bright energy appeared in his hand. The bright fire spirit pearl contained a vast amount of energy. Wang Xian moved slightly and injected it into the little guy's body. This is a gift from uncle to you. Cultivate well in the future and protect your mother. The fire spirit pearl integrated into Wei Chengxian's body. Instantly, his body emitted a strong spirituality. The fire spirit pearl emitted an eye-catching light in his body and slowly dissipated. His strength, which was originally only at the body refinement level, was forcefully raised to the level of transcendence. The impurities in his body were instantly removed. On Earth, there were 2 levels before transcendence. One was body refinement, the other was transcendence, and the latter was transcendence. A 10-year-old kid had the strength of transcendence. This was equivalent to Wang Xian's strength when he dominated Earth back then. Thank you, little Xian. Thank you, Dragon King. Sister Li, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, and everyone from House Wei saw the changes in Wei Qingxian's body. A hint of shock flashed across their eyes. That terrifying fire spirit pearl was able to directly allow a 10-year-old kid to reach the extraordinary realm. It was simply shocking. When everyone around saw the Dragon King's ability, their hearts were filled with awe. Song Hanyu, Song Shanji, and the others also widened their eyes. Soon after, everyone in the Song family thought of the drastic increase in Elder Song's cultivation. The current head of the Song family was only at level 3 of the Profound Void Martial stage in the past. Now he had directly reached the peak of the Profound Void Martial stage. In addition to the attitude of their head toward the Dragon King, they could guess that the reason for the rise in their head strength was probably because of the Dragon King. "Daddy, I want it too, I want it too." At this moment, Huar's voice sounded. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They quickly looked at Huar and Kair, who were almost identical. "That's the Fire Spirit Pearl. Why do you would elemental kids want it?" When Wang Xian saw Huar running over, he pinched her cheek. "No, I want it, I want it." The flower hugged his thigh and shouted non-stop. "Okay, okay." Wang Xian took out a Fire Spirit Pearl and handed it to her helplessly. "Xiao Xian, is this your child?" Everyone around was slightly stunned. Uncle Zhang looked at them and asked, "They are not my children. I picked up these two little guys in the ancient land of Jade Lake." Wang Xian shook his head when he saw the curious gazes of everyone around him. "You're the one who picked them up. We didn't pick them up. Dad, you're the one who picked them up. Wah wah wah." As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, the flower slapped his leg and started to cry. "I didn't pick them up, I didn't pick them up. I was just joking with you. Be good, little princess." Yao Nu, who was holding the flower in her hand, immediately walked over and picked it up to coax it. In the past 2 days, Yao Nu could be considered to have integrated into the role of a wet nurse. Although she didn't have any milk, she could still coax the two little fellows very well. Yao Nu, heavens favored. When Yao Nu walked over to coax the flower, the faces of the youths standing at the side changed greatly when they saw her face. Yao, female prodigy, ranked 16th on the prodigy roll. Out of the 20 prodigies, there were only 5 female prodigies in total. Among them, 3 female prodigies had peerless beauty. Among these 3 female prodigies, Yao female prodigies were included. The popularity of Yao female prodigies was like that of the former Heavenly Emperor superstars. Not only were they powerful, but they also had unrivaled popularity. Almost all the 2 to 3 billion people in the East knew about the Yao female prodigies. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the goddess in the eyes of billions of young people. A goddess who stood high and mighty. Among the group of prodigies, the Yao female prodigies were also one of the more arrogant ones. In front of all the men, they were as arrogant as swans. However, this Yao girl, heaven's favorite, actually appeared in front of them and even coaxed the daughter of the Dragon King. What was the relationship between the Dragon King and the Yao girl? "Huar, don't cry, don't cry." Wang Xian looked at the flowers that were still crying and quickly took out a few fire spirit pearls to spin in front of her. Here, take it and play with it." He kept coaxing her. "I want them too." Kaya walked over at this moment. She pouted her little mouth and looked at Wang Xian. She seemed to be dissatisfied with his words just now. All right. Wang Xian took out more than 10 fire spirit pearls directly. Wang Xian had obtained quite a number of fire spirit pearls from the dragons. Among them, there were also dozens of fire spirit pearls at the demigod level. Come, don't disturb Daddy. Let's go play." Yao Nu held the hands of the 2 little guys and shouted gently, "HMH, Daddy is such a bad guy." Huar glared at Wang Xian. Holding the fire spirit pearl, she pouted and followed Yao Nu to the side like a child playing with eggs. "Dragon King, I'll bring them to play by the side," Yao Nu said to Wang Xian and walked to the side. This Yao girl's heaven's favorite. All the young men around were in a daze. Brother Wang Xian, that Yao girl's heaven's favorite. Xuejing widened his eyes slightly and looked at Wang Xian with envy. However, Lan Qingwei and Guan Shuqing's parents were slightly embarrassed and displeased. "Don't think so much, you rascal." Wang Xian was also slightly embarrassed when he saw the odd expressions on Xuejing and the young men around him. After all, there were 2 old men beside him. "Huar and Kair were picked up by me in the ancient land of Jade Lake. They have an extraordinary status. As for the Yao girl, I picked up 2 little fellows and spared her life so that she could take care of them." Wang Xian had no choice but to shake his head and explain. Spare her life. Everyone around him was slightly stunned. Ancient land of Jade Lake? The pupils of some lively young middle-aged men suddenly constricted when they thought of this name. According to the information on the internet, the fifth divine son of the Ling Shao treasured palace, had died in the ancient land of Jade Lake. Could it be? Everyone, come. Everyone, sit down first. The Dragon King arrived the evening before yesterday. Everyone, sit down and reminisce. At this moment, Elder Song said with a smile when he saw the group of people standing around him in a restrained manner. Good. The group of people smiled and nodded. Then they sat down at the seats around them. At this moment, everyone had a vague understanding of the Dragon King. My young friend Wang Xian, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. We thought something had happened to you. Elder Shui, Elder Qin, and the rest of the elders looked at Wang Xian and said slowly, I've made all of you worried. In the past 10 years, I've also been tied down by some matters. That's why I wasn't able to come over. Wang Xian smiled and looked at them. It's been more than 10 years since we last met. It's really nice to meet all of you again. Haha, to be able to get to know the Dragon King is the greatest honor of our lives. Everyone laughed heartily with sincere smiles on their faces. Even though they had fallen into a low point, their past glory was already worth it. You joined the Ling Shao treasured palace or the other three factions. At this moment, a voice filled with shock and doubt was heard. Shut up. The moment the voice was heard, Elder Song glared at his granddaughter with anger and shouted sternly. Wang Xian waved his hand and looked at Song Hanyu indifferently. Elder Qin, Elder Shui, and the rest were also very curious about her question. After all, he had disappeared for more than 10 years. I didn't join the Ling Shao treasured palace, nor did I join any other factions. It's a long story. Wang Xian didn't explain too much. After all, he couldn't tell them everything about the supernatural continent. Seeing that Wang Xian didn't want to say anything more, the rest of the people didn't ask any more questions. They started to talk about other things. Huff. I didn't expect it to really be that group of people. It's that so-called former Dragon King. They actually dared to kill the heavenly soldiers and generals. However, at this moment, Han Feiyu and the others flew more than 100 kilometers in the sky above the sea and said with fear on their faces, Let's go back immediately and report to the commanders of the heavenly soldiers and generals. That Dragon King is dead. He's dead. He's dead. No matter how strong he is, if he dares to kill the heavenly soldiers and generals, our Ling Shao treasured palace will never let them go. The expressions of the 8 youths were slightly savage. Just now, when they knelt there, they felt extremely humiliated. However, if they didn't kneel, they might die. Kneeling to an earthling made them feel extremely humiliated. Let's go. The 8 of them flew up into the sky. In the sky was the towering Ling Shao treasured palace. However, if they wanted to enter the palace, they had to enter through the 4 gates of heaven. They could not enter through the rest of the gates. It would take them 3 to 4 hours to fly there. However, when they had flown more than 10 kilometers along the surface of the sea, the area at the bottom of the sea suddenly trembled. A power filled with deathly stillness came from below. What's going on? The 8 people were slightly stunned as they looked down in astonishment. What is this? Is this another divine kingdom? Han Feiyu stared at the pitch-black ground that slowly appeared below. His eyes were wide open and filled with shock. They looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Every newly born divine kingdom would have countless treasures. The gods risked their lives to come here for these divine kingdoms and the huge treasures within them. And now, a god kingdom had appeared beneath them. This was a huge opportunity for them. Roar! However, just as the 8 of them stopped in the sky and looked down, an extremely terrifying and earth-shattering sound rang out. The sound was filled with madness and madness. A whistling sound spread across the entire earth. The faces of Han Feiyu's group of 8, who were floating in the sky, were filled with shock. Without waiting for them to react, their bodies slowly turned black. Following that, they were directly reduced to ashes without a single trace. At this moment, a terrifying demon beast with 3 eyes, a long tail, and sharp thorns all over its body appeared in everyone's line of sight. The demonic beast was like a lizard, but it had a pair of wings. The eye between its brows was blood red. Roar! It lay in the middle of the black god country that had appeared, and it looked up at the Ling Shao treasured palace and roared again. Then, It flapped its wings and charged straight for the Lingxiao treasured palace. Roar! The earth-shattering sound rang out once again, startling the entire earth. Even the incomparably huge palace in the sky trembled slightly. At this moment, everyone on earth revealed shocked expressions. This violent roar was comparable to the majestic voice of the gods that had descended back then. The difference was that everyone could guess that this roar did not come from a human. Instead, it came from a powerful demonic beast. Could not be called a demonic beast, it should be called a demonic god. A godly state demonic beast. At this moment, the 3,000 to 4,000 meter long black violent demonic beast directly attacked the enormous Lingxiao treasured palace in the sky. Its sharp claws carried barbs, and its body was filled with 5 to 6 meter long spikes. A pair of bone wings flapped, turning into a black stream of light. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the terrifying demonic god crashed heavily into the Lingxiao treasured palace. This collision shook the entire world. A 10,000 meter long crack instantly appeared below the Lingxiao treasured palace. Roar! Seeing that the attack didn't break, the demon god was furious and charged up again. Boom! Another earth-shaking sound was heard. What's crashing into our palace? What happened? What a terrifying demon beast roar! This is a godly state demon beast, and this is a demon god. What happened on Earth? Why would a demon god-level creature appear? The entire Lingxiao treasured palace was trembling violently. Everyone on the Lingxiao treasured palace had shocked expressions on their faces. When they heard the violent roars, they revealed a trace of fear. There was actually an extremely terrifying demonic beast attacking their Lingxiao treasured palace. This was simply unimaginable. Beast, you're courting death. At this moment, a voice filled with dignity came from the sky above the skyscraping treasured palace. A figure emitting golden light appeared in the sky above the highest shrine of the skyscraping treasured palace. With a flash of his figure, he arrived directly below the skyscraping treasured palace. Damn it! I didn't expect that Earth would be able to revive a deity-level demonic beast so quickly. After all, this was once an eternal God Lord-level battlefield. Hundreds of God Lords died in order to wipe out that abyss-like demon beast race. In the Temple of the Soaring Heavens Treasure Hall, a few figures looked at the mirror in the center. The evil and terrifying demon beast below appeared in the mirror. Let's attack too. A goddess voice sounded. Not good. 2 more of these abyss layers have appeared. The battle gold peak below can be dealt with. Let's go to the other 2 abyss layers. At this moment, the expression of the figure beside him changed slightly, and he immediately said, "Let's go." The gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace were slightly startled, and they hurriedly flew towards the other 2 layers. Boom! Boom! They had just flown out when they heard the incomparably loud sounds of battle coming from below. The battle between a god-level expert was almost earth-shattering. A god could destroy all living things on Earth within 5 minutes without any resistance. This was the terror of a god. The sounds of the battle between the god and the demon god from the skyscraping treasured palace in the sky spread to every corner of Earth. The entire East could clearly see the incomparably deep darkness and the dazzling golden light. Oh my god! What kind of demonic beast is that? It actually attacked the Lingxiao palace. What happened? What a terrifying energy! What a terrifying pressure! On the ground, everyone raised their heads to look at the battle in the sky, their bodies trembling. This was the first time they had seen a battle between gods. In front of this terrifying power, they felt like ants. If they didn't enter the godly state, they would eventually become ants. What's going on? What's going on over there? In Jiang City, in the banquet hall of the Song Group, everyone had shocked expressions when they heard the roars and sounds of battle from the seaside. That place was only a few 100 kilometers away from Jiang City. It wasn't too far away. Wuxia heard the commotion from the other side. He turned his head and opened his dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements. He looked towards the direction of the sea. That is, when he saw a pitch-black ancient land appearing on the surface of the sea, and saw the ferocious demonic beast that was fighting a metal-type god in the sky, he was slightly surprised. What is that? Is that a god fighting? Why is there the roar of a demonic beast? Old Shui, Old Qin, and the others opened their mouths slightly, filled with shock. Buzz. At this moment, Ao Chitian, who was standing at the side, looked up into the sky. He waved his arm, and a pair of eyes that were filled with three-colored Goyu flickered with brilliance. In front of him a scene appeared. Below the Ling Shao treasure palace, the scene of the metal-type god fighting with the powerful demon god was clearly displayed in front of him. Eh? Everyone in the banquet had a slight change in expression, and their eyes revealed a look of shock. Dragon King. Their strength is stronger than mine. Ao Chitian looked at the god and the terrifying demon beasts in the Ling Shao treasure palace and said in a low voice while his eyes flickered, "Yes. They have already ignited 2 wisps of divine fire." Wang Xian nodded his head faintly, and his eyes were sparkling. I didn't expect the changes on Earth to be so fast. The dark demon beasts that appeared in the sky above Jiang City yesterday should have rushed out from the ancient land below. Igniting 2 wisps of divine fire? Everyone around was slightly shocked when they heard the conversation between Wang Xian and Ao Chitian. Following that, they looked at Wang Xian, Ao Chitian, and the rest with a look of shock in their eyes. From the conversation between Wang Xian and his subordinates, they understood one piece of information. That was that ape-like creature was a godlike existence. As for the Dragon King, it went without saying. The Dragon King and the rest actually. Everyone was extremely shocked. Some of the family members looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. However, Elder Song and the group of Draconids were not surprised at all. Even Yaonu calmed down as her eyes flickered. That was because they had already guessed the Dragon King's strength. My young friend Wang Xian, what has happened to Earth? Elder Shui and the rest suppressed the shock in their hearts. They gulped and asked Wang Xian in a hoarse voice. Our Earth used to be an ancient battlefield. Many gods have fallen here, or even stronger existences. The recovery of the spiritual energy has revived the divine kingdoms of those gods. The divine kingdoms are the ancient lands that you see. In this ancient land, there are demonic beasts and a sliver of hope left behind by the fallen gods waiting to be revived. As for that demonic beast, I don't really understand it. However, the next Earth is a blessed land. It might also be a dangerous land. Blessings and misfortunes go hand in hand. Blessings and misfortunes go hand in hand. Wang Xian said indifferently as he looked at other places. He could see that there were a few dark ancient lands that had revived. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard Wang Xian's words. Earth was once a powerful ancient battlefield. The ancient land was the divine kingdom of the fallen gods. Now there was a god reviving? Everything made them feel extremely shocked. Wang Xian looked at the deep and dark ancient lands. His eyes were sparkling. He hesitated for a moment, but he didn't rush over to take a look. From the dark ancient lands that appeared one after another, he could sense powerful existences. Some powerful existences might be even stronger than his current strength. Above the dark ancient lands, there were ferocious and terrifying dark demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were similar to the ones that attacked Jiang City yesterday. It's chaotic. Some people on the internet said that the Holy Church, the Pyramid, and the Fire God Palace were all attacked by powerful demon beasts. Some demon beasts even attacked human cities. At this moment, a shocked voice came from a young man's mouth. Oh, really? Could it be that Earth is going to fall into chaos? The expressions of the people around them were awe-inspiring. Yesterday, there was a demonic beast attack on another city. In our east, there was a city where hundreds of thousands of people were killed by demonic beasts. A middle-aged man thought of what happened yesterday and his expression changed slightly. Yesterday's demonic beast attack on the city seemed to be a premonition. Today, it had completely erupted. This was a disaster for everyone. As for what the Dragon King had said, they didn't dare to guarantee that they would be able to avoid this disaster. Don't worry about what happens next. I will be watching over Jiang City from now on. Wang Xian looked at Old Qin, Old Shui, and the rest who were feeling a little worried. The Earth's metamorphosis was a combination of misfortune and fortune. This was the case for other people. Now that he had returned, it was a heaven-defying great opportunity for the Guan family and the Lan family. With little Xian around, we will feel much more at ease. When everyone heard Wang Xian's words, they immediately looked over. The worry in their hearts immediately disappeared. Although they did not know Wang Xian's actual strength, they were certain that he was not weaker than the gods in the Ling Shao treasured palace. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Xu Qingyue and the rest are now in a very safe place. Why don't you bring all your relatives there? Wang Xian said to Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and the rest's parents. A very safe place? When they heard Wang Xian's words, they were slightly stunned. A hesitant look appeared on their faces. That place might be a little far away, but it's 100% safe. If all your relatives go there, I'll get Ao Qian and Ao Jian to bring you there. Old Shui and Old Qin, you can go there too. You can choose. Wang Xian looked at them and said, Is it very far away? Old Shui and Old Qin were a little reluctant, but they were also a little tempted. Not on Earth, Wang Xian said softly. Not on Earth. Everyone was moved once again. There was a look of hesitation on their faces. If they were to leave Earth and go to an unfamiliar place, they would hesitate again. Let's go over. We can also meet up with Qingyu. Soon, the Lan family had made up their minds. They would be able to see their daughter after leaving this place, so they didn't feel too reluctant. The Guan family also decided to go over and visit Shuqing. However, Old Qin, Old Shui, and the rest hesitated for a moment before rejecting. This place was their root. They had already lived here for more than half of their lives. Moreover, with Wang Xian around in the future, Jiang City would be much safer. After much consideration, they still didn't leave. Only the members of the Guan family and the Lan family decided to go to the Transcendence continent. Wang Xian nodded his head. He didn't have any objections to their choice. At this moment, exquisite food was served in the kitchen. Two little fellows ran over. They pouted their small mouths and glanced at Wang Xian before sitting on his left and right. Everyone began to eat. They had completely forgotten about the loud noises that kept coming from the sky and the battle between the god and the demon god. With the Dragon King here, they were very at ease. Everyone chatted until the afternoon. Qitian, Ao Jian, bring them to the Transcendence continent. Tell Prime Minister Gue to take good care of them. After chatting for 3 to 4 hours, Wang Xian instructed Ao Qitian and Ao Jian at 3 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's the Dragon King. Ao Qitian and the rest nodded and looked at the more than 100 people from the Guan family of the Lan family. Little Xian will head over first. Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and their father waved at Wang Xian. All right, father-in-law. After Earth stabilizes, all of you can return as well. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and gestured to Ao Qitian and the rest. Buzz. Ao Qitian waved his arm and disappeared with all of them in an instant. The Lan family and the Guan family could only feel the scene flash before they realized that they had arrived in the sky above the Pacific Ocean. Looking at this powerful ability, everyone was shocked. This is a teleportation that all godly state experts can do. The Dragon Queens are cultivating now. When they come out of seclusion, they can ignite the divine fire and become gods. Ao Qitian said when he saw everyone's shocked expressions. What? Shuqing Qingyu and the others are about to become gods. When the Guan family and the Lan family heard this news, their faces were shocked. Then they revealed an extremely happy expression. To them, becoming a god was an existence that was out of their reach. That was a high and mighty god. The entrance to the other world is this way. As Ao Qitian said this, he led them to fly down. Roar! However, at this moment, an earth-shaking roar was heard, causing everyone to change their expressions slightly. Ao Qitian's pupils constricted slightly as he looked in front of him. There, a dark ancient land slowly appeared. A berserk dark demon beast that was about 2,000 meters tall appeared in front of him. There was a blood-red vertical eye between his brows, a pair of bone wings, and a long tail. His lizard-like body was filled with sharp spikes. It's the demon god. It's that terrifying demon god. The faces of the Lan family and the Guan family changed dramatically, and they hurriedly shouted. Roar! Ao Qitian saw the demon god, and his eyes flickered with a burning look. Ao Jian, protect them. I'm gonna kill this guy and bring him to the Dragon Palace. Then we can improve again. Ao Chitian's eyes were filled with excitement and fury. He growled and his body rapidly grew larger. In an instant, he was 2,000 meters in size. His body was surrounded by flames, darkness, and lightning. His eyes, which had 3 Goyu, were filled with pressure and demonic power. Finish him quickly. Ao Jian reminded Ao Chitian. Roar. I can finish him in 10 moves with just 1 wisp of divine fire. Fire and dark lightning jade chains. Above the Pacific Ocean, the 3 jade chains in Ao Chitian's eyes were shining. He stared at the demon beast more than 10 kilometers ahead with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, black chains surrounded by lightning and flames attacked the dark demon beast. The chains, which were 2 to 3 meters thick, pierced through more than 10 kilometers of space, completely locking down the surrounding space. The 2 chains wrapped around its body. Roar, roar, roar. An incomparably furious roar came from the mouth of the demonic beast. Its long tail swept horizontally, directly attacking the 2 chains. Pa, pa, pa. The powerful force caused the entire space to tremble, and the 2 chains flew backward. Buzz. At this moment, the ocean-pacifying needle appeared in Ao Chitian's palm. The 3,000-meter-long needle was covered in black lightning and flames, and it smashed directly at the demon beast. Roar, roar. A hint of fear appeared in the demon beast's blood-red eyes. The vertical eye in the center of the eye slowly cracked open. Buzz. A wave of destructive blood-red demonic chi attacked the sea-pacifying divine needle. Bang! The sea-pacifying divine needle landed on the blood-red demonic chi pillar, making a deafening sound. The entire ocean, in the battle between the 2 godly state experts, was like a small boat in a huge wave. Under Ao Chitian's violent power, the blood-red demonic chi pillar slowly dissipated. The sea-pacifying divine needle continued to smash at the demonic beast. Roar! The demon beast opened its long and thin mouth and let out a fierce roar. Behind it, an abyss-like divine kingdom slowly emerged behind it. Roar! Roar! When Ao Chitian saw that the other party had used the power of the divine kingdom, he also let out a furious roar. Behind him, the shadow of a dragon cave appeared. Inside the dragon cave, the shadows of the dark dragon, the fire dragon, and the lightning dragon coiled together and attached themselves to the walls of the dragon cave. The entire dragon cave was like a mural left behind from ancient times. The entire dragon cave was emitting a mysterious and powerful power. Goyu chain, fire chain suppression, dark chain suppression, lightning chain suppression. Ao Chitian roared, and the murals within the 100-kilometer radius of the dragon cave behind him emitted a mysterious luster. The chains around the demonic beast began to reflect each other and burst out with a mysterious power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding chains became even more violent and attacked the dark divine kingdom and the demonic beast. Pa, 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 pa. The chains emitted a sound like the running of gears, locking the demonic beast and its divine kingdom in a short moment. Roar! Ao Chitian roared again, and the ocean-pacifying needle in his hand suddenly grew to 10,000 meters long. The terrifying power smashed on it, and the divine kingdom collapsed. The demonic beast's body was instantly smashed to the bottom of the sea, and a large amount of blood oozed out of its body, making a huge sound. Buzz! Ao Chitian's body moved, and he rushed over with the dragon cave behind him. The demonic beast divine kingdom that was like an abyss entered the dragon cave. Ao Chitian waved his arm, and his enormous palm grabbed the body of the demonic god. Go! He turned to look at Ao Jian and the others and shouted softly. Go! Ao Jian nodded and led the stunned members of the Guan family and the Lan family to fly toward the entrance of the Transcendence continent. The battle just now had completely stunned the members of the Guan family and the Lan family. The subordinates of the Dragon King had killed an extremely terrifying demon god in less than a minute. This was a godlike existence. Before they could be too shocked, Ao Chitian led them directly into the extraordinary mainland through the entrance. 2 minutes later, they arrived above the Dragon Palace. Looking at the majestic underwater Dragon Palace, the Guan family and the Lan family were shocked. Prime Minister Gue. Ao Chitian and Ao Jian called out Prime Minister Gue, cupping their hands and shouting. These are the family members of the Dragon Queen. The Dragon King asked us to bring them to the extraordinary mainland and ask Prime Minister Gue to take good care of them. Ao Chitian said to Prime Minister Gue. All right. Greetings to all of you. When Prime Minister Gue heard that they were the family members of the Dragon Queen, he immediately bowed. No need, no need. Everyone around looked at the fantastic dragon palace below. Their faces were filled with shock as they hurriedly said to Prime Minister Gue, "Let me open some permissions and let everyone in." In the dragon palace, only those with the bloodline of the divine dragon could enter. If anyone else wanted to enter, they would have to open the permissions of Wang Xian or Prime Minister Gue. Prime Minister Gue, there is a change on Earth. I killed a godly state demonic beast on Earth when I came here. Ao Jian, and I will use it to increase our strength and return to the Dragon King immediately. Ao Chitian took out the body of the demonic god and reported to Prime Minister Gue. A change on Earth? Prime Minister Gue was slightly stunned and looked at them curiously. Ao Chitian gave a simple explanation to Prime Minister Gue. Good. This demon god's corpse is used to increase your strength. In addition, Ao Xingmu has already reached the godly state. This time, I'll go out with you to follow the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue said to them. Oh? Ao Xingmu has become a god? This guy is so fast. Ao Chitian was slightly stunned and said in astonishment. The Dragon King got a huge amount of resources last time, so he let Ao Xingmu become a god first. Prime Minister Gue smiled. By the way, Prime Minister, I also got a divine kingdom. Now that it has been swallowed by the Dragon Palace, is there any treasure inside? Ao Chitian thought of the divine kingdom that was swallowed by the Dragon Cave when he killed the demon god and asked immediately. There isn't any treasure inside, but it provides a lot of resources for the improvement of the Dragon Palace's level. Prime Minister Gue shook his head. Then tell Ao Xingmu to wait for us. We'll go and improve our strength immediately. Ao Chitian and Ao Jian immediately flew into the dragon transformation pool and threw the demon god's body aside. Soon, a large amount of dragon blood flowed out of the dragon heads of the 9 dragon pillars. Ao Chitian and Ao Jian immediately jumped into the dragon transformation pool. Once they absorbed the dragon blood inside, they would be able to reach the peak of the demigod realm. With Ao Chitian's strength at the peak of the demigod realm, he could kill a god with 2 wisps of divine fire. And Ao Jian could also kill a god with a wisp of divine fire. At this moment, Ao Xingmu, who was lying under the dragon throne with his branches connected to the ancestral tree, sensed the situation inside the dragon transformation pool. He slightly opened his eyes and smiled. He was now 20 meters tall. His upper body was slightly similar to a human's, only about 1.5 meters. His lower body was full of branches. The branches were full of sharp barbs and surrounded by a faint flame. He looked extraordinarily beautiful in the dark. If one looked carefully, there were traces of lightning in the branches. Ao Xingmu, a member of the Divine Fire Dragon Palace, could surpass 3 levels. The current Ao Xingmu was comparable to the most powerful dragon of the Dragon Palace, the Mad Dragon. It was all because of the existence of the ancestral tree. Maybe the future number 1 dragon in the Dragon Palace belonged to the Xingmu dragon. The Dragon Palace had absorbed a divine kingdom with darkness attribute. Wang Xian, who was in Jiang City, sensed it immediately. Once all the members of the Dragon Palace became gods, the dragon cave that he possessed would turn into the divine kingdom of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Their divine kingdom could fly out of the Dragon Palace. Similarly, the items that they obtained could also be directly transported to the Dragon Palace. The stronger the divine realm members of the Dragon Palace were, the higher the quality of the Dragon Palace would be. In the future, when Wang Xian ignited the divine fire and the Dragon Palace advanced, the Dragon Palace would be completely transformed into his divine kingdom. At that time, he could instantly summon the Dragon Palace over. Boom! 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 The great battle that shook the entire Earth was still erupting. Compared to the beginning, a terrifying battle was soon transmitted from the west, south, and center of Earth. Dark, ancient lands appeared one after another. Powerful and invincible demon gods flew out and attacked the Lingxiao treasured palace, the holy church, the pyramid, and the fire god palace. The high and mighty gods fought against the demon gods one by one. In just a few short hours, the entire earth seemed to be trembling. Not long after, a wail came from the ocean. The entire ocean was covered in darkness. At that moment, all the gods on earth looked over at the same time. There was actually a god who had killed the evil demon god who had rushed out from the ancient land. In an instant, all the gods revealed an extremely astonished expression. In the banquet hall of the Song clan group, Wang Xian and the rest were also looking at the sky. With Wang Xian's yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes, he could clearly see their battle. Now that the internet has exploded, there are already 5 ancient lands that are emitting an evil aura. In some of the evil ancient lands, extremely terrifying evil demonic beasts have rushed out. However, what made everyone slightly relieved was that those powerful and invincible demonic gods did not attack the human cities. They only attacked the land of the gods. Old Shui, Old Qin, and the rest were chatting non-stop at the side. Unless the gods from the major forces can completely suppress those evil ancient lands, even if there are no demon gods attacking the human cities, there will still be other dark demon beasts attacking the ancient lands. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he spoke from the side. Your strength is still too weak. I'll give you some pills to use for your cultivation. Also, Old Shui, Old Qin, Old Li, and Uncle Zhang. I'll give you some treasures. He swept his gaze across everyone in the hall. With a wave of his arm, bottles of extremely precious pills and weapons appeared in front of them. With these pills, all of you will be able to increase your strength rapidly. Song family, in the past few years, your Song family has done nothing wrong. Old Song, I've helped you increase your strength as well. I'll give you some weapons. As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at Song Qingshi and the rest of the Song family. Your talent is not bad. It's a pity that your legs were attacked by the power of the gods. However, your foundation is not bad. Wang Xian's gaze landed on the young girl who was sitting on the wheelchair. He waved his arm and a strong vitality of earth would landed on her body. Her legs grew out rapidly. Buzz. Wang Xian moved his palm and pointed the god-striking branch in Yaoao's hand at her gently. A vast amount of wood energy was injected into the girl's body. The girl revealed an excited expression. As she sensed the energy that entered her body, she immediately closed her eyes and absorbed it rapidly. She had the opportunity to obtain a huge opportunity with her sister. However, due to the sudden danger, she was unable to avoid it. Instead of obtaining the opportunity, she lost her legs. Even the pills that the Song family found for her to regrow her severed limbs after that did not have any effect on her. With her foundation in cultivation, her cultivation level increased rapidly from that of an extraordinaire. Although the current Wang Xian controlled the 5 elements of yin and yang in his body, his wood attribute was the strongest due to the ancestral tree. Waves of wood attribute energy along with some of the characteristics of the god-striking branches were infused into the young lady's body. Very soon, her strength had reached the peak of the see-through realm. It seemed to be easy, but Wang Xian had used up a lot of energy. Even a god would rarely use such a method to forcefully increase a person's strength. Wang Xian's thoughts had contributed greatly to the Song family. He had helped the Song family to increase another powerhouse. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King, for your grace. Song Hans Wang opened her eyes and bowed to Wang Xian with excitement. Song Qingshi and the rest also knelt down in excitement and thanked him loudly. You deserve this. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Hiss. At this moment, Song Hanyu and Song Shanji saw that their sister's leg had been healed instantly and her strength had even been raised to the peak of the profound void stage. Their eyes were filled with envy. If we didn't provoke the Dragon King, would we be the ones who were blessed? A thought appeared in their minds. It was a pity that there was no medicine for regret in this world. There were no ifs. Golden bright great sun. At this moment, a voice filled with endless majesty came from the sky. Ha! Wang Xian looked at the sky. A huge golden sun shot out billions of golden rays and attacked the demon god that seemed to be enveloped by an abyss. At this moment, The golden rays illuminated a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. Is the battle at the end? Wang Xian thought to himself. The billions of golden rays landed on the abyss-like divine kingdom of the demon beast. The entire divine kingdom was immediately penetrated. Roar! Roar! A miserable shriek was heard. Following that, the demon god fled into the dark ancient land below in fear. Beast, stay here. A golden broadsword that was over 100 kilometers long condensed and attacked the escaping dark demon beast. Roar! Another miserable shriek was heard. In Wang Xian's vision, an incomparably huge wing was cut off. However, the demon god was not killed. Instead, it escaped into the ancient land below. What a pity! The god from the Ling Shao Palace is still a little weak. Wang Xian thought to himself. Although the war in the sky had ended, the sounds of battle from other places on Earth could still be heard. It's getting late. Let's go back. Wang Xian looked at the time and bade farewell to Old Shui, Old Qin, and the rest. Dragon King, we have found the place where you were staying. It's a villa by the sea. Do you want to go over and take a look? Old Song walked over and said respectfully to Wang Xian. Yeah, sure. Wang Xian nodded and gestured for Old Song to lead the way. The group of people sent Wang Xian and the rest out respectfully. Not bad, not bad. Following Elder Song to the villa near the sea, Wang Xian looked around with a satisfied expression on his face. He was the divine dragon of the sea. Wang Xian also liked a villa near the sea. Compared to the villa near the sea in Jiang City, this one was even more luxurious. New home, bad dad, bad dad. After entering the new villa near the sea, the two little guys were running excitedly in the courtyard. Azure Dragon, how is the information about Tang Jiuqiao, Ling Xiao, and Xiao Ran that I asked you to find? Wang Xian looked at the two happy little guys and shook his head as he said to Mo Qing Long, who was beside him. When the Dragon King, Master Tang, Sect Leader Ling, Xiao Ran, and the rest arrived at the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace, they were immediately recruited as disciples by the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace. At that time, the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace beckoned a group of elite disciples from Earth. Many experts from the Immortal sects entered the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace. It's said that they were cultivating in the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace. Without any special circumstances, they couldn't leave the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace. Mo Qinglong said to him. Wang Xian nodded slightly at the side. He did not have a good impression of the Ling Xiao Treasure Hall, nor did he have a bad impression of it. Although they had killed the divine Son of Heaven and the heavenly soldiers and generals of the Ling Xiao Treasure Hall. However, it was the other party who was courting death to provoke them. Wang Xian was more at ease when Xiao Ran and the rest joined the Ling Xiao Treasure Hall. At the very least, they would not encounter any danger in the Ling Xiao Treasure Hall. Let's see if we can contact them and have a gathering if there's a chance. Wang Xian said to Mo Qinglong. Tang Jiuqiao was Yinchuan's father, while Sect Leader Ling was Feng Lingtian's father. They were in-laws. As for Xiao Ran, he was Wang Xian's only disciple since he started cultivating for more than 10 years. Even if he was just an in-name disciple, he was still Wang Xian's only disciple. If there was a chance, Wang Xian would invite them over for a gathering. He wouldn't be stingy with his help. Bad Daddy, we are hungry. We want to eat good food. Ever since Wang Xian told them that they were picked up in front of the two little guys had been calling Wang Xian Bad Daddy. This made Wang Xian very helpless. All right. What do you guys want to eat? Daddy, let's see what's good here. Wang Xian carried them one by one and walked into the room. As the saying goes, a girl should be well off. These few little guys had been eating and drinking demigod-level items for the past few days. If this were to be seen by ordinary people, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Wang Xian brought the two little guys to the top floor of the villa where it was open to the sky. He took out some dragon meat from the supernatural continent and roasted it for them to eat. At the same time, Wang Xian used his yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes to observe the changes of the entire earth. At this moment, the entire earth was boiling. One by one, dark ancient lands appeared. Each and every one of them were extremely terrifying demon gods. The battle between the dark demon gods and the gods left everyone on Earth in shock. Following that, human and demon beasts attacked the cities around the ancient lands. Although the dark demonic beasts were not very strong, they possessed strange abilities. Some dark demonic beasts could enter a person's body and control it. Some demonic beasts were a mass of dark energy and could attack with their physical strength. Some demonic beasts could bewitch a person's heart and control them to attack. Demons and monsters were everywhere. As night fell, Wang Xian caressed the two little guys who were already in deep sleep and gestured for Yao Nu to carry them into the room. Wang Xian stood at the top of the villa and looked around. His gaze landed on a dark ancient land that was the closest to Jiang City. Wang Xian had the thought of exploring it. However, he dismissed it very quickly. Wang Xian sensed that there were godly state experts in Ling Zhao's shop who were not weaker than him. The dark demon god was severely injured and the gods of Ling Yao's treasure hall did not chase after him. There was probably something in there that they were afraid of. With the current mysteriousness of Earth, he did not dare to barge in directly. It's a pity that I missed the time when the other ancient lands were born. If that time comes, I can also go to the ancient lands to search for it. The current ancient lands have all been searched by the gods that descended on Earth. It's hard to find anything good. Wang Xian mumbled as he turned around and entered the room. All disciples of the Ling Xiao treasured palace, come to the front of the main hall. At this moment, in the Ling Xiao treasured palace above Earth, a majestic voice resounded throughout every corner of the Ling Xiao treasured palace. Gather the divine lord and go there immediately. Today, a demon god dared to attack our Ling Xiao treasured palace. May I know why the divine lord has gathered all the disciples? Is the opportunity that belongs to us here? Father asked me to descend to Earth with the Ling Xiao treasured palace. Is there a great opportunity? At that moment, all the disciples in the Ling Xiao treasured palace immediately flew into the central main hall. Soon, millions of young middle-aged men gathered in front of the main hall. In the front row stood 9 divine sons with towering heads and powerful auras. They stood there proudly. There were more than a dozen demigod-level middle-aged men around them. They were all experts on the God Ascension list in the Ling Xiao treasured palace. Anyone who could make it onto the God Ascension list would have the chance to ignite the divine fire. Millions of people gathered together. There were many geniuses. After entering the front of the main hall, they all raised their heads and looked forward. The entire front of the main hall was extremely quiet. Disciples of the Ling Xiao treasured palace, listen up. You have my disciples and cultivators who have followed you here to seek opportunities. Now, the opportunities have arrived. Opportunities are accompanied by danger, but the current Earth is the best era. As long as you have the opportunities and strength, it is not impossible for you to establish a godlike sect. Demons and demons have already emerged. Next, a powerful divine kingdom will break out from the ground. The opportunities that belong to the entire planet will be grasped by whoever holds them up high. Now all of you will each take a corner. Protect the city, recruit subordinates, and establish an academy. Warning, disciples in the Ling Xiao treasure hall are not allowed to attack each other. Otherwise, they will be killed immediately. A fiery red figure slowly appeared in the sky above the main hall. He floated there, and his words entered everyone's ears. Upon hearing the Divine Lord's order, all the disciples in the Ling Xiao treasure hall were slightly taken aback. Immediately after, they revealed excited expressions. In the past, the Ling Xiao treasured palace had very strict control over the disciples' entry and exit. If they wanted to go to Earth, they had to apply. They only had one chance every 3 months. Furthermore, they could not stay on Earth for more than 5 days. The Ling Xiao treasured palace did this in order to prevent too many descenders from destroying Earth's recovery. Now, with the appearance of demons and monsters, they could also land on Earth wantonly. We obey God's orders. When everyone heard the Divine Lord's words, they immediately responded loudly. As their voices faded, the figures in the sky above the main hall completely disappeared. We can finally go down. A few years ago, in order to prevent us from destroying Earth's recovery and restricting our movement, we can finally go to Earth to look for a great opportunity. Haha! Those divine kingdoms and divine mountains. I will naturally occupy an area. Excited voices sounded around them. We can finally return to the surface. At this moment, a group of people stood on the right in front of the main hall. Among them were a few familiar figures: Xiao Ran, sect leader Ling, and Xiao Ran's sister, Lu Mingxin. Unlike before, this young and tender young girl seemed to have grown into a handsome young man and a beautiful young girl. The instructors have sent us a message. They want us to choose our companions and descend to a fixed city or location. Or we can join other teams. Of course, you can also go anywhere, but you cannot fight with other disciples of the Ling Xiao treasured palace. On the right, sect leader Ling looked at the message on the message board and looked at the people around him. There were hundreds of people around him besides Xiao Ran and his sister Lu Mingxin. These people used to be from the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. Now that they had joined the Ling Xiao treasured palace, they naturally had to huddle together to stay warm. With our strength, it will be difficult for us to gain a foothold in a city and even occupy a divine mountain. There are too many people who are stronger than us. Xiao Ran stood by the side and frowned as he pondered. Xiao Ran was once the Dragon King's only disciple. 3 years after the Dragon King left, his strength had already become invincible on Earth. Now, after 6 or 7 years of cultivation in the Ling Xiao treasured palace, his strength had already risen to the 6th level of the profound void tier. This kind of increase was already very powerful. However, this was only for the natives on Earth. Compared to the young prodigies who had descended with the Ling Xiao treasured palace, his strength was much, much stronger. There were even some people on Earth who were stronger than him in the past. This was not because he did not work hard or because his talent was low. It was because he did not have a master. When the Ling Xiao treasured palace recruited them to enter this place, there were demigod-level powerhouses who saw his outstanding talent and wanted to take him in as a disciple. However, he rejected them. Later on, he rejected the recruitment of several powerhouses consecutively. From then on, no powerhouse from the Ling Xiao treasured palace was willing to take him in as a disciple. Having a master to teach and not having a master to teach were two completely different concepts. With a master to teach, one would receive the medicinal pills and weapons given by the master, and would also receive individual guidance. And without a master, one could only learn from a mentor. A mentor was not a one-on-one teaching, but a pair of over 100 students, or even a few hundred. Xiao Ran. Then should we join another team, or move in a place that is no longer fixed? Sect Master Ling asked him. I don't want to join any team. If I do, I'll be restricted by them. Besides, the treasures I get might not be mine. Xiao Ran looked at the people around him and said directly, That's true. Unless we have strong control, otherwise. If you could have a powerful master, Xiao Ran, I'm afraid you would have become a divine son by now. A middle-aged man looked at him and said with slight regret, All right, let's not talk about other things. What do you guys choose? Should we do it together or? Xiao Ran shook his head and looked at the group of people around him as he asked. Xiao Ran. At this moment, a voice was heard. Everyone was slightly stunned as they looked at the source of the voice. When they saw the woman slowly walking over, they all winked at him. Can I join your team? The woman who walked over continued to say. She looked at Xiao Ran with a smile on her face. Ji Lingfei. Xiao Ran was slightly stunned when he saw the woman walking over. He nervously clenched his fist. I'm going to look around. Our team isn't very strong. He looked at the woman walking over and said with some restraint. It doesn't matter. I don't want to establish any factions or occupy any mountain peaks. I also want to look around on Earth properly. You won't mind me, right? Ji Lingfei walked to Xiao Ran's side and looked at him with a smile. She was about 1 meter tall, and there was a water blue jewelry stuck between her eyebrows. Her water blue hair made her look extremely spiritual. Standing beside her, everyone felt extremely comfortable. How can that be? With your strength, any team you join will welcome you. Moreover, even if you build your own team, there will be countless people who will support you. Xiao Ran said indifferently. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He and she were not on the same level at all. She was the most outstanding woman in the Ling Xiao treasured palace, the goddess in the eyes of countless young people. She had the powerful strength of a demigod. Although he did not know why she did not make it onto the god ascension list and become a goddess, her strength was publicly recognized as not inferior to that of a divine son. She might even be much stronger than a divine son. Although Ji Lingfei treated him differently from the others, he did not dare to have extravagant hopes. Ji Lingfei, have you joined the team? Why don't you join our team? I've already occupied a divine mountain on earth. At this moment, 4 or 5 young men and women walked over. The youth in the center looked at Ji Lingfei passionately and said with a smile. He was dressed in golden clothing with 2 words printed in the middle, Divine Son. Only the disciples and experts on the God Ascension list were qualified to wear this kind of special golden clothing. The 2 words, Son of Deity, printed on it indicated the young man's status as a deity. Above all others. There's no need. I've already joined Xiao Ran's team. Ji Lingfei glanced at this son of deity indifferently, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation on her face. He was like a son of deity, and she didn't place him in her eyes. Eh? The divine son frowned slightly when he heard Consort Ji's words. He looked at Xiao Ran with an unsightly expression, and a trace of jealousy flashed through his eyes. In that case, it's really a pity. If you have time, Consort Ji, you can come to my divine mountain and sit. The divine son put away his state of mind and said with a smile. Yes. Consort Ji still nodded indifferently. The divine son turned around and left. Although he was very unhappy to be rejected so directly, his master had warned him that anyone could be provoked in the Lingxiao treasured palace and not to provoke Ji Lingfei. One could imagine how extraordinary Ji Lingfei's background was. Sister Ji Lingfei, come and join our team. We've already agreed. Just as the divine son left, 6 young men and women walked over. 3 men and 3 women. A woman walked over and warmly held onto Lingfei Ji's arm as she said with a smile. Qingqing, I'm really sorry. I forgot. I've already joined Xiao Ran's team. When Lingfei Ji saw the woman holding onto her arm, she smiled and said apologetically. Xiao Ran humph. Sister Consort Ji, you. Qingqing heard her and glanced at Xiao Ran with slight dissatisfaction. But she also knew that she couldn't change Sister Consort Ji's decision. Then what should we do? Why don't we join Xiao Ran's team too? Qingqing turned her head to look at the 5 young men and women behind her. One of the young men was wearing the same clothes as the divine son from before. He was also a divine son and he was ranked 3rd. Sure. If Concubine Ji wants to join us, we naturally have to join as well. What about Xiao Ran? Is that all right? The young man dressed in the divine son's clothing raised his head slightly and asked Xiao Ran proudly. Divine son Gu Xingkong, Xiao Ran naturally won't have any objections, but our small team. When Xiao Ran heard Gu Xingkong's words, he lowered his head slightly and nodded with an embarrassed expression. When faced with the divine son, regardless of identity or strength, he wasn't allowed to resist. It's fine as long as you don't have any objections. Gu Xingkong interrupted him and said directly. Ji Lingfei frowned slightly when she saw this scene. Since you've joined the team, you're all teammates. You don't have any other identities, she said indifferently. Ji Lingfei's words caused Gu Xingkong to be slightly stunned. Of course, we're all teammates. Gu Xingkong immediately smiled and nodded. His gaze lingered on Xiao Ran for a few seconds. Similarly, there was envy and confusion in his eyes. There was also a trace of coldness. I'll first make a trip to River City to meet some friends. If you follow me, I'm afraid I'll waste your time. Xiao Ran, a little helpless, to continue to say. Xiao Ran was a little surprised that Ji Lingfei had joined him. But Gu Xingkong and the others had joined him, and he felt a little helpless. Gu Xingkong and the others were all much stronger than him. This might not be a good thing for their future adventures. I haven't strolled around on Earth. It doesn't matter where I go. Ji Lingfei shook her head carelessly when she heard Xiao Ran's words. The other 6 were mainly following Ji Lingfei, so they had no objections. Sect Leader Ling, what about you guys? Xiao Ran looked at Sect Leader Ling and the others and asked. Haha, I was still worried about you, Xiao Ran. Now that you're following Miss Ji and the others, I feel much more at ease. U.S.? As he spoke, he looked at the disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect around him. He hesitated for a moment before saying, The Yellow Heaven Immortal sect has been passed down to me for more than 3,000 years. I can't let the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect be broken. We're preparing to go back and rebuild the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect, Ling Xiao said with a smile. The Ling Xiao treasured palace did not stop the disciples from establishing their own forces. As long as you had the strength and became a god, no one would have any objections. He originally wanted to go with Xiao Ran, but now that everyone had their own aspirations, they could only temporarily separate. The gods of the Ling Xiao treasured palace had their own plans and ideas. Then prepare with me, Meng Xian. We'll go to Jiang City the day after tomorrow to see those friends. Xiao Ran said to sect leader Ling and the others. Go, go. Sect leader Ling sighed in his heart, somewhat lost in thought. When the disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect saw the sect master's expression, they also felt a little emotional. Sect Master Ling's son, their young master, had married the Dragon King's sister, but now everyone shook their heads slightly and looked at Xiao Ran. Because of the Dragon King, he was able to survive and become the strongest person on Earth. After the Dragon King disappeared, this was also the reason why Xiao Ran had never taken him as a disciple in the Lingxiao Palace. Many people were accomplished during the Dragon King's era. As for Xiao Ran going to River City, he was only there to meet the disciples of the Dragon Gate who used to work for the Dragon King. Do you want the day after tomorrow? That's good too. Let's get ready. Ji Lingfei looked at Xiao Ran and nodded with a smile on her face. Sister Mingxin, this bracelet is for you. Hee hee. Then, she walked to Xiao Ran's sister and handed her a bracelet that contained powerful light energy. Sister Ji Lingfei, no. When Lu Mingxin saw the bracelet that she handed to her, she quickly shook her head. Take it. There are some things that I need your help with. Hee hee. Ji Lingfei blinked at her and said in a very friendly manner. Don't worry, Sister Ji Lingfei. Lu Mingxin nodded at her. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Let's go. Xiao Ran looked at his sister and Ji Lingfei with some confusion and said to her, Okay, let's go. Lu Mingxin nodded. The two of them walked side by side to the place where they lived. Sister Ji Lingfei, you didn't even give me a bracelet, you're biased. I say, sister, you're not really interested in that kid, are you? Have you heard of the story of the cowherd and weaver girl on Earth? Just that kid, Xiao Ran. Qing Qing walked to Ji Lingfei's side at this time, pouting as she spoke. However, seeing that her expression was getting uglier and uglier, she hurriedly shut her mouth. Gu Xingkong and the others by the side frowned. In the past 10 days, there had been rumors in the Lingxiao treasured palace that goddess Ji Lingfei had taken a liking to a boy. At that time, many people did not believe that aside from divine sons, how many other people could make Ji Lingfei take a liking to. Now that they saw her attitude toward that young man who was only at the 6th level of the Insight Void tier, it made them feel incredulous and embarrassed at the same time. Cowherd and weaver girl? Ji Lingfei, who was at the side, muttered. She looked at Xiao Ran's back as he left. Bad daddy, bad daddy. In Jiang City, the crisp sound of flowers could be heard in the villa early in the morning. Wang Xian looked at the two little fellows. After a night, they had grown a lot taller. Now, they were equivalent to 3 to 4-year-old children. In just 4 short days, the two little fellows were equivalent to 3 to 4 years of other children. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Wang Xian looked at them and immediately walked over to pick them up. I want to eat fruit. Kyer opened her mouth and stretched out her little hand. All right. I'll give you one each. Wang Xian took out 2 wood attribute spiritual fruits of the 1st level of demigod and handed them to them. Are you watching TV? I'll bring you guys here to watch TV. Carrying them, Wang Xian sat in the hall and turned on the TV. Childish, it doesn't look good. The 2 little guys despised him for playing an animated cartoon. All right, let's watch something else then. Wang Xian said in a speechless manner. Other kids were watching cartoons when they were 3 or 4 years old. It seemed that they shouldn't be treated with the IQ of ordinary kids. Bad daddy, I want to fly too. The television was playing a modern Wuxia movie. Huar stood on the sofa and shouted loudly. No, you guys are still young and can't cultivate yet. If you guys want to fly, Daddy can bring you guys to fly. Wang Xian touched the lively and jumping flowers at the side. Cultivate? Daddy, are those little bugs moving in the body? Is that so? At this moment, Huar grabbed Wang Xian's arm and asked him to look at her. Following that, Huar sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to cultivate. As she sat down quietly, Wang Xian could clearly sense the surrounding would attribute entering her body. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback as a hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Are the two of them going to awaken all sorts of memories as time goes by? Wang Xian mumbled. With a move of his palm, the energy of the ancestral tree entered Kai Er's body. Buzz! The star grass above Kai Er's head moved. It looked like it was trembling. Waves of majestic ancestral tree energy entered Kai Er's body. Kai Er's long eyelashes moved. Waves of memories related to cultivation surged into her mind. Boom! All of a sudden, a tremendous amount of wood attribute energy burst out from her body. Her cultivation was improving at a terrifying speed. Ah! What's wrong with sister? Huar tilted her head and looked at her sister. She blinked her eyes and looked exceptionally cute. Wang Xian stared at Kai. Her body, which was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, was slowly growing bigger and bigger. From the initial age of 3 to 4 years old, she looked to be 4 to 5 years old now. Kai's strength had also reached the insightful emptiness realm. It was terrifying and absolutely terrifying. Huar widened her eyes as she looked at her older sister who had grown up. Her small eyes kept blinking as if she was extremely curious. Not far away, Yao Nu, who was standing at the side, was extremely shocked. This simply overturned her understanding. Not long ago, Kai did not have much strength. But now she had already reached the insightful emptiness realm. This, as expected of the Dragon King's daughter. She was also so monstrous. Boom! Voila! In the villa near the sea, a powerful life force rushed out from the villa, and at the same time the sound of waves could be heard from outside. Kai sat cross-legged on the sofa, and a shocking aura came from her body. Demigod realm, hiss! At the side, Yao Nu had already opened her mouth slightly in shock. A little girl who could not be any smaller had the strength of a first-level demigod. Putting aside the heavens' favorites on earth, even the divine sons in the Ling Shao treasured palace were nothing compared to her. Wouldn't the so-called divine sons and heaven's favorites feel ashamed in front of this little guy? Wang Xian saw that Kai Er's strength had broken through to the demigod realm and placed his palm down from the top of her head. She moaned like a cat and opened her eyes to look at Wang Xian. Kai is really amazing. She has grown so big in such a short period of time. Wang Xian looked at Kai, who looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child. Her clothes from earlier were already torn, revealing her cream-like skin. He pinched it. Yao Nu immediately took out a dress. The last time they went shopping, Wang Xian bought over 100 pieces of clothes for them. He was afraid that they would grow up quickly. After putting on a sky-blue Lolita dress for Kai, she instantly became a perfect little princess. The Yao girl at the side took out a comb and meticulously combed Wang Xian's beautiful long hair that reached her shoulders. "Daddy, are you pretty?" Kai raised her head and looked at Wang Xian lovingly as she asked with a smile. Her smile revealed 2 dimples. She looked exceptionally cute. Cute and pretty little princess. Wang Xian couldn't help but hug Kai and kissed her on the cheek. "Wow, bad dad, why did sister get bigger? I want to get bigger too. I want to get bigger too. Wow, wow." At this moment, Huar started to cry. She looked at her sister with envy. She felt that she was out of favor and started to cry. "Huar, do you know how to cultivate? You can cultivate and grow to the size of your sister." Wang Xian quickly carried her over and wiped her tears. "Sob, sob, sob, sob. I know how to cultivate too, but I don't want to cultivate." Huar shouted loudly. Her crisp voice and confident lung capacity resounded throughout the entire villa. "If you don't want to cultivate, you won't grow to the size of your sister." Wang Xian said to Huar speechlessly. "Sob, sob, so be it. I want to grow up as soon as possible." Huar cried and choked on her sobs. She looked at her sister and sat down on Wang Xian's body. Wang Xian smiled. When he saw Huar entering the state of cultivation very soon, he smiled as well. With a thought, he transferred the majestic power of the ancestral tree into her body. Huar and Kai would attribute deities who had been awakened. The recovery of their cultivation memories meant that there were no shackles on their path of cultivation and they could recover all the way to their former peak. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this, and that was to have sufficient energy. Logically speaking, Kai and the others' bodies were not sufficient to reach the demigod realm. However, Wang Xian had the ancestral tree. Wang Xian did not know how strong the ancestral tree was. However, from the few fruits that it bore, it could be said to be heaven-defying. Hua sat cross-legged on her body. Her strength was increasing rapidly and her body was also growing slowly. Wang Xian woke her up after she cultivated all the way until she reached the first level of the demigod level. The two little ones' advancement consumed the ancestral tree's energy. Wang Xian could not allow them to absorb it without limits. Yeah, I've grown up too. I've grown up too. Hua changed into her clothes and jumped around excitedly. Ah! However, the little ones were too excited. They jumped onto the roof and bumped their heads. This made her pout. Bad daddy, that thing bumped into me. Hua pouted and pointed at the roof. It won't bump into you if it doesn't move. Let's go. Daddy will teach you how to fly. Wang Xian led them out. The two little ones had awakened the cultivation method, but they still needed guidance to control their strength. Only after the guidance was complete would they be able to unleash the true strength of a demigod. Yeah, I can fly now. Giggle, giggle. In the afternoon, the two little ones were flying excitedly by the beach. They were flying excitedly as they were just able to fly. Wang Xian sat at the top of the villa at the side and watched the two little guys flying in the air. Ha! At this moment, he saw more than 1,000,000 figures flying down from the top of the East Heaven Gate of the Soaring Heavens Treasure Palace and flying in all directions. What happened to the Soaring Heavens Treasure Palace? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. There was a look of astonishment in his eyes. Yesterday, the gods were fighting with the dark demonic beasts. Today, 1,000,000 people from the Soaring Heavens Treasure Hall were descending to the ground. Dragon King. Not long after, Ao Qitian and the rest's voices were heard. Ha! Wang Xian raised his head and looked in front of him. 3 figures appeared. Wang Xian looked over. In the middle of them was Ao Xingmu, who was about 20 meters in size. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the 3 of them and landed his gaze on Ao Xingmu. Ao Qitian and Ao Jian's strength had increased by 1 level. Now Ao Jian had the strength to fight and even kill a wisp of divine fire god. As for Ao Qitian, he had a god who could easily kill 2 wisps of divine fire god. As for Ao Xingmu, his strength was stronger than Wang Xian had expected. In fact, he was even stronger than himself. Ao Xingmu was the first god in the Dragon Palace who had completely ignited the divine fire. With the bloodline of the divine dragon and the enhancement of the ancestral tree, his strength had reached a terrifying level. Wang Xian was no match for him, but he had the strength to kill 3 wisps of the divine fire god. Not bad. Wang Xian glanced at the 3 of them with a satisfied look on his face. Has the Guan family and the Lan family been settled? Dragon King, they have settled down. The formation has been brought over. Ao Qitian nodded immediately. All right, let's set up the formation in the surroundings. Wang Xian nodded and called out to the Azure Dragon below. Dragon King, Mo Qinglong came up immediately and cupped his hands at Wang Xian, waiting for instructions. Inform the Shui family, Qin family, Wei family, and Song family to let them stay in the vicinity of the villa, Wang Xian said to Mo Qinglong. This time, he asked Ao Qitian to bring along some formations. They were all at the peak of the demigod realm. There were spirit-gathering formations, defensive formations, and offensive formations. Each formation was set up in the surroundings to deal with the dangers below the deity realm. Uncle! At this moment, Hua and Kair's eyes lit up as they sized up the branches below Ao Xingmu. They flew over mischievously and grabbed onto the roots of Ao Xingmu. Hee, the 2 little princesses are so cute. Ao Xingmu's branches moved and instantly grew a few thousand meters long. With the branches, they formed a small bed and a slide. Wow! Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle is better than our bad daddy. Hua's face revealed a happy expression. Both of them had wood attributes and had absorbed the ancestral tree's energy, so the 2 little guys would feel extremely close to the Ao Xingmu. The arrival of Ao Xingmu had made Huar and Kaiyu extremely happy. Ao Xingmu was a wood-attributed demonic beast. His body could grow and expand like a tree. He could even spread his branches over a radius of more than 10 kilometers with ease. This allowed the two little fellows to play happily on the tree. Even Wang Xian didn't bother him anymore. The three of you can find a room to stay in. The two little fellows played until night time. Wang Xian called them down and said to Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, and Ao Xingmu, Dragon King, let them go into the room. I'll be outside. As Ao Xingmu spoke, the roots on his body moved and directly covered the entire villa. Apart from the windows that didn't cover the sunlight, everything else was covered. Moreover, in the courtyard, Ao Xingmu had used his own branches to make 2 swings and a few small beds for the two little fellows. He had also made a slide. In just a short moment, the entire villa had become more than 10 times more beautiful. Wow! The two little fellows widened their eyes as they looked at their home that had changed so much. Their faces revealed an extremely pleasantly surprised expression. Dragon King, I'm cultivating here. The others want to enter as well. Ao Xingmu said to Wang Xian once again. Sure. Wang Xian looked at the villa that was covered by Ao Xingmu with a satisfied expression on his face. With Ao Xingmu's ability to cover the entire villa, it would be courting death if anyone below the 4 wisps of divine fire came to invade. All right, let's go. Wang Xian carried the two little fellows. Hua Er had grown up a lot and it was inconvenient to carry her. Bad Daddy, if you get Uncle to make a beautiful bed for us, we will call you Good Daddy from now on. Hua Er hugged Wang Xian's neck and said intimately, Then call me Good Daddy first. I will get Uncle to make a beautiful wooden bed for you guys. Wang Xian said with a smile. No. Let's make the Bad Daddy first before we call them. We'll make them first. No, we'll make them first before we call them. Wang Xian and Hua came into the room while arguing. After giving them a sumptuous dinner, Wang Xian carried them into the room. Ao Xingmu extended a branch through the window and made a very happy wooden bed for them. I'll leave it to you to take care of it. Looking at Hua Er and Kai Er jumping happily on the bed, Wang Xian said to Yao Nu, who was beside him, It's the Dragon King. Yao Nu nodded respectfully and watched Wang Xian leave. She looked at the bed that was made of the branch and the two little ones on the bed, and her eyes flashed with shock. Another godly state, she thought to herself. She looked at her hands and started to meditate, coaxing the two little princesses to sleep. In the end, she held the sedative and began to cultivate. She also understood that the treasure in her hands was a small favor to her by allowing her to use it for her cultivation. In the past, due to fear, she felt very fortunate now. This might be a huge opportunity for her. Dragon King, Old Song, Old Shui, Old Qin, and a few people from House Wei are here. Just as Wang Xian walked out of the two little princesses' room, Mo Qinglong walked in. Oh! Wang Xian was slightly taken aback and immediately walked down. Dragon King! Upon seeing Wang Xian walking in, everyone immediately stood up. Elder Qin, Elder Shui, Elder Li, Elder Song, please take a seat. There's no need to be so polite. Wang Xian smiled at them and sat on the sofa in front. Dragon King, have you heard about what happened today? Elder Song asked Wang Xian. Oh? What happened? Did the people from the Lingxiao treasure hall come down in large numbers? Wang Xian looked at them and raised his eyebrows. Yes, Dragon King. According to the information we received and the information on the internet, the gods of the Lingxiao treasure hall have ordered a few million disciples from the Lingxiao treasure hall to come down. All the disciples of the Lingxiao treasure hall can establish their own factions, establish their own academies, and occupy the ancient lands of the divine mountains. Currently, all the surroundings of the 20 ancient lands have been occupied by the disciples of the Lingxiao treasure hall. Even today, there were fights between divine sons and heaven's favorites, and many of them were killed or injured. Elder Song reported to Wang Xian. There are also disciples of the Lingxiao treasure hall occupying the ancient lands of our Jiang city? Wang Xian looked at Elder Song and raised his eyebrows. Yes, although there are no more treasures in the ancient land of River City, there are already disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace looking for our Song family, because we are relatively close to an ancient land of darkness. Currently, there are already demons and monsters coming out from the ancient land of darkness and entering the city. If there isn't a strong force protecting us, the arrival of the disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace isn't a bad thing. Elder Song replied. What did the disciples of the Ling Shao treasure hall say? Wang Xian looked at Elder Song and gently knocked on the sofa at the side. The disciples of the Ling Shao treasure hall who came to look for our Song family have demigod-level existences. However, they belong to a team of divine sons. This divine son founded the Heaven Palm sect and established the Heaven Palm Academy. Jiang City is one of the areas they want to occupy. All the young people can enter the Heaven Palm Academy to study. Those with outstanding talent will be able to enter the Heaven Palm sect. Elder Song reported to him one by one. There are indeed demonic beasts in the dark ancient land that are stirring up trouble. If the Ling Shao treasured palace wants to establish an academy in Jiang City, let them do so. Even if they have to pay some items, they can do so. After all, they will be responsible for the attacks of those demonic beasts when they occupy Jiang City. Wang Xian told Elder Song and the rest directly. Since Wang Xian had returned to Earth this time, the most he could do was to rebuild the Undersea Dragon Palace in the Ocean of Earth in the future. He did not intend to dominate the city. He did not have that much time to exterminate the demonic beasts. As long as the people of the Ling Shao treasured palace did not provoke him or do anything that would anger the heavens and people, he would not care about it. It's the Dragon King. Elder Song and the rest nodded slightly. They understood Wang Xian as well. Back then, the Dragon King suppressed the entire Earth and didn't dominate the land. They weren't surprised by his attitude now. Build a residence by the sea and move your families here. The formation here will be ready in a few days. Wang Xian said to them. Thank you, Dragon King. Elder Song and the rest nodded with excitement on their faces. Living on the Dragon King's side, they were safe no matter how abnormal the Earth was or how chaotic the outside world was. We'll take our leave now. After chatting for a while, everyone took their leave. Wang Xian took out his phone and looked at the situation on Earth. The disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace have arrived. The situation has changed. A group of divine sons have occupied the divine mountain and established their own forces. They are awe-inspiring. The disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace have entered the city to guard the city and protect the region. The mysterious young master of the Shenfeng group has made a move and severely injured the experts of the Ling Shao treasured palace on the God Ascension board. It has shocked the world. All kinds of information kept appearing. Wang Xian checked it and then turned off his phone. As long as the Earth changes and doesn't provoke him, everything will be fine. River City is only a small city on Earth. The divine kingdom here has been completely destroyed. There are no treasures inside. Yesterday, River City seemed to have been occupied by the seventh son of God, Qin Yonga. Now, this place belongs to Qin Yonga. Xiaoran, what friends are you visiting in River City? Relatives. In the early morning of the next day, 9 figures flew down from the sky below Ling Xiaobao. Qing looked at Xiaoran and asked curiously, Jiang City is my master's home. Some of my master's subordinates are now living in Jiang City. Xiaoran looked at the city below and said emotionally, Your master. Ji Lingfei blinked her eyes curiously and looked at Xiaoran. I haven't seen my master for more than 10 years. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to see him again in the future. Xiaoran looked at Ji Lingfei with a slightly sad look. Scenes from the past appeared in his mind. Is he dead? Xiaoran, with your talent, you can definitely find a good master in the Ling Shao treasured palace. But you don't want to. HMH. Look at you now. Qing, who was by the side, glanced at Xiaoran and said with slight contempt. Among the group of them, Xiaoran and Lu Mingxin were the weakest. Even Qing's strength had already reached the 7th level of the profound void tier. Xiaoran, why don't we go and pay our respects to him, and I'll find you a master? Ji Lingfei looked at Xiaoran and said to him, Thank you, but there's no need. There's only one master, just like father. Xiaoran immediately shook his head. Ji Lingfei heard his words and frowned slightly. She sighed softly in her heart. You don't have a good master to teach you. Unless you can obtain a huge opportunity in the future, otherwise, she said softly. Although she appreciated Xiao Ran's kindness, she did not want him to be mediocre. Otherwise, even if she fought for it, her father would not. Opportunity? My master once relied on his own strength to suppress an entire lifetime. I believe that I can obtain my own opportunity. I also believe that I, the disciple of the Dragon King, am not inferior to others. Xiao Ran's eyes revealed a determined expression. His former master was an existence that he had always looked up to. His master was able to suppress an entire generation from an ordinary student. As his disciple, why couldn't he? What suppress an entire lifetime? In the past, your planet was as weak as a rookie. I heard that Xiao Ran, you were also invincible in the world with a single glance. Aren't you still invincible now? Not inferior to others. Even if that master of yours is still alive, what? Can he still compete with us? With the Ling Xiao treasured palace. Just as Xiao Ran finished speaking, a young man's slightly disdainful voice sounded from the side. His words caused the expressions of Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin to change slightly, and they immediately turned gloomy. Only when there is pressure will there be motivation. A trace of coldness flashed across Ji Lingfei's eyes, but she said indifferently to Xiao Ran. Yes. Xiao Ran smiled at her and looked at his sister beside him. Let's contact the leader of Azure Dragon ahead of time. We haven't contacted him for a few years. I don't know if we can still contact him. Lu Mingxin nodded, took out her phone, found Azure Dragon's number, and sent a few messages. At that moment, Azure Dragon, who was in the villa, saw the message on his phone and was momentarily stunned. Dragon King. He quickly went to the living room and shouted happily, Dragon King, Xiao Ran and his sister sent a message. They said that they are on their way to Jiang City and they want to meet us. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard the news. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Xiao Ran? I haven't seen her for more than 10 years. I wonder how that little girl is doing. There's also that little girl, Lu Mingxin. Back then she was taken in as a disciple by Ling Xiu. She must have grown up to be a big girl now. He mumbled as a smile appeared on his face. The last contact was 3 years ago. It seems that the disciples of the Ling Xiao treasured palace have come out this time as well. Mo Qilong laughed at the side and said, the little Xiao Ran from back then has become a handsome young man now. Dragon King, I will be at the seaside to welcome them. If they know that you are back, they will definitely be very happy. As Mo Qilong spoke, he immediately sent a message to Lu Mingxin, Xiao Ran, and the rest. Then he walked out of the door. I wonder how Xiao Ran is doing now? Wang Xian recalled the unnamed disciple he took in back then. When he left, he was not even 17 years old. Now, more than 10 years had passed. He was already 27 or 28 years old. Time had changed. Brother, the demon leader has regained his confidence. He told us to go to the coastal area. He is waiting for us there. In the sky, Lu Mingxin said in surprise. Okay, let's speed up. Xiao Ran's face revealed a trace of joy as he sped up his flight. I hope that you can catch up quickly. After this, we will go to some divine mountains and divine kingdoms to stroll around. Behind them, Gu Xingkong said indifferently to Xiao Ran. If you guys can't wait, you can leave first. Ji Lingfei glanced at Gu Xingkong and said directly. This caused his expression to change slightly, and it didn't look good. Towards Ji Lingfei, his heart palpitated slightly, but unfortunately Ji Lingfei treated him very coldly. That coldness had a feeling that even if you stood in front of her, you would still feel as if you were 10,000 li away. This made his expression extremely ugly. He looked at Qing Qing beside him. Sister Ji Lingfei, it's so lively with so many people. Brother Starry Sky and the others are accompanying us. We are also much safer. Qing Qing helplessly gestured to Lone Starry Sky and said to Ji Lingfei. Yes. Ji Lingfei and Qing Qing's relationship was obviously very good. She nodded slightly. Brother, Leader Mo is over there. Half an hour later, Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin saw the figure by the sea and revealed excited expressions. Let's go. Their bodies moved and landed on the rocks by the sea. Leader Mo. The two landed in front of Mo Qinglong and walked over to shout. It's good that you're here. Haha. Let me tell you some good news. Mo Qinglong looked at the two of them and said with a laugh. The Dragon King is here. What? What? Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin were instantly stunned, followed by an extremely excited expression on their faces. Master is here, master is back. Xiao Ran kept asking Mo Qinglong excitedly. Back when Sea God destroyed the Dragon Palace with one move, everyone thought that the Dragon King had already been killed. If it weren't for the Azure Demon Dragon telling them that the Dragon King wasn't dead, Xiao Ran would have thought that his master had already died. However, there hadn't been any signs of life for more than 10 years. He thought that even if he didn't die, he would probably... Now, he didn't think that his master was still alive. Oh? Xiao Ran's master is still alive? Interesting, hee. The young men and women behind him heard their words and revealed faint smiles on their faces. The smile contained a trace of curiosity and amusement. As for whether there was any other meaning in the smile, perhaps it was also somewhat contemptuous. Xiao Ran's master, a person from Earth, no matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? Not to mention, in Gu Xingkong's opinion, the other party's strength was 90% inferior to his own strength. Towards a master like Xiao Ran, he naturally did not take it to heart in the slightest. Ji Lingfei slightly raised her brows at the side. She was somewhat curious about what kind of person would be able to teach such an outstanding disciple like Xiao Ran. Demon leader, where is master? We will go there immediately. Xiao Ran hurriedly urged Demon Azure Dragon. Haha. Okay. Follow me. Demon Azure Dragon nodded and led them to the villa by the sea. Hee. Xiao Ran, your master is really lucky to have a disciple like you. Ji Lingfei looked at Xiao Ran's anxious look and said with a smile, It's my luck. Xiao Ran turned to look at Ji Lingfei and said seriously, Yes. Ji Lingfei did not refute him and nodded with a smile. In her opinion, it was a blessing for that person to have a disciple like Xiao Ran. Mo Qinglong led them to the entrance of the villa. He paused and looked at the people behind Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, you can go in with Mingxin. The others can wait outside. Mo Qinglong said to Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin. With the identity of the Dragon King, they were not allowed to enter. Okay. Xiao Ran nodded and looked at Ji Lingfei and the others. The meaning was obvious. Leader Mo. Lingfei is one of us. Lu Mingxin held Ji Lingfei's arm and hurriedly said to Mo Qinglong. As he spoke, he winked at Mo Qinglong. Haha, good. Xiao Ran has grown up. Mo Qinglong understood and laughed loudly as he patted Xiao Ran on the shoulder. This caused Xiao Ran to be slightly dumbfounded. What? We can't enter? Why don't you take a look at our status? You actually won't let us in. Xiao Ran is going to see Master. You guys can wait here. A young man said with slight displeasure. What was the other party's status? What were their status? They were actually not allowed to enter? How interesting. However, before he could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by Ji Lingfei. The young man opened his mouth and Qing immediately glared at him from the side. Xiao Ran said that his master once suppressed an entire lifetime. Xiao Ran, ask your master if he has time to spar. Gu Xingkong said expressionlessly from the side. Let's go. Xiao Ran glanced at him, then looked at his sister. After a moment of hesitation, he also said to Ji Lingfei. Yes. Ji Lingfei smiled and nodded, stroking her long hair. Let's go in, Xiao Ran. The Dragon King has only been back for a few days, and I was asking about you yesterday. I was also very happy when I heard that you came. Mo Qinglong led the way inside, and Xiao Ran and the others immediately followed. What? I don't know why Ji Lingfei likes that kid, Xiao Ran. HMPH, Brother Starry Sky, what's so good about that Ji Lingfei? Isn't she just a little stronger? How can she be so cold to Brother Starry Sky? A young man saw them walk in and his group was blocked outside the door. His expression was somewhat awkward. Gu Xingkong was expressionless. Could be seen that he wasn't in a good mood. Brother Xingkong, I can't help it. Sister Ji Lingfei is like this. Not to one of your divine sons, but to the other divine sons as well. I also don't understand why she likes that guy Xiao Ran. The story of the cowherd and the weaver girl won't happen. Qing shrugged at Gu Xingkong and said helplessly. She also didn't understand why a goddess with extraordinary status and extraordinary strength liked a weak guy. Brother Xingkong, Why don't we leave? The other divine sons and some guys have already established extraordinary forces. After you become a god and become an ancestor, Ji Lingfei might surround you herself. A woman said to Gu Xingkong. I'm not willing to leave like this. Let's wait another 2 days. Gu Xingkong's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said indifferently. Yes. The surrounding young men and women nodded. It's been more than 10 years. Xiao Ran, who had entered the villa's courtyard, felt his footsteps become somewhat heavy. His eyes were slightly moist as he looked at the villa's hall in front of him. Let's go in. Mo Qinglong let Xiao Ran and the others walk in front of him as he said with a smile. Yes. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and walked straight into the house. Yes. At this moment, Ji Lingfei, who was following beside him, was slightly stunned. She raised her head and looked at the branches that were twining around the villa. A hint of doubt and contemplation appeared in her eyes. However, before she could think too much, she entered the villa. It was an incomparably luxurious villa. However, in their eyes, this villa was just an ordinary item from Earth. A young man was sitting on the sofa in the middle. He was drinking tea and looking at his cell phone. When they saw the cell phone in the young man's hand, they felt that it was slightly familiar. It seemed to be similar to the communication cell phone that was specially used by their Ling Xiao Palace. However, their focus was not on the cell phone. The young man looked extremely young. He even looked to be about the same age as Xiao Ran. This made Ji Lingfei slightly stunned. This master of Xiao Ran was different from her impression. Master. At this moment, when Xiao Ran saw Wang Xian, he revealed an excited expression. He quickened his pace with a sobbing tone and knelt on the ground with a thud. Lu Mingxin, who was following beside him, also knelt on the ground with her brother. Master! Xiao Ran shouted again and kowtowed to Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin. A faint smile appeared on his face. It's been more than 10 years. You've grown up. Stand up and let Master take a look. Wang Xian didn't stop them from kneeling and kowtowing. He said with a smile on his face. Yes, it's Master. Xiao Ran could not help but shed tears as he stood up slowly. Lu Mingxin, who was beside him, stood up as well. Not bad, not bad. You're almost taller than Master. You're quite handsome. Mingxin is also pretty. Both of you are quite good-looking. Wang Xian looked at them and said with a smile on his face. Master. Xiao Ran lowered his head shyly when he heard Wang Xian's compliment. You're already so old yet you're still so shy. How did you find a girlfriend? Wang Xian laughed out loud and his gaze landed on the woman behind them. Ha! Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly the moment he saw Ji Lingfei. Master, this is brother's friend. Lu Mingxin immediately introduced him when she saw Wang Xian's gaze. Friend, not bad, not bad. Ha ha. Xiao Ran has really grown up. Wang Xian smiled and looked at Xiao Ran. Sure, sure. You have some of my elegance. Master, don't think too much. Ji Lingfei and I are just friends. Miss Ji is a famous person in our Lingxiao Palace. Xiao Ran hurriedly explained when he saw Wang Xian's gaze. As he spoke, a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Hello, Master. My name is Ji Lingfei. I am Xiao Ran's friend. Ji Lingfei gracefully bowed to Wang Xian and said with a smile. At the same time, she was a little surprised that she didn't see through Master Xiao Ran's realm. The other party seemed to be an ordinary person. Could it be that after Master Xiao Ran died, he really became an ordinary person? Xiao Ran, your friend is called Ji Lingfei. Haha. Sure. Sure. When Wang Xian heard Xiao Ran's words and Ji Lingfei's self-introduction, he laughed out loud and stood up. He stood up and walked to Xiao Ran's side. Then, he patted his shoulder lightly. Xiao Ran, are you feeling a little pressured? Only with pressure can you have motivation. As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at Ji Lingfei and said, you have to grasp hold of such a good lady. Xiao Ran was slightly taken aback. When he heard his master's words, his face turned red and filled with embarrassment. Master, it's not what you think, he said hurriedly with a red face. Huh? Master, have you heard of me? However, Ji Lingfei, who was standing at the side, was slightly taken aback when she heard Wang Xian's words. This master of Xiao Ran seemed to have some understanding after hearing her name. How did he know about her? Even in the Ling Xiao treasured palace, She had only become slightly more active in the past 1 to 2 years. I've heard about it before. Wuxia smiled faintly and didn't explain too much. He didn't hear about it before. Instead, he took out a cell phone when he heard about Xiao Ran's arrival. This cell phone belonged to the person who killed the fifth son of deity of the Ling Xiao Palace. There was some information about the Ling Xiao Palace in the cell phone. Wang Xian happened to see some of it. He also knew a little about the name of Ji Lingfei. In the cell phone of the son of deity, Wang Xian learned that the woman in front of him seemed to be very mysterious in the Ling Xiao Palace and had a very deep background. Now, Wang Xian didn't expect that the lady seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with his disciple. It seemed that Xiao Ran would be under a lot of pressure in the future. Ji Lingfei's eyes flickered when she heard Wang Xian's explanation. She didn't probe further. However, at this moment, she felt that Xiao Ran's master was a little mysterious. His strength is at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. His cultivation level is a little low. Wang Xian turned his gaze to Xiao Ran and said faintly to him, "Master, I have embarrassed you." Xiao Ran's expression changed slightly when he heard Wang Xian's words. He wanted to kneel down immediately. "Master Xiao Ran." "Don't speak," Ji Lingfei said immediately when she saw Xiao Ran kneeling down. However, Wang Xian interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. "Ji Lingfei." Xiao Ran was half kneeling on the ground as he glared at her sternly. Ji Lingfei was slightly taken aback. When she recalled how Xiao Ran respected her master, she quickly shut her mouth and didn't speak anymore. If there weren't any changes on Earth, you wouldn't be able to reach the 6th level of the see-through void tier. However, now that there are changes on Earth, your strength can't keep up with the rest. You're a little weak. No matter what, you used to have the conditions and strength that others didn't have. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Ran and said indifferently. Speaking of which, he wasn't very satisfied with Xiao Ran's current strength. In fact, he even thought that he was a little weak. The other heaven's favorites had the peak of the see-through realm and the demigod realm. However, the disciple of the Dragon King was only at the 6th level of the see-through realm. Even though he had not been around for more than 10 years, his strength was indeed a disgrace to him. Even if he could not reach the level of the son of deity, he had to be a heaven's favorite. "Master, Xiao Ran is incompetent." Xiao Ran lowered his head and said in embarrassment. Lu Mingxin, who was standing at the side, looked at her brother and did not dare to say anything. Ji Lingfei frowned. She was slightly dissatisfied with Wang Xian and also had some doubts. "Although I've said before that I'll have to depend on myself for my future cultivation, you're my only disciple after all, even if you're just an in-name disciple. Get up. Go to the roof of the villa and consume this fruit." As Wang Xian spoke, 3 fruits appeared in his palm. 1 eternal fire embryo and 2 fruits that consumed the eternal fire embryo. These were the fruits borne by a few branches of the ancestral tree. Each fruit could be said to be the most precious treasure in the world. The eternal fire embryo could transform a person's body into the physique of the fire origin. If it was placed in the entire universe, it would definitely cause gods and even stronger existences to fight for it. Consuming the womb in the womb could increase one's comprehension and spirituality. As for how much it could increase, Wang Xian had no idea. However, to be able to be on the same level as the eternal fire embryo, nirvana thunder embryo, and soul returning embryo, it must be absolutely terrifying. The moment the 3 fruits appeared, the entire world seemed to be centered around these 3 fruits. The fruits, which were filled with divinity and mysterious powers, immediately attracted Ji Lingfei's attention. Slowly, a look of horror appeared on her face. "Xiao Ran, you've consumed these 2 fruits. Meng Xian, you've consumed this fruit. However, there are no people with the light attribute for the time being. When your master arrives in the future, let her teach you properly." Wang Xian passed the fruits to them and continued, "Go to the roof of the villa and consume it. Be careful. There's only 1 fruit. There were only 8 fruits in the entire Dragon Palace. Aochitian had consumed 2 fruits and gave 3 fruits to Xiao Ran and his sister. Even Wang Xian valued these fruits very much and reminded them to be careful. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Xiao Ran saw the fruit that his master passed to him. He could feel a powerful energy that he could not describe from within the fruit. He spoke to Wang Xian heavily. Lu Mingxin was the same. "Go." Wang Xian waved at them. It's master! It's master! The two of them immediately walked to the top floor of the villa and consumed the fruit. With Ao Xingmu watching over them, nothing would happen. Miss Ji, have a seat. Qinglong, pour her a cup of tea. Wang Xian gestured to Ji Lingfei and ordered Mo Qinglong. It's the Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded and poured Ji Lingfei a cup of tea. Ji Lingfei also sat down on the sofa across from them. I won't ask about you and Xiao Ran. In the future, he should be able to match you. This is our first time meeting. As your master, I should at least give you some gifts. However, with your status, I don't know what to give you. Some heaven marrow water can help you recover quickly. As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his arm and a porcelain bottle landed in front of Ji Lingfei. Boom. However, the moment Ji Lingfei heard Wang Xian's words, she stood up immediately. She widened her eyes and stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. Her body was trembling slightly. There were very few people who could shock her so much. Don't be surprised. I don't want to know about your background and identity. Looking down at her shocked expression, she smiled faintly and gestured to the teacup in front of her. Have a cup of tea. Teacher, you. She widened her eyes and stared at Wang Xian. She addressed him as teacher from the bottom of her heart. Earlier, she addressed him as teacher because of Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran addressed him as her disciple's teacher. It was impossible for her to address him as teacher. She could only address him as teacher. Now, her heart was filled with shock. This young man in front of her, Xiao Ran's teacher, had actually seen through her. He had completely seen through her identity. She, Ji Lingfei, the fallen god's one drop of blood resurrector. This was her greatest identity. Everyone in the skyscraping hall knew that Ji Lingfei had a powerful background, but no one knew that she not only had a powerful background, but also her own strength. Her fall was on her way to Earth. It had taken her 2,000 years to recover to her current state. Only the gods of the skyscraping hall knew this news. No one else would know. However, this Xiao Ran's master in front of her had seen through her identity at a glance. This made her extremely shocked. Wang Xian smiled faintly when he saw the shocked look on her face. The current her was completely different from the calm and indifferent look she had earlier. The sense of superiority that she had in her heart was completely crushed by Wang Xian at this moment. A master is a master. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Huff. She took a deep breath and adjusted her state of mind. She squeezed out a smile and said, Thank you, teacher. No need. Wang Xian shook his head indifferently. He picked up the teacup and gestured at her. Ji Lingfei immediately picked it up and nodded with a smile. The elders wouldn't dare to refuse a toast. This Xiao Ran's master in front of her was definitely not simple. She was almost certain that even when she was at her peak, she wouldn't be able to see through this young man. Bad daddy, bad daddy. At this moment, Huar's voice came from the staircase of the villa. The little girl was wearing a Lolita outfit and ran over excitedly. Her body size had increased and her strength had reached the first level of the demigod realm. This made her body very flexible. Huar, Kair, slow down. Wang Xian saw them pouncing at him and stretched out his arms to hug them. Let's go out and play. Let's go out and play. They held on to Wang Xian's arms and ran out. All right. Shall we have breakfast? Wang Xian stood up and asked them. We're not hungry, the two little princesses said loudly. All right. Let's go and play. Let's greet your sister first. Wang Xian held their hands and continued. Hello, sister. It's so fun outside. Let's go and play together. Kair looked at Ji Lingfei, who was on the sofa, and greeted her with a smile. Hee. Sure. Ji Lingfei's gaze was fixed on Huar and Kair. She stood up unconsciously. Let's go play. Huar pulled Wang Xian out excitedly. It can't be. It must be an illusion. It must be. Seeing Huar, Kair, and Wang Xian leave, she shook her head in a daze. The scene in front of her made her feel a little incredulous. She actually felt a sense of familiarity from the two little girls. This sense of familiarity was not because they were familiar with each other, but because they seemed to be in the same situation as her. She took another deep breath and walked out. However, at this moment, she also noticed the gift that Master Xiao Ran gave her. Her pupils constricted slightly. She picked up the bottle on the table and stared blankly at the heavenly marrow water inside. Heavenly marrow water can only be found in the boundless sea. Xiao Ran's master is from Earth. How could he have it? Among all the gods that descended this time, only Sea God has such a god-level treasure. At the thought of this, his body trembled. His pupils slowly dilated and his eyes were filled with shock. Sea God had already fallen. She had long since learned of this news. However, she did not know who had killed the sea god or who had killed him. Looking at the heavenly marrow water in her hands, Ji Lingfei already had some answers in her heart. Dragon King suppressed the world for a lifetime. At this moment, Ji Lingfei thought of Xiao Ran's evaluation of her master. Suppress the world for a lifetime. How can there be such a terrifying local figure on Earth? Her expression changed drastically. She adjusted her clothes and walked out. Standing at the entrance of the villa, she saw the two little girls playing on the swing. The little girls were exceptionally cute, just like porcelain dolls. She could tell that the bodies of the two little girls were pure and flawless, without any impurities. This feeling was very similar to her. Is it my illusion, or is it because of his existence? Ji Lingfei looked at Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, and frowned slightly. With her previous strength and her horizons, she shouldn't be so confused on this earth. However, she was completely stunned as she stood there. Who are those people in the villa? At this moment, Gu Xingkong and the rest of the 6 of them were waiting outside the villa impatiently. When they heard the voices coming from the villa's courtyard, they looked over. From the outside, he could see Wang Xianyao and the 2 children inside. Fuck! Who knows who it is that wants us to stand outside? With Brother Xingkong's status, where on earth don't they have to kneel down and welcome us? A young man beside them said with a bad expression. Ever since they were refused entry outside, they didn't look too good. Dad, we want to fly in the sky. Fly in the sky. After playing for a while, Kair flew down from the swing and ran outside. Huar followed closely behind her sister and shouted out loud as well. Ever since these 2 little guys could fly in the sky and learned how to fly, they couldn't have enough fun even after flying for a long time yesterday. The 2 of them ran outside while Yao Nu immediately followed behind them. Wang Xian followed them with a smile. Ji Lingfei, who was standing at the door, didn't seem to notice that they were walking outside. At this moment, she was attracted by something again. She stared blankly at the branches on the wall of the villa and at the branches that were woven into a swing. Her expression changed as she walked towards the position of the swing. When she arrived beside the swing, she hesitated for a moment before placing her hands on it. Ah! The instant her hands touched the swing's branches, her palms felt an incomparably sharp pain. She hurriedly retracted her arms. When she saw the wound on her palms, her expression changed slightly. She was a revived god. Even if her current strength wasn't as strong as before, she was still a demigod rank 4 expert. With her physical body, she was actually stabbed by a vine. This made her extremely shocked. This vine might be a demonic beast, and its strength was absolutely terrifying. Who are you guys to Master Xiao Ran? What are Xiao Ran and the girl in blue doing? At this moment, she heard a voice from outside. She was slightly stunned and immediately walked over. At this moment, Wang Xian, who had just walked out with the 2 little fellows, was immediately stopped by a group of people at the entrance of the villa. This made him slightly stunned. He sized up the 3 men and 3 women in front of him. His gaze landed on Gu Xingkong in the middle. His clothes gave him a sense of familiarity. I am Xiao Ran's master. Wang Xian looked at the group of young men and women in front of him indifferently. From their attire, he recognized them at a glance. They were the disciples of the Ling Xiao treasured palace. Gu Xingkong and the rest were slightly stunned when they heard Wang Xian's words. They were already displeased and impatient to be asked to wait outside. When they saw someone walking out of the villa, a young man immediately walked over and stopped them. However, what they didn't expect was that the person in front of them actually said that he was Xiao Ran's master. You bunch of people, make way. Huar pouted and said with slight dissatisfaction when she saw the 6 of them blocking in front of them. Xiao Ran's master. Interesting, interesting. We never expected that Xiao Ran's master would be so young. Haha. A young man sized up Wang Xian and laughed out loud. You guys are Xiao Ran's friends? Wang Xian glanced at them and asked indifferently. That kind of trash doesn't have the right to be your friends. The long-haired young man who spoke stared at him and said indifferently. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. I heard from Xiao Ran that his master has been suppressing his entire life. I am very curious. I am the divine son of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, Gu Xingkong. I want to challenge this person who has been suppressing his entire life. Gu Xingkong slowly took 2 steps towards Wang Xian. He was about 1.9 meters tall. As he looked down, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Brother Xingkong, just reveal your name. Don't scare them into kneeling down. Haha. Furthermore, how would he dare to agree to a challenge from a nobody? He doesn't have the qualifications to fight you either. The young man who had just started speaking spoke. He sized up Wang Xian and said, Brother Xingkong, let me do it. I am Wu Zian, a disciple of the Lingxiao Palace. This powerhouse who has suppressed his entire life. Let's spar. If not, I can let you have one hand. Haha. As Wu Zian spoke, an unbridled smile appeared on his face. Because of Ji Lingfei, they were already very displeased with Xiao Ran. They were also filled with curiosity and disdain towards Xiao Ran's master who had once suppressed them for a lifetime. If they were to humiliate Xiao Ran's master today, it would definitely be very interesting. You guys don't have the qualifications to challenge our Dragon King. Before Wang Xian could speak, Yao Nu, who was at the side, stared coldly at Wu Zian. Her body exuded a wood attribute sharpness. Her eyes were filled with disdain as she stared at the few reckless young men and women in front of her. Challenging the Dragon King was courting death. The son of deity? He would be killed without the Dragon King's help. Ha! Yao Nu's words stunned Wu Zian. He turned around and looked at her, narrowing his eyes slightly. What a pretty lady. TSK, TSK. There's a good saying on earth. Big breasts but no brains. Ha ha. Ha ha. She actually said that I'm not qualified. Then I'll have to challenge her even more. When this world-suppressing powerhouse kneels in front of me in a while, I wonder if I'm qualified. Wu Zian laughed and said loudly. He was the elite among the millions of disciples in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. He was ranked in the top 50, yet he was said to be not qualified. It was really laughable. She's Yonu, the favored son of heaven on the prodigy roll. Her strength is at the 8th level of the insightful void tier. At this moment, another young man suddenly said in a low voice. He stared at Yao Nu with a trace of solemnity and surprise in his eyes. Favored son of heaven? Yao Nu. Wu Zian was slightly stunned when he heard his companion's words. The favored son of heaven, and the others naturally knew that every favored son of heaven was a young man who had obtained a great opportunity on earth. Their strength was no weaker than the powerful disciples in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. The top few existences were even comparable to divine sons. Get lost quickly. Yao Nu was not the slightest bit surprised when she heard that they recognized her identity. After all, just like divine sons, their fame as heaven's favored ones was not weak. Especially her, the heaven's favored one. Her photos were everywhere on the internet. She coldly shouted at the people from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Interesting. I didn't expect to meet a proud daughter of the heavens. Gu Xingkong looked at the corner of Yao Nu's mouth, his eyes shining. However, a proud son of the heavens at the 8th level of the see-through void tier is not enough to make us scram. The so-called proud daughter of the heavens is only on earth. Hee, I'd like to see it. Behind Gu Xingkong, a woman walked over and sized up Yao Nu. So, are you guys not going to make way? Yao Nu saw them standing there with a provocative look in their eyes. To have a favored daughter of heaven by his side, it seems like Xiao Ran's master isn't so useless. Let's spar. Gu Xingkong stared at Wang Xian and said faintly. Today he would definitely humiliate Xiao Ran's master and embarrass him. You bunch of bad guys. Get out of the way. At this moment, Hua who was by the side, was a little unhappy. The little girl had her hands on her waist and a fierce look appeared on her face. That look of hers was extremely fierce. Hee. Wang Xian looked at their arrogant expressions and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. You don't know what's good for you. At this moment, Yao Nu's palm moved and the god-beating palm in her hand directly attacked the group of people in front of her. Wuxia stood there and didn't move when he saw Yao Nu making her move. He just watched quietly. She actually dares to attack us. I really want to experience the strength of a heaven's favored daughter. The woman standing beside Gu Xingkong stared at Yao Nuan. With a wave of her hand, a sky-blue sharp sword appeared in her hand and met the attack head-on. Hey, don't injure her. Otherwise, Sister Ji Lingfei will blame me later. Qing, who was at the side, shouted at them helplessly when she saw them making a move. Even though she knew that the other party had a proud daughter of the heavens, she still did not think that the other party was a match for them. They knew the strength of their group. Ka. Yao Nu saw that the woman at the 8th level of the profound void martial stage was attacking her, and her eyes were filled with disdain. The god-striking sword in her hand collided with the blue sword. In an instant, under the shocked gazes of everyone around, the sky-blue sword directly collapsed. The god-slayer landed directly on the woman's arm. Ah! A scream sounded out as the woman's arm was instantly reduced to ashes. This scene caused all of them to reveal expressions of shock. Damn it! What a ruthless method! How dare you injure a disciple of the Lingxiao treasured palace? Go to hell! The expressions of Gu Xingkong and the others changed drastically. Looking at their companion's miserable state, a terrifying killing intent instantly burst forth from their bodies. Clang! Sharp swords and weapons appeared in their hands one after another, and their cold gazes locked onto Yao Nu. You bunch of bad guys are bullying big sister Yao Nu. At this moment, they saw a group of people attacking Yao Nu. Huar and Kaya's small faces were slightly red and they revealed furious expressions. At the same time, a powerful wood attribute energy began to gather within their bodies. Ever since Hua Er and Kaya woke up, Yao Nu had been staying close to them. From the two little girls' point of view, other than their bad daddy, Yao Nu was probably the closest person to them. When the two little girls saw the group attack Yao Nu, they were very angry. They showed fierce expressions on their faces and puffed up their little faces, expressing their abnormal anger. In their bodies, waves of powerful wood elemental energy began to gather. In their minds, the battle memories that came from the bottom of their hearts were awakened one by one. Wang Xian noticed the changes in the two little girls' bodies at the first instance. He raised his eyebrows slightly and stood there without moving. With Yao Nu's current strength, with the god-striking branch in her hand, anyone under the godly state who was hit by her vital parts would be turned into ashes. The powerful one was not Yao Nu, but the god-striking branch in her hand. God-striking branch. From these two names, one could see how powerful this branch was. It could hit any god. It could also hit any divine weapon. Of course, there was a prerequisite. The god-striking branch could land on the body of a god or a divine weapon. Currently, this god-striking branch was still a little weak. According to Wang Xian's guess, when he used it, the god with 5 wisps of divine fire would be severely injured if his vital parts were hit. The divine weapon of 5 wisps of divine fire could be destroyed directly. The branches that could be absorbed by the ancestral tree were all extraordinary. This was also the main reason why Yao Nu shattered the woman's sharp sword and arms during the battle just now. When Yao Nu saw the power of the god-slaying branch in her hand, she was also extremely shocked. However, when she saw the other 4 young men and women, including the son of deity, making a move, her expression changed slightly. However, there was not much fear on her face. Not to mention that the Dragon King was right beside her, holding the god-striking branch in his hand. Now that her cultivation had also risen to the 9th level of the profound void tier, she was full of confidence to fight across realms. Facing the divine sun, she was not afraid at all. Die for me, Brahma Sword. Gu Xingkong's eyes were filled with killing intent and ruthlessness when he saw the Jade Lady's chosen heavily injuring her companion. A wide and sharp sword appeared in his hand. The sharp sword was filled with unique characters. He waved his hand and the Brahma sword instantly grew in size. It was burning with raging flames as it headed straight for Yao Nuan. At the side, the other 3 men and women were also holding sharp swords as they attacked Yao Nuan. HMH, you're courting death. Yao Nu held the god-striking branch in her hand. Facing the Brahma sword that was attacking her, she didn't show any fear and directly attacked. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the god-striking branch landed on the Brahma sword, the sound of it collapsing was heard again. The seemingly powerful Brahma sword immediately shattered the moment it touched the god-striking branch. What? At this moment, Gu Xingkong's expression changed drastically when he saw his sharp sword collapse. This was a weapon that he had chosen after becoming the third divine son in the treasure vault of the Lingxiao Palace. This was a demigod-level spiritual weapon. Now, it actually collapsed in an instant. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "You deserve to die," he roared loudly with a ferocious expression. This was his strongest weapon, yet it had actually collapsed. "Don't touch the weapon in her hand. Don't use your weapon to clash head-on," he roared with a gloomy expression, his body retreating backwards. At the same time, torrential flames shot towards Yuan. The other three young men and women saw the miserable state of Gu Xingkong's weapon and hurriedly withdrew their weapons, retreating backwards as well. They released their divine abilities and launched long-range attacks. Wang Yao Nu's expression changed slightly when she saw that the other party had directly released their divine abilities and launched long-range attacks. Her strength was, after all, at the 9th level of the profound void tier, 2 realms away from the 1st-level demigod Lone Star Sky. The other 3 men and women were not much weaker than him. She held the god-striking hand and directly supported herself in the sky. A dark green defense was formed, and divine abilities landed on it, causing it to slowly crack open. Yao Nu's expression changed drastically and she hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! The attack landed on the ground of the villa, instantly revealing a 100-meter-deep pit. If it was not for Ao Xingmu covering the wall, it would have collapsed. The aftermath of a battle at the level of a Dongshu demigod was still very terrifying. All of this was because they had restrained themselves a lot, which was why the area was so small. It's over. I can't explain this to Sister Ji Lingfei anymore. Qing Qing's expression changed slightly when she saw Gu Xingkong and the others filled with killing intent from the side. What's going on? At this moment, Ji Lingfei also walked over and looked at the group of people in the battle with an embarrassed expression. Sister Ji Lingfei, Gu Xingkong, and the others wanted to spar with Xiao Ran's master. In the end, that Jade Lady prodigy walked out and ruthlessly crippled Yun Chuan's arms. Now she has shattered Gu Xingkong's weapon. Qing Qing saw Ji Lingfei walking over and hurriedly walked over to say, "You're courting death." Ji Lingfei's expression was somewhat ugly as she directly said, "What?" Qing Qing was slightly taken aback when she heard her words. Her face was clearly filled with shock. "You bunch of villains, bullying Sister Yao. We're angry. We want to beat you up." Right at this moment, 2 childish voices rang out at the same time. The sudden voice caused Gu Xingkong and the other 2 to be slightly taken aback as they prepared for the second round of attacks. "Brother Xingkong, kill her. Kill her. She actually crippled my arms. Kill her." However, just as the 2 childish voices fell, Yun Chuan, who had both his arms crippled by the Godslayer, let out an incomparably shrill scream. "You hurt our companions and destroyed my weapons. No one can save you today." Gu Xingkong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Yao Nuan, while the fire swords behind him condensed. "Die, Godslayer fire swords!" he roared, and the fire swords that seemed to be condensed from lava flew toward Yao Nu. Heaven Ice Crack, Traceless Hurricane. Many divine abilities flew toward Yao Nu. It would be very difficult for anyone below the void interpretation stage to survive such a terrifying attack. Would defend. Would bind. The instant their attacks were unleashed, 2 tender voices sounded once again. A branch appeared in front of Yao Nuan. The branches interweaved and formed a shield that was 100 meters long. Bang! 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 The divine abilities landed on the shield without leaving any traces. The tender voices and the defense that appeared out of nowhere blocked their attacks, causing the expressions of Gu Xingkong and the others to change slightly. Whoosh! 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 However, before they could react, hundreds of dense branches appeared from underground. The branches were twining towards them. Not good. An expert is attacking. Wu Zian's right leg was twined by the branches, and his expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly. The other 2 young men and women were also instantly bound by the branches. and their expressions were also extremely unsightly. Only Gu Xingkong managed to dodge the attack of the branches. HMH, you bunch of bad guys. We'll teach you a good lesson. At this moment, Hua Er and Kai Er walked towards the center of the battlefield. There were flowers and branches floating around them, and their entire bodies were emitting an extremely powerful aura. When they saw them appear in the center, Gu Xingkong and the others were stunned. Wu Zian also widened his eyes. Were they the ones who attacked just now? Were they the strong ones he mentioned? How? How is this possible? Wu Zian, Gu Xingkong, and the others looked at the two little girls standing in front of them. They were dressed in an ordinary lowly outfit and had a blade of grass sticking out of their heads. They looked extremely cute. Their mouths were puffed up and their faces were slightly red. Grandma was fierce. The two little girls looked like they were at most 7 or 8 years old. But it was them who had released an attack that wrapped around them. How was this possible? They were the elites of the Lingxiao treasured palace. In front of millions of disciples, they could also be ranked first. But now they were actually blocked by two little girls who were 7 or 8 years old. How could they believe this? Oh my God, how is this possible? These two little girls. Qing, who was standing to the side, saw Huar and Kaier. Her eyes widened as she stared at them in disbelief. Are they? Ji Lingfei, who was standing beside Qing, had a look of shock in her eyes. Sensing the energy in their bodies, Ji Lingfei's heart was in turmoil. They fell. They also fell. Ji Lingfei was now certain in her heart. She gulped in shock and took a deep breath. What she had encountered today was simply too shocking. Sister, there's still one guy you haven't caught. At this moment, Hua looked at the shocked Gu Xingkong floating in the sky and tilted her head as she spoke to Kaier. I'll catch him again. Kaier looked at Gu Xingkong, blinked her eyes, and waved her arm. The branches around her started to spin, and like a poisonous snake, they attacked Gu Xingkong directly. When Kai Er's attack came at him again, Gu Xingkong's shocked face widened again. Roar, how can a little girl? He growled and looked at the branches attacking him, his eyes full of disbelief. With a wave of his hand, streams of flames burned towards the branches. Little branches, catch him. Kai Er saw that her branches had been burned. She pouted slightly and waved her arms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a scene that caused Gu Xingkong to feel fear appeared. On the ground, countless densely packed branches directly drilled out. Even behind him, there were countless branches that shot towards the sky. Every branch was like a poisonous snake. Boom! Boom! The ground in front of the villa started to shake, and the head of an incomparably ferocious tree demon broke out from the ground. Those countless branches were its body. What is this thing? Gu Xingkong saw the monster that broke out from the ground and his eyes widened, filled with shock. How could this little girl be so powerful? This was a damnable demigod-level attack. Destroy! His body floated in the sky. With a wave of his hands, terrifying flames descended. Whoosh! 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 However, countless branches shot into the sky. The flames only destroyed 1/3 of the branches. Oh no! Gu Xingkong's expression changed drastically. His heart sank when he saw the branches appear behind him one after another. Hee. Sister, look. Didn't I catch him? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice came from below. Didn't I catch him? Didn't you catch me? Hearing this, Gu Xingkong's body trembled violently. He had actually lost to a little girl? A 7 or 8-year-old little girl. He was the divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the third divine son. HMPH, this group of bad guys actually attacked Sister Yao. Sister, hang them up. Huar looked at the 4 people tied up by the branches and said to Kaier, hang them up? Should we beat them up? Kaier looked puzzled and waved her arm. The tree demon wrapped around their bodies and fell into the air. You. What are you doing? We are disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace. If you hurt us, our Lingxiao treasured palace will not let you off. A woman shouted at Hua or Kaier with a panicked expression. The bad guys will be beaten. If you don't listen, you will be beaten up. Hua stretched out her arm and a long whip appeared in her hand. She swung it at the woman. Pa! The whip landed accurately on the woman's thigh, and in an instant, the woman's clothes were torn apart. Ah! At this moment, the woman was stunned, and she could not help but let out a blood-curdling scream. HMPH, HMPH, go ahead and scream. The more you scream, the happier I'll be. Huar heard the woman scream, and her lips parted, revealing her dimples. Her eyes were like crescent moons. However, at this moment, Huar was like a devil in the eyes of others. Beat the bad guys. Beat the bad guys. She began to mumble as the branches in her hands began to swing. Pa pa pa. Immediately after, the sound of whips hitting flesh rang out continuously. At this moment, the 4 young men and women from the Ling Xiao treasured palace were completely dumbfounded. Stop, stop. I am the divine son of the Ling Xiao treasured palace. Gu Xingkong's pupils constricted slightly when he saw his companion's miserable state. He shouted sternly when he saw the whip swinging towards him. Pa! However, a clear sound rang out. Pa pa pa. Following that, the flowers seemed to have found an interesting sound as they whipped at a fast and slow pace. This little girl was like a demon. She did not hit him lightly at all. After 2 or 3 hits, his skin was torn and his flesh was torn. The clothes of the 4 disciples of the Ling Xiao treasured palace were torn very quickly. They could not cover their bodies at all. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to kill you! How could the 4 disciples of the Ling Xiao treasured palace be humiliated like this, especially Gu Xingkong? As a divine son, he was extremely powerful in the Ling Xiao treasured palace. Everyone was respectful to him, but now he was actually spanked by someone. Moreover, his clothes were directly broken. This was simply an insult to him. Most importantly, the ones who attacked were 2 little girls. They looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. Scoundrel's mouth isn't clean. Sister, use more strength. Kaya heard their words and said to Huar, giggle, giggle. Okay? Pa 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 pa. As the strength of the 2 girls increased, it was no longer a simple matter of flesh being torn apart. This was a serious injury. Huar did not know the severity of the injury at all. After more than 10 consecutive strikes, they were bleeding profusely. Wang Xian stood at the side and was completely stunned when he saw the 2 little girls. He wanted to see the strength of the 2 little girls, but he did not expect them to be so brutal. Whipping. What kind of hobby is this? Teacher, let your 2 daughters be gentler. If anything happens to them, the Ling Xiao treasured palace will probably. Ji Lingfei stared at the divine son and the elite disciples of the Ling Xiao treasured palace, who were screaming non-stop. She quickly walked to Wang Xian's side and whispered. She looked at the 2 little girls and the corner of her mouth twitched. They were simply 2 little demons. Moreover, they were extremely demonic little demons. Clap, 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 clap. The sounds of whips were heard continuously, accompanied by the painful growls of the disciples of the Ling Xiao treasured palace. They were suspended upside down in the sky, and the whips would land on them from time to time. The 4 of them looked extremely miserable. They no longer looked like the elite disciples and divine sons of the Ling Xiao treasured palace. Ji Lingfei saw their miserable state and could only helplessly walk over to Wang Xian to plead on their behalf. All right, you 2 little girls. These few people had followed Xiao Ran over after all. It was impossible for Wang Xian to kill them directly. If Huar, that little devil, continued to fight them, even if they didn't die, they would probably die soon. Wang Xian shouted at Huar speechlessly. Did this little girl have a special hobby? Hee hee, daddy. Let's see if I'm good. These bad guys are not my match. Huar and Kyer stopped what they were doing when they heard Wang Xian's words. They turned around and looked at Wang Xian with a smug look on their faces. It was as if they wanted Wang Xian to praise them. Awesome, awesome. Wang Xian nodded his head speechlessly. Although the 2 little girls were awesome, they had the potential of little demons, especially the special hobby of flowers. This made Wang Xian very helpless. Hee hee. The 2 little girls were very happy when they heard Wang Xian's compliment. They opened their arms excitedly and ran towards him, wanting to hug him. You 2 little girls are getting bigger and heavier. Wang Xian lifted them up and touched them with his head. We are not heavy at all. We are extremely cute and beautiful, Huar said unhappily. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, Gu Xingkong and the rest who were entangled by the tree demon fell to the ground. Hiss! Low groans of pain could be heard. The four of them landed on the ground in a sorry state. They did not even stand up. They supported their bodies and stood up slowly with an unsightly expression. Daddy, should we lock them up and beat them up every day? At this moment, Flower, who was being held by Wang Xian, saw them standing up slowly and looking at her. Her adorable voice rang out and entered their ears. This caused Gu Xingkong and the other three to stagger and almost fall down. A hint of panic appeared in their eyes. They looked at concubine Ji Lingfei, who was standing at the side as if she was begging for mercy. Huar, you don't have to lock them up. Just beat them up if you encounter any bad guys in the future. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched when he heard Huar's words. All right then. Beat them up every time you see any bad guys in the future. Huar thought for a moment and nodded her head in agreement. This is a demon. A word appeared in the minds of Gu Xingkong and the other three. Their eyes were a little dazed. Let's go and play in the room. Wang Xian swept a glance at Gu Xingkong and the rest. There was no expression on his face. He carried them and returned to the villa. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can those two little fellows be so strong? Demigod level. Those two little kids are actually demigod level powerhouses. How can there be such a monstrous existence in this world? Even the peerless heaven's favorites of our boundless galaxy are not this terrifying. Seeing the two little devils being carried away, Gu Xingkong and the rest heaved a heavy sigh of relief. They looked at each other and hurriedly used their attributes to cover their bodies. Those two imps were simply too terrifying. If they were directly whipped, who would be able to take it? Those two imps seemed to be Master Xiaoran's daughters? Suddenly, Wu Ziyan thought of how the two imps addressed Master Xiaoran and his body trembled. Master Xiaoran's daughter? This Master Xiaoran's daughter is already so strong. Then, at this moment, the bodies of Gu Xingkong and the others trembled once again. Just a moment ago, Gu Xingkong and the others had still wanted to challenge Xiaoran's master and humiliate him. Now, just his two little demon daughters were already so terrifying and they had almost killed them. Just how strong was Master Xiaoran? Most importantly, what realm would he reach if he could nurture two daughters who were 7 or 8 years old and were at the demigod level? Gulp. The four of them gulped. They simply couldn't imagine it, and they didn't dare to imagine it either. Xiaoran's master isn't someone you can provoke. Don't think about revenge. If there's nothing else, you can leave this place. Ji Lingfei looked at them and said indifferently. Facing the incomparably mysterious and powerful Master Xiaoran, even she began to feel fear and dread. If they really angered Master Xiaoran, they wouldn't even know how they died. Sister Ji Lingfei, Xiaoran's master, how could he have such a terrifying daughter? Then his strength, wouldn't it be? Qing Qing, who was at the side, stared at Ji Lingfei with her eyes wide open. She gulped and said, Not someone you can provoke. Ji Lingfei didn't say anything else. She turned around and walked into the villa. Hey, Sister Ji Lingfei, what should I do? Qing Qing saw her walk in again and hurriedly called out. Qing, if you want to come with me, wait outside. If not, leave with them. Ji Lingfei said directly. Then I'll wait for you outside. Qing Qing's face fell as she stood outside and looked at Gu Xingkong and the others. A helpless expression appeared on her face. This time they had met a tough nut to crack. They would never have thought that there was such a terrifying existence on Earth. No, it was such a terrifying pair of imps. As for Master Xiaoran's strength, would it be easy for him to become the father of an imp? Let's go. Gu Xingkong's expression changed as he looked inside the villa. He shivered and said to the other people with a dark expression. The other people had gloomy expressions as they followed behind the divine sun and flew toward the west. Brother Xingkong, don't tell me. Don't tell me we're just going to let this go. The woman whose arm had been broken by Yao Nu suddenly roared in a low voice after flying several thousand meters. Her face was filled with unwillingness. Ji Lingfei is there. What else can we do? Do we have to let everyone know? Gu Xingkong's face changed. He clenched his fists and roared in a low voice. He didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. Do we have to let everyone know that they were hung up and spanked by 2 7- or 8-year-old girls? And that even their clothes were smashed? Did they still want the dignity of the son of deity and their dignity? Unless they could avenge themselves, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Fuck, what humiliation. Everyone's faces darkened as they left. Dragon King, Xiao Ran and his sister have woken up after consuming the fruit. Qi Tian is guiding them. At this moment, Ao Jian walked over from the courtyard of the villa and said to him, "Oh, so soon? I'll go and take a look." Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at Ji Lingfei. "Let's go together." "Yes, teacher." Ji Lingfei immediately nodded her head respectfully and followed behind him. If the people from the Soaring Heavens Palace saw her respectful manner, they would definitely be shocked. Ji Lingfei followed Wang Xian to the bottom of the villa. She looked at the middle-aged man who was following beside her. After all, she had once cultivated to the realm of divine fire. The moment she saw the middle-aged man, she felt that this middle-aged man was a little strange. She couldn't feel any signs of life from his body. She couldn't even feel the slightest heartbeat. Under her spiritual perception, the middle-aged man was like a sword, a human weapon. This caused her to be extremely shocked. Ever since she had entered this villa, almost every item had caused her to be extremely shocked. Facing Xiao Ran's master, she became even more respectful. The other party's 2 daughters had both been resurrected by fallen gods. In front of them, she did not have the ability to be superior at all. Entering the top floor of the villa, she instantly felt that this place was like an incomparably hot furnace. It was as if there was a sun on the top floor of the villa. At the top of the villa, Xiao Ran and his sister stood there. In front of them, a demonic beast that looked like an ape stood in front of them. Beside them, there was a very special creature. It was a 1.5-meter tall treeman with only the upper half of its body. Its branches were spread all over the place. The moment she saw the treeman, her heart trembled slightly. This was the branch that covered the entire villa. This was a plant-type demonic beast, an extremely powerful demonic beast. "How is it?" Wang Xian, who had come to the top floor of the villa, looked at Xiao Ran. His gaze swept across Xiao Ran's body. "Master, with the help of Leader Ao just now, I have advanced to the first level of the demigod level. I have directly reached the first level of the demigod level. Furthermore, I have a feeling that I will be able to achieve a breakthrough soon." Seeing Wang Xian walking over, Xiao Ran walked over with a face full of excitement and said loudly, "The main thing that the fruit has changed is your physique. It will be very easy for you to cultivate the fire attribute in the future." Wang Xian looked at Xiao Ran's body and said faintly, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness in remaking the fruit." Xiao Ran knelt on the ground with a face full of excitement. "Get up." Wang Xian sat on the sofa at the side and asked, "Ling Xiao Palace asked you to come down. What are your plans for the future?" "Master, I originally planned to go to some ancient lands to look for opportunities. I didn't expect you to return. Next, I plan to cultivate in Jiang City for a period of time and accompany you, Master." Xiao Ran hesitated for a moment and said directly, "Yes, that's fine too. Are there any demons and monsters that have entered the city to attack humans recently? You can use them to train yourself. Stay in Jiang City for a period of time. Let Qitian teach you too." Wang Xian thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, Master." Xiao Ran replied happily. "Oh right. Where are sect leader Ling and your master's mother's father, Tang Zhouchao? Can you contact them?" Wang Xian asked Xiao Ran. "Master, we have just separated from sect leader Ling and the rest. They are heading to the Daxing Mountains to rebuild the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. Uncle Tang Zhouchao is in the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace." Xiao Ran immediately said, "I will contact them immediately. Sect leader Ling and the rest will be very happy if they know that you are still alive. Let's contact them." Wang Xian nodded. The Guan family and the Lan family had already been sent to the Transcendence continent. There were also Inchuan's father and Feng Lingtian's father. After settling down, the group of girls calmed down. "Yes, Master," Xiao Ran replied. Dad, we're hungry." In less than 10 minutes, the voices of the two little girls were heard. They're here. They're here. Wang Xian walked over helplessly with a smile on his face. You guys can stay here and play, he said to Xiao Ran and the rest and walked downstairs. Xiao Ran, congratulations. Lingfei saw Wang Xian leaving and immediately walked to Xiao Ran's side. She sensed his strength and her eyes sparkled. With your strength, you're not any weaker than the other divine sons. Moreover, you seem to have some powerful physique. She sized up Xiao Ran and felt the enormous fire attribute energy in his body. She was happy for him in her heart. Yes, I feel that my sense of fire attribute energy has increased by dozens of times. Moreover, as long as I have enough energy, my strength can be raised to a terrifying level. Xiao Ran said with a fiery gaze. Brother, now that Master is here, you don't have to worry about being worthy of Sister Lingfei, right? At this moment, Lu Mingxin suddenly said. Mingxin, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Ran's face instantly turned red. He glared at his sister and pretended to be fierce. Xiao Ran's master is very powerful. To have such a master is indeed your fortune. Xiao Ran. Lingfei's eyes sparkled. It was very interesting to see the shy Xiao Ran, so she said with a smile. Yes, it's all because of Master that I was able to reach this stage. In the future, I can't lose face for Master. He clenched his fists tightly and said with a firm gaze, in the territory of our Heaven Palm sect, there are no noble families and aristocrats. All living things are equal. Those who have the strength and qualifications to join our Heaven Palm sect are the noble families and aristocrats. Everything else is just petty. Today, our Sky Palm sect has established the Sky Palm Academy in Jiang City. Those who pass the test can enter our Sky Palm Academy. The elites of the Sky Palm Academy can join our Sky Palm sect. Our Sky Palm Academy has entered and is guarding the safety of Jiang City. Everyone in Jiang City must listen to our orders. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded throughout Jiang City. The millions of people in River City heard it clearly. Eh? At the top of the villa, Xiao Ran, Lingfei, and the others were slightly stunned. They looked toward the center of River City. It seems that some disciples of the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace have begun to establish their own forces. Xiao Ran looked over, and his face revealed a thoughtful expression. The Heaven Palm sect seems to have been established by the fourth son of God, Zhou Tian, and 2 experts on the God Ascension list. Now, establishing a force on Earth is a very good choice. Perhaps with a great opportunity you will be able to obtain a supreme treasure and become a god. Lingfei said slightly from the side. Lu Mingxin nodded in agreement. However, Xiao Ran, there's no need for you. With your master around, your future won't be any worse than mine. Lingfei stared at Xiao Ran with a face full of smiles and said. She also sensed the increase in Xiao Ran's strength and the changes in his body. Although she did not know the details of the changes in Xiao Ran's physique, she could still feel the strength of his physique. Things like physique were also unusually rare for godly state experts. The current Xiao Ran was also worthy of her in the future. I can't rely on my master for everything. Xiao Ran's eyes flickered with a luster and traces of ambition slowly grew. In the past, he had relied on his master to become the #1 expert under the Dragon Palace on Earth. After his master left, he was only an ordinary disciple in the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace. Now that his master had returned, it gave him a great opportunity and allowed him to have strength comparable to a divine son. However, he could not completely rely on his master. He had to prove himself. Huh? Brother, what do you want to do? On the roof of the villa, Lu Mingxin looked at her brother's strange expression. As her younger sister who had lived together for more than 20 years, she naturally knew her brother very well. I want to make a difference. Even if I can't be like Master, I want to shine on this planet. Xiao Ran's eyes revealed a firm expression. He had the fortune that no one else had, and he had a powerful and invincible master. Under such circumstances, he could no longer make any achievements. He, Xiao Ran, was too incompetent. Oh, I do support Xiao Ran in establishing his own faction. Moreover, with your strength, you can compete with a group of divine sons and heaven's favorites. Ji Lingfei's eyes lit up as she spoke in agreement to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was slightly silent and his heart was also slightly excited. This was a bright era. The divine sons and heaven's favorites competed for glory. Everyone had the chance to become gods and become ancestors, standing at the peak of this era. He, Xiao Ran, was not weaker than others. If you want to establish a faction, you need to have your own people now. This may require you to display some of your strength and make people come over to join you. You can also recruit some of the elite experts on Earth. Many of the elite experts on Earth are not weaker than the disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace, especially those heaven's favorites. Moreover, when the time comes, I will also join your faction. I will help you. Ji Lingfei stood there and said to him with a smile on her face, "This is just my idea. I still have to consider the specifics." Xiao Ran looked at Ji Lingfei and smiled at her. Hee. The three of us as a family can do anything well. Lu Mingxin looked at her brother and Ji Lingfei. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she grabbed their hands. Ji Lingfei held them with a face full of smiles. Apart from Xiao Ran's slightly red face, there was also some anticipation in his eyes. In the past, he could not match up to Ji Lingfei in terms of both strength and background. But now, his master had returned, giving him great confidence. I need to inform sect leader Ling and Uncle Tang first. Xiao Ran thought of his master's matter and immediately took out his phone to contact the two. When they heard the news, excitement appeared on their faces. Sect leader Ling only had one son and Tang Jiuqiao only had one daughter. They had not seen each other for more than 10 years, and they had missed each other for a long time. Master, I have already informed sect leader Ling and Uncle Tang. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be able to arrive by this evening. The three of them walked to the hall on the first floor of the villa. Xiao Ran walked over and said, "Oh, have you contacted them? That's good. If you are staying here temporarily, tell Qinglong to get someone to build a house around here." Wang Xian nodded and instructed Xiao Ran. "Yes, master." Xiao Ran nodded and asked, "Master, where are the other disciples of the Dragon Gate?" "Them. They should have moved to this area. I have already disbanded the Dragon Gate. Many of them are already married and have children. We can't let them fight and kill anymore." Wang Xian smiled. He had already informed the demonic green dragon to have the group of draconids move to the nearby area. It was not easy to build a room now. It would be completed in a few days. They should be coming to the area in the next few days. The Dragon Gate has disbanded. Xiao Ran looked thoughtful when he heard Wang Xian's words. "Have you guys eaten? If not, come and eat something." Wang Xian looked at the two little girls who were eating at the table and said to Xiao Ran and the rest, "There's no need, master. We had already eaten when we came." Xiao Ran shook his head. "Tell me about Earth after I left." Wang Xian nodded and gestured for them to sit down before he spoke to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran immediately told him about what happened on Earth after he left. Time passed slowly and they chatted for 4 to 5 hours. Dragon King. In the afternoon, sect leader Ling Xiao and Tang Inchuan's father, Tang Jiuqiao, arrived one after another. "It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right." They heaved a heavy sigh of relief when they heard Wang Xian say that Windling Tian, Tang Inxian, and the rest were safe and sound. Sect leader Ling, father-in-law Inxian, Windling Tian, and the rest were unable to come because of their cultivation. "Why don't you guys go over and visit them?" Wang Xian said to sect leader Ling and Tang Jiuqiao. "Little Xian, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. I want to visit Inxian." Tang Jiuqiao immediately replied. After he finished speaking, he looked at sect leader Ling. Sect leader Ling was a little hesitant. "It's not that I don't want to see Ling Tian and the rest, but I still have a bunch of subordinates following me. I was planning to establish the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect again." "Sect leader, why don't you hand over the sect brothers to me?" At this moment, Xiao Ran, who was standing at the side, hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Eh? Xiao Ran? You want to establish a faction?" Sect leader Ling was slightly stunned as he looked at Xiao Ran in astonishment. "I have this plan, but it hasn't been decided yet." Xiao Ran nodded. Sect leader Ling pondered for a moment before looking at Ji Lingfei, who was beside Xiao Ran. Alright, to be honest, with the strength of a few hundred of us, even if we rebuild the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect, it would only be a nameless small sect. Speaking of which, I'm not afraid of you laughing at us, Xiao ran. We occupied a mountain peak in the Daxing Mountains, but in the end, we were chased away. Now that your strength has increased, you still have Miss G to help you. It's much better for them to follow you than to follow me. Sect leader Ling decided and immediately stood up. I'll talk to my brothers outside. Yes, sect. I'll go with you. Xiao Ran stood up and followed sect leader Ling out. When the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect joined the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace, other than the other teams in the middle, there were still over 200 people who were accepted as disciples by the experts of the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace. Most of these 200 people were at the peak of the 9th rank and the 9th rank. There were only 20 or so people at the Profound Void Realm. This strength was considered relatively weak in the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace. However, on Earth, every one of them was a pretty good expert. Qitian. Take them back to the Dragon Palace and let Prime Minister Gue take good care of them. The disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect did not have much objection to following Xiao Ran. After all, Xiao Ran was also a disciple of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect in the past and was once the strongest person in the sect. After settling the matter, Wang Xian asked Ao Qitian to bring sect leader Ling, Tang Jiuchao, and the rest to the Transcendence continent. At this point, apart from Jiaya, the matter with the girls had been settled. Everyone in Jiang City who is above level 7 of Transcendence, come to the entrance of the Song Group building within 10 minutes. The Heaven's Palm sect has something to announce. In the evening, just as Ao Qitian left with sect leader Ling and the rest, a voice resounded across the entire Jiang City once again. Ha! This made Wang Xian slightly stunned. This voice sounded once in the afternoon. This was the second time. What happened? In the villa, Wang Xian asked Mo Qinglong who was beside him. Dragon King, they are some powerhouses from the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace. They have established a Heaven Palm Academy in Jiang City. They should announce their strength at noon today. Why did they gather all the people in the city who are above Transcendent Level 7 this time? Mo Qinglong, who was standing at the side, also spoke with a half-understanding tone. Heaven Palm Academy? Then let's go and take a look. There's nothing to do here anyway. Wang Xian stood up and said to Mo Qinglong. Since there was nothing to do in the villa, he still had to go and take a look at Jiang City after such a major incident. It's the Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded. Master, let's go and take a look as well. The one who established the Heaven Palm sect is Zhou Tian, the 4th son of deity on the God Ascension board, and 2 powerhouses on the God Ascension board. Zhou Tian has the strength of a level 1 demigod. The other 2 powerhouses on the God Ascension list are stronger. One of them is a level 3 demigod, while the other one is a level 4 demigod. There should be some other demigod powerhouses. Xiaoran also heard this voice. When he saw that Wang Xian wanted to go over and take a look, he immediately said, Okay. Wang Xian nodded and walked out of the villa. Huaer, Kaier, let's go. Daddy will bring you guys out to play. Wang Xian shouted at the 2 little guys who were playing on the slide formed by the branches of the villa. Let's go out to play. Kiki, Daddy, catch me. Huaer immediately revealed an excited expression. Kaier slid down from the top of the villa. Huaer, the little girl, jumped down mischievously and stretched out her arms for Wang Xian to catch her. Wang Xian had a deep understanding of Huaer's mischievousness the moment she whipped him. He stretched out his hand helplessly and caught the little girl. He placed her on the ground and held one in each hand. Let's go, Wang Xian said as he walked towards the center of Jiang City. Dragon King, let's go and take a look too. Let's go, let's go. I'm really envious of those powerful divine sons and powerhouses on the God Ascension board. With their strength, they can occupy a city and recruit disciples. In the courtyard, a group of disciples who followed sect leader Ling gathered in the courtyard of the villa. When they saw Wang Xian and the rest coming out, they immediately shouted respectfully in unison and followed closely behind. The group of people walked towards the center of the city outside. Quick, quick, the Heaven Palm sect has moved into our Jiang City and established the Heaven Palm Academy. In the future, the entire Jiang City will respect them. Let's hurry over. I wonder what they have to announce and gather all the powerhouses in the city. Who knows? In the past 2 days, the few million disciples of the precious palace of skyscraping have occupied the divine mountains and ancient lands in various cities. They have established sects, and academies to develop their own forces. I guess they are trying to recruit some people. Along the way, one by one, they rushed to the center of the city. The sounds of conversation entered their ears. Wuxia and the rest were not in a hurry. He just wanted to see what the powerhouses of the Heaven Palm sect had to announce. When they rushed over, they realized that there were already hundreds of thousands of people gathered in front of the Song Group building. There were only a few thousand people in the center. These few thousand people were people whose strength had reached at least level 7 of the supernatural realm in Jiang City. More than 1,000 people stood in the center, led by the Song family. Hundreds of thousands of people came to watch the show. In the sky in front of the Song Corporation building, a group of more than 100 people floated in the sky. The leader was a young man in golden clothing. The young man wore a crown, and on the crown, there were 2 words, "In control of the sky." The young man had an imposing bearing, and the corners of his head were lofty. He was like a shooting star in the night sky, very eye-catching. I didn't expect the 4th son of deity to come to our Jiang city in person. Son of deity of Zhou Tian. The aura from him is so powerful. When they came to the front, Wuxia and the rest heard the whispers around them. They did not go to the center but stood in the crowd behind them. 10 minutes have passed. I believe everyone knows my name. I am Zhou Tian, son of deity of the Lingxiao treasured palace. At this moment, Zhou Tian, who was floating in the center, raised his head slightly and swept his gaze over the thousands of people in the center. I established the Heaven Palm sect with 2 experts on the God-sealing role. Now, I am stationed in Jiang City to establish the Heaven Palm Academy. From now on, I am the king of Jiang City. Do you have any objections? He looked down at the thousands of Jiang City experts and asked indifferently. No objections. Zhou Tian's divine son. We have no objections at all. In the center, everyone heard his words and immediately replied. With Zhou Tian's strength, he was completely invincible in Jiang City. They had no time to curry favor with him, so how could they object? The Song family members standing at the very front raised their brows slightly when they heard his words, but they didn't say anything. If you don't object, then our Heaven Palm sect will set the rules. Now, you should know that with the appearance of the dark ancient land, evil spirits and monsters will run rampant. Jiang City may soon fall into a crisis. Our Heaven's Palm sect will be stationed in Jiang City, so naturally we will protect the safety of the city. We will select a group of Heaven's Palm Academy's security guards from among you to be responsible for protecting the safety of the academy and the city. Those who join our Heaven's Palm Academy will become Jiang City's aristocrats and will receive the protection of our Heaven's Palm sect. Zhou Tian set the rules high and mighty. Hearing Zhou Tian's words, the thousands of people in the center looked pensive and hesitant. Being the security guard of the Sky Palm Academy had its pros and cons. This made many people look hesitant. The Sky Palm Academy will be led by the Song family. It will be established in half a month. At that time, we will recruit elite disciples to join. Zhou Tian stood there and continued to speak, his tone filled with an unquestionable tone. He wasn't seeking the opinions of the others, but was giving orders. When I become a god and become the ancestor, you will all be my living beings, and you will be honored for me. Zhou Tian waved his arms, and streams of golden light shot out from his body, his face filled with pride. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. In the center, the experts of Jiang City held their breaths and immediately lowered their heads. Everyone around trembled slightly under this aura and bowed. Are all divine sons so arrogant? Becoming gods and ancestors? The king of Jiang City. Wang Xian looked at Zhou Tian in the sky and shook his head in amusement. Young man, quickly lower your head. If you have the ability, you can do it too. On earth now, the strong are the most respected. If you are seen by the son of deity, he will kill you with a wave of his hand. Wang Xian's words were heard by the middle-aged man. He glanced at him and said immediately, He is not qualified to be the king of Jiang City. As soon as the middle-aged man finished his sentence, Xiao Ran's voice came from the side. Huh? He is not qualified. Could it be that this kid is qualified? The middle-aged man sneered when he heard Xiao Ran's words. Master, I want to establish a force. Xiao Ran ignored the middle-aged man and looked at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with ambition and arrogance. The path of cultivation was a struggle with the heavens. Someone dared to claim the title of king in Jiang City. Xiao Ran felt that he didn't have the qualifications yet. Son of deity, what's the harm? So what if he was the son of deity? Xiao Ran's personality was similar to Wang Xian's. If no one provoked them, they would not take the initiative to provoke others. He had the idea of establishing a force, but this idea was just a fledgling and was not completely certain. Now, when he saw the Zhou Tian's son of deity floating proudly in the sky in front of them, looking down at all of them and saying that he wanted to be the king, Xiao Ran's eyes turned cold. A cold look appeared in his eyes. In the eyes of Xiao Ran, he didn't have the qualifications to be the king of Jiang City. His master had disbanded the Dragon Gate and didn't want to interfere in anything. However, this didn't mean that there were no tigers or monkeys in the mountains who could be the king. The king of Jiang City wasn't something that anyone could do just because they wanted to. Oh! When Wang Xian heard Xiao Ran's words, he raised his eyebrows slightly. You want to establish a force? Sure. He smiled at Xiao Ran and said immediately, Master, I want to establish an academy. Not only can I establish my own force, but I can also nurture some strong people. Since the Dragon Gate has been disbanded, I will establish a Dragon Gate Academy. Xiao Ran said to him while his eyes flashed with a fiery glow. Up to you. Wang Xian shook his head nonchalantly. If you want to establish your own academy, I won't help you. You can handle some matters yourself. As he spoke, he looked at the son of deity of Zhou Tian who was floating in the air in front of him. There was no expression on his face. If Xiao Ran wanted to establish the Longmen Academy in Jiang City, he had to get rid of the son of deity in front of him first. Xiao Ran, I support you. You can be the headmaster of the academy, and I can be the deputy headmaster. Hee. Ji Lingfei, who was at the side, heard their conversation. Her eyes flickered with interest as she immediately said, Big brother, I support you too. Lu Mingxin also clenched her fists at Xiao Ran, expressing her support for him. Behind them, the former disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect also nodded in agreement. Good. Xiao Ran looked at them and nodded heavily. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Tian, who was floating in the sky with full of fighting spirit. In 10 days, our Heaven Palm sect will hold the sect-establishing ceremony. At that time, all of you experts from Jiang City will come to watch. At this moment, Zhou Tian's voice sounded again. He was still extremely powerful and ordered a group of experts above the 7th rank to attend the sect-establishing ceremony. Your Heaven Palm sect is not qualified to be the king of Jiang City. The king of Jiang City is not you either. Young man, you really... At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone around to be slightly stunned. The middle-aged man who spoke beside Wang Xian opened his mouth slightly and revealed a shocked expression. He stared at Xiao Ran with a face full of shock. His eyes were also wide open. Ha! Xiao Ran's sudden words caused everyone around to be slightly stunned. They quickly looked over with a face full of shock. There was actually someone who dared to openly fight against the son of deity of the Lingxiao treasured palace. This was an extremely powerful son of deity. Who is he? Who is this young man? He actually dared to fight against the 4th-ranked son of deity of the Lingxiao treasured palace. Everyone around was shocked when they saw Xiao Ran, who dared to fight against the divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace. Zhou Tian's expression turned cold when he saw Xiao Ran. His ice-cold gaze locked onto Xiao Ran. If I remember correctly, you seem to be that Xiao Ran. He narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flickered in them. If I'm not qualified to be the king of Jiang City, then you, trash, are even less qualified. Zhou Tian smiled eerily. He had some impression of Xiao Ran in the past, but now he had completely forgotten about this small figure. Boom boom. At this moment, the 100+ experts of the Lingxiao treasured palace behind him all looked at Xiao Ran in unison. Their auras locked onto him. "I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of our sight." A middle-aged man stared at Xiao Ran and said emotionlessly, "Although the Ling Xiao treasured palace forbade its disciples from killing each other, as long as no one died and the enforcers of the Ling Xiao treasured palace, the heavenly soldiers and generals, didn't know about it, everything would be fine. The prohibition was only on the surface." Eh? That young man. At this moment, at the front of the center, the people of the Song family saw Xiao Ran and Wang Xian standing behind him. They were slightly stunned. "That's the disciple of the Dragon King," Old Qin and Old Shui said in a low voice. From the beginning to the end, there was only one king in Jiang City, and that was the Dragon King. As the disciple of the Dragon King, Xiao Ran has the right to say that. Old Song's eyes sparkled. He looked at Xiao Ran and said with a smile on his face, "Ha! What's going on? What's going on in the Song family? The Dragon King? The disciple of the Dragon King?" When Elder Song's voice rang out, everyone was slightly shocked. Some people were in a daze. The Dragon King. This name was the only king in Jiang City back then. However, they did not expect that the young man was the Dragon King's disciple. And the Song family was actually speaking up for the Dragon King's disciple. A disciple inheriting the master's position is indeed not bad. Ji Lingfei slowly walked out and came to Xiao Ran's side, staring at Zhou Tian. "Haha, that's right. In Jiang City, who doesn't know about the Dragon King? Even if the Dragon King doesn't become king, only the Dragon King's disciple is qualified." The former disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect walked out one by one, and more than 200 people walked behind Xiao Ran. "What? There are so many people around the disciple of the Dragon King? Are they fighting for territory?" At this moment, all the people in the surrounding river city looked at Xiao Ran and his group of experts in astonishment. The Song family openly supported the appearance of the disciple of the Dragon King. They swallowed their saliva in surprise and stared blankly at the side. Concubine Ji Lingfei. Zhou Tian was slightly stunned when he saw concubine Ji Lingfei's appearance. And then his face darkened. He slowly looked down with a murderous look on his face. "Ji Lingfei, are you going to make an enemy out of our Heaven Palm sect?" His eyes flickered as he stared at Ji Lingfei. "So what?" Ji Lingfei smiled faintly. "Song family, are you going to rebel?" Zhou Tian's gaze turned colder and colder when he heard Ji Lingfei's words, and he looked down at the Song family members. "Your Heaven Palm sect is not the royal family. Why are you rebelling? And you are too powerful. Do you really treat us as your subjects? Besides, your strength is not enough to drive us," Elder Song said indifferently. As he spoke, he walked directly toward Xiao Ran's position. The members of the Song family immediately followed him. The members of the Shui and Qin families did not hesitate at all and followed him indifferently. Hiss! This scene is so familiar. The Dragon King used to be accompanied by all the major families in Jiang City. Now, the disciple of the Dragon King still has the support of all the major families in Jiang City. Some of the elders around saw the scene and murmured in a daze. More than 10 years ago, the Dragon King was the king of Jiang City. More than 10 years later, his disciple wanted to succeed him. The wind rose and the clouds surged. Xiao Ran led a group of people and faced Zhou Tian's group from afar. The surrounding atmosphere began to freeze. Zhou Tian and the group of disciples from the soaring heavens treasured palace behind him revealed gloomy expressions, especially when they saw the larger clans of Jiang City standing directly behind Xiao Ran. Their expressions were incomparably ugly. On ancient Earth, if you stand in the wrong position, your entire family will be executed. Do you know that? Zhou Tian stared coldly at the Song, Shui, and Qin families. The killing intent in his tone was not concealed at all. "Xiao Ran, are you sure you want to provoke my Heaven Palm sect? Don't think that with Ji Lingfei around. We won't dare to do anything to you." He swept a sinister glance at Xiao Ran and the others as he threatened. "Ha ha! Zhou Tian, since I dare to fight with you for River City, do you think that I'm afraid of you?" Xiao Ran laughed loudly when he heard his threat. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing flame started to rise in the sky above him, enveloping the entire sky in flames. Boom! Sensing Xiao Ran's aura, Zhou Tian's pupils constricted slightly, and the aura on his body trembled as well. A streak of golden light rushed over from behind him and similarly covered another part of the sky. The powerful aura of the two enveloped the entire Jiang city. First-level demigod? When did you advance to first-level demigod? Zhou Tian's gaze was fixed on Xiao Ran as he roared in a low voice. You don't need to know. Xiao Ran's body slowly floated into the sky, facing Zhou Tian and Xiao Ran from afar. Bang, bang, bang. Just you alone want to make an enemy out of our entire Heaven Palm sect. The auras of the middle-aged young men behind Zhou Tian also trembled as waves of profound void stage experts' auras were released. Ha, of course, there are also some clans in our river city. Back then, even someone as powerful as the Dragon King, who had suppressed us for an entire lifetime, did not order us around like this. You want to order us around just because of a newly established sect? Elder Song's aura was also completely released. An aura that belonged to a peak stage profound void martial artist soared into the sky. At the same time, his granddaughter Song Hanshuang also erupted with the strength of a peak stage profound void martial artist. Behind him, Song Hanyu's strength wasn't weak either. What? How is this possible? The Song family actually concealed their strength. Elder Song and that girl from the Song family are actually so powerful. Oh my god. Song Hanyu isn't the strongest in the Song family. The Song family actually concealed their strength so deeply. Doesn't the other girl from the Song family have strength comparable to a chosen divine son? When the Song family's strength completely erupted, everyone in Jiang City was shocked. They stared at the Song family in disbelief. This strength could be ranked in the top 5 on Earth before the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace arrived. A small Jiang city actually has such a powerful family. The expressions of the profound void martial experts behind Zhou Tian changed slightly, and a trace of solemnity appeared on their faces. Zhou Tian, Jiang City belongs to us. Ji Lingfei raised her head slightly and said to Zhou Tian with a smile on her face. The strength that they had displayed now could already cause Zhou Tian to be fearful. It could even cause the entire Heaven Palm sect to be fearful. Even if it was a faction established by the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, it could be ranked among the top. Good. I really didn't expect that there would be such a strong person in such a small Jiang city. Zhou Tian's expression was extremely gloomy when he saw the strength that Xiao Ran and the Song family had displayed. Jiang City was only a small city. It was not in line with the development of the Heaven's Palm sect to provoke such a strong enemy for the sake of a small Jiang city. This time I'll remember it, Xiao Ran. We have plenty of time in the future. Zhou Tian clenched his fists. Let's go. He growled with a sullen face and turned to fly into the distance. Fourth divine son of the God Ascension list. Don't be so anxious. I, Xiao Ran, still want to challenge you. Just as Zhou Tian turned around, Xiao Ran's voice sounded. Xiao Ran's body moved and flew several thousand meters into the sky, staring down at Zhou Tian from above. Come and fight. His face was full of fighting spirit as he roared. Ha. Xiao Ran, do you want to defeat me and become famous in one battle? I admit that it's not bad that your cultivation base has reached the first level of the demigod rank, but you're challenging me. Zhou Tian suddenly turned around, and numerous sharp swords floated around him. Under his feet, a huge golden sword that was 10 meters long and 3 meters wide appeared. The huge sword was emitting a dazzling sharpness. From afar, one could feel an incomparably powerful sharpness. Haha, fight? Xiao Ran looked at Zhou Tian turning around and laughed out loud as well. He raised both his hands, and a flaming mountain peak appeared in the sky above him. The flaming mountain peak that was 20 to 30 kilometers tall appeared out of thin air. Everyone within a radius of a few hundred kilometers could see it clearly. Today, I will teach you a good lesson and let you know the strength of my Zhou Tian. When Zhou Tian saw the incomparably huge flaming mountain peak, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Slash! He let out a soft cry and the 10-meter-long sword beneath him charged forward. With a terrifying speed, it turned into a length of 10,000 meters. A golden light streaked across the sky. Fire Sky Peak. Xiao Ran raised the incomparably huge fire mountain peak with both hands, smashing it towards the golden long sword. At the same time, he grabbed at the air, and clusters of fire clouds appeared in the air in front of him. With a wave of his arm, they instantly covered the entire sky. Bang! The fire sky peak collided with the sharp sword, and the entire fire sky peak directly exploded. The 10,000-meter-long sharp sword also dissipated in the explosion. What a fast rate of flame release! Zhou Tian's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the fire cloud attack. He swept a glance at the exploding fiery peak, and with a wave of his hand, a golden dart appeared in his hand. The dart was the size of a palm, and it was emitting a terrifying light. 0-point edge. He waved his arm, and the dart brought with it a bright light as it directly attacked the fire clouds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dart pierced through the fire clouds and continued to attack Xiao Ran. Control. Fire meteorite. Seeing the dart attacking him, Xiao Ran's expression did not change at all. He waved his hands, and the fire mountain that had exploded in the air earlier turned into meteorites. The flaming meteorites that had affected an area of dozens of kilometers swept across the sky. Damn it, what kind of control is this? He can actually wave an attack that has been scattered. Seeing the countless flaming meteorites heading toward him, his pupils constricted slightly, and his expression slowly became unsightly. This is a battle between demigods. Hiss, the Dragon King's disciple is so strong. He can actually fight against the son of deity. This is too terrifying. With such destructive power, it's too easy for a demigod to destroy an entire city. Below, everyone in Jiang City was watching the battle in the sky with a look of shock on their faces. A battle between demigods was terrifying. Wang Xian stood below, holding the hands of the two girls as he watched indifferently. It had been more than 10 years. It was not bad for his disciple to inherit his position in Jiang City. This was once his starting point. Hopefully, it was also Xiao Ran's starting point today. Boom! 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 A terrifying explosion sounded in the sky above Jiang City. Countless fire meteorites streaked across the sky, leaving a huge trail as they smashed towards Zhou Tian. At this moment, Zhou Tian's entire body was emitting an incomparably dazzling golden light. Every light could easily pierce through the fire meteorites. He was like a golden god of war shining in the sky, directly attacking Xiao Ran. Flame Tathagata. Xiao Ran's expression did not change as he looked at Zhou Tian, who was rapidly attacking him. He slowly raised his hand. Boom! A towering figure appeared behind him. The shadow formed by flames was like the Tathagata Buddha in the myths and novels. The gigantic figure, which was at least 100,000 meters tall, slowly raised its palm and slapped towards Zhou Tian. Damn it, every attack is a large-scale attack. Does he have an endless supply of spiritual energy? Zhou Tian's face darkened when he saw the gigantic palm that almost covered the sky. Dharma idol, Ling Xiao flying knife slash. With a gloomy face, he roared, and his body was instantly covered by a golden flying knife that was thousands of meters in size. He waved his arm, and the golden flying knives that surrounded him immediately turned into palm-sized blades that pierced towards the flaming palm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless terrifying blades directly pierced through the palm and attacked Xiao Ran's body. Buzz! When Xiao Ran saw Zhou Tian using his Dharma idol, his expression froze as he slowly waved his left palm. The flame Tathagata behind him once again extended his palm and swung it toward the countless flying knives. At the same time, he withdrew his right palm and slowly extended it. Following this action, the flame Tathagata behind him shrunk in size. The shattered right palm gathered together and continued to attack Zhou Tian as Xiao Ran swung it. Two incomparably huge palms once again attacked Zhou Tian. However, this wasn't the end. He continued to wave his palms. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms, 10 palms. 10 enormous flaming palms shot toward Zhou Tian one after another. How is this possible? How can a level 1 demigod be able to control flames like this? Zhou Tian's expression changed dramatically as he watched the terrifying palms coming toward him one after another. I can't take it head on. Zhou Tian's body moved and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Fire chains. Xiao Ran saw that Zhou Tian wanted to dodge and his right leg shook lightly. Wang. A fire cloud appeared under his feet and spread towards his surroundings. Walala! Following that, under everyone's shocked gazes, fire cloud chains extended out from the fire cloud. The chains directly headed toward Zhou Tian to seal him. Damn it! Damn it! How can he be so strong? How can he hide for so long? Zhou Tian's expression darkened when he saw the chains that were more than 10 kilometers long heading toward him. A hint of panic appeared in his eyes. He was the divine son ranked 4th in the Lingxiao treasured palace. Now he had actually lost to the unknown Xiaoran. With your strength, why don't you get on the God Ascension list? Why don't you become a divine son? Zhou Tian shouted at Xiaoran with an embarrassed expression. Getting on the God Ascension list and becoming a divine son had enormous benefits. Status was secondary. Resources could be obtained in many ways. So what if I'm not a divine son and won't get on the God Ascension list if I defeat you? Xiaoran waved his arm and countless chains covered the sky. In the sky, those huge palms also covered him. The sky and the earth were completely sealed. Xiaoran's control over the flames is terrifying. He can control the flames so well without releasing his Dharma idol. What kind of physique does he have? He's so abnormal. Everyone in River City watched the battle from below, their faces filled with shock. Jilin Fei looked at Xiaoran's attacks one after another, and she was also slightly shocked. After Xiaoran consumed the fruit given by his master, he became much stronger, especially his control over the flames. This was completely crushing existences of the same level. Unfortunately, she did not know much about the physique. She did not know that Xiaoran's current physique was the strongest physique with the fire attribute in the universe, the origin of fire. So strong. That Dragon King's disciple is so powerful. He can actually suppress the divine son and fight all the time. As expected of the Dragon King's disciple. The people from Jiang City below were also looking at the battle in the sky in shock. Walala! The loud sound of the flame chains in the sky spread across the entire Jiang City sky, completely sealing Zhou Tian. Ling Xiao flying knife chop. Chop for me. Zhou Tian's expression was extremely ugly. With a furious roar, he transformed into a flying knife and slashed towards the chains. Crack, crack, crack. The chains broke one by one, but his speed was still a little slower. In the sky, a palm gradually descended. More than 10 incomparably huge palms covered Zhou Tian in succession. Pooh! He spat out fresh blood and a cloth strip appeared on his body. On the strip of cloth, the 3 words God Ascension roll flickered with a luster and helped him block more than half of the attacks. However, even so, as the palms fell one by one, Zhou Tian still spat out blood, and his body fell downwards. Zhou Tian, you've lost. Xiaoran floated in the air, staring at him without the slightest fluctuation in his expression as he said condescendingly, I lost. When Zhou Tian heard this, he raised his head and looked up at Xiaoran. His expression changed drastically. His extremely miserable body was filled with black burn marks. Let's go. Zhou Tian glared fiercely at Xiaoran and growled in a low voice. Then, he turned around and left. Go! The rest of the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace who followed Zhou Tian looked at Xiaoran in surprise. Then they turned around and left. Xiaoran looked at their departing figures and a smile appeared on his face. His body moved and he arrived in the sky in front of the Song clan group. He looked down at everyone in Jiang City. He took a deep breath as a trace of fighting spirit flickered in his eyes. Today, I, Xiaoran, will establish the Dragon Gate Academy in Jiang City. Those with talent can enter the academy to cultivate. In the future, the Dragon Gate Academy will guard Jiang City's safety and enter the Dragon Gate Academy as a student of the Dragon Gate Academy. I will light the divine fire together with you. Xiaoran's voice resounded in everyone's mind. I will discuss the specific matters of the Dragon Gate Academy with the various families in Jiang City. He spoke slowly without much arrogance. However, when he defeated the 4th son of deity from the Lingxiao palace, everyone knew that he had the ability to do so. Even if he didn't say that he was the king of Jiang City, in everyone's heart, they had already tacitly acknowledged him. Dragon Gate Academy? Below, Wuxia listened to the forces established by Xiaoran. He mumbled and smiled faintly. The Dragon King's disciple has returned. Dragon Gate Academy? It really reminds people of the Dragon King from more than 10 years ago. Grandpa, who is the Dragon King? Is the Dragon King powerful? Of course he's powerful. At that time, the Dragon King was invincible and suppressed the world for a lifetime. At that time, the Dragon King came from our river city. Unfortunately, he disappeared more than 10 years ago. Do you think that if the Dragon King was still alive, would he still be invincible? Would he even be able to suppress the Lingxiao treasure palace? How is that possible? Although the Dragon King was very strong at that time, he could not compare to the Lingxiao treasure palace. After all, the gods in the Lingxiao treasure palace had lived for tens of thousands of years. How long did the Dragon King live? After Xiao Ran announced the establishment of the Dragon Gate Academy, everyone who had gathered in the city center dispersed. However, Xiao Ran's appearance reminded the entire Jiang city of the Dragon King in the past. That was the existence that was invincible at the beginning of the recovery of spiritual energy. That was the myth of that era. In that era, as long as one could have a relationship with the Dragon King, one would be above others and be respected. Now, the disciple of the Dragon King had established the Dragon Gate Academy in Jiang City and gained the support of everyone in Jiang City. In the past, the Dragon King was the glory of Jiang City. Now that the disciple of the Dragon King was the king of Jiang City, he could be considered to have inherited the position of master. Xiao Ran also had the ability to inherit the position. Walking from the center of the city to the villa by the sea, Wang Xian heard the discussions around him and revealed a faint smile on his face. It had been more than 10 years. It seemed that everyone in Jiang City had not forgotten about him. Daddy, is the Dragon King that they are talking about you? Kair raised her head and asked Wang Xian. Yes. How is it? Isn't Daddy cool? Wang Xian smiled at Kair and patted her head. HMPH, bad Daddy. You said that you would bring us to play, but now you're bringing us to watch others fight. It's boring. Huar said unhappily at the side. It's getting dark. It's time to go back to sleep. Wang Xian carried Kaya and squatted down to signal to Huar. Hee, Daddy. Raise it high. Wang Xian raised Kair up. The flower on his back also wanted to sit on his neck. Huar, look at how big you are. Do you still want to be Daddy's neck? Wang Xian said speechlessly. Yes. I'm not old at all. Giddy up. Huar grabbed Wang Xian's hair and said cheerfully. Wang Xian smiled and led them to the villa. He did not return with Xiao Ran and the rest. Xiao Ran was discussing the establishment of the Longmen Academy with the former disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect and the Song family. As they walked, the people of Jiang City around them were discussing. The people around them didn't expect that the Dragon King they were talking about was right beside them. After they returned to the villa and played with the two little girls for a while, they coaxed them to sleep. Wang Xian was also sitting in front of the computer and playing games out of boredom. Not to mention, after he had been away for more than 10 years, there were some fun games that allowed him to pass the time. At this moment, Xiao Ran's defeat of the fourth divine son caused a huge sensation on the internet. In these few days, several million disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace came to the land and occupied a part of the land. Every divine son, every expert on the God Ascension list, united or single-handedly occupied a part of the land and established their own strength. When all the heroes came together, even those heaven's favorites could only join hands to contend with the divine sons. Several heaven's favorites had fallen in the past few days. Today, Xiao Ran, a disciple of the Lingxiao treasured palace, defeated the fourth divine son and arrived at the Longmen Academy. Whether on Earth or for the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace, it was an extremely sensational matter. Everyone was clear about the strength of the fourth divine son, Zhou Tian. Being able to defeat Zhou Tian represented Xiao Ran's strength. Among the younger generation of disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace, he could be ranked in the top 5. This was definitely a strength that could not be underestimated. The Dragon Gate Academy had also entered everyone's sights, especially when the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace knew that Ji Lingfei was also in this faction. Time passed slowly. Xiao Ran was busy with the establishment of the Dragon Gate Academy all day long. The Qin family, Shui family, and Song family had built villas around Wang Xian. The disciples of Dragon Gate had also moved over. 10 days later, the construction of Dragon Gate Academy was basically completed. Dragon Gate Academy had been disbanded. The group of Draconids who were fine had joined Dragon Gate Academy. They joined the academy to be teachers. There were more than 40 Draconids in total. Each of them had the strength of a peak-stage insightful emptiness realm expert. It was a huge luxury to be a teacher. Xiao Ran was happy for a long time that the Draconids could enter the academy and become teachers. With a group of Draconids, the Dragon Gate Academy would definitely rise. The establishment of the Dragon Gate Academy was basically completed. It would be able to recruit the first batch of students of the Dragon Gate Academy soon. The Dragon Gate Academy had also become a force that everyone in Jiang City wanted to join. When is the academy preparing to officially teach? On the evening of the 13th day, Wang Xian sat at the top of the villa with a smile on his face. Beside him, 2 little girls were playing by the side. Xiao Ran, Ji Lingfei, Lu Mingxin, and the Song family were sitting at the front. Master, we are preparing to recruit the first batch of students in 2 days. Apart from Dragon Gate Academy, we have also established an Enlightenment Academy. The Earth is undergoing a drastic change. If we can seize this opportunity, we will be able to nurture many strong people. If the opportunity is good, we will be able to become gods. Xiaoran said while pondering. Yes, the Earth's change will take at least another 10 to 20 years to end. This era is an opportunity for everyone. Wang Xian nodded his head. Currently, he was extremely carefree. The first change on Earth had already passed. He didn't catch up with the time and didn't reap any benefits. He only managed to get 2 young masters who served them every day. The second mutation had already begun, but he was waiting for it now. Master, recently someone went to the dark ancient lands to investigate. They discovered that there were a large number of dark demonic beasts in the dark ancient lands. The demons and monsters that appeared in the city a few days ago were just a small part of the population. According to the internet, there will be a type of demonic nucleus after killing those dark demonic beasts. The effect of using it to cultivate is better than using spirit stones. Xiao Ran said to Wang Xian from the side. Oh? Demon nucleus. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. There weren't any demon nuclei among the demonic beasts on the supernatural continent. At this moment, Wang Xian moved slightly. He stood up slowly and looked towards the direction of the ocean. What's wrong, master? Xiao Ran and the rest were slightly stunned when they saw Wang Xian's actions. They immediately asked. There are a large number of demonic beasts flying out from the dark ancient land a few hundred kilometers away. Wang Xian said with a twinkle in his eyes. Get people to prepare. The disaster is coming. What? A disaster? Xiao Ran stood up abruptly when he heard Wang Xian's words. His eyes were filled with shock. He looked at the vast ocean in front of him and his expression changed slightly. According to the historical records, there is an ancient and evil force in the starry sky where Earth is located. They summoned a group of evil creatures through a formation and caused a war in the entire starfield. The entire starfield erupted into a terrifying battle. The former Earth was torn into pieces, and thousands of gods were killed. The entire starfield was reduced to ruins, and only a few people managed to escape. These dark, evil creatures should be the evil creatures that were left behind. Ji Lingfei's face was solemn, and the crystal between her eyebrows was shining. Ao Xingmu, you stay here and protect Hua and Kair. Ao Jian, let's go and take a look. Wang Xian didn't say anything else. His body shook and he disappeared instantly. Xiao Ran, let's inform the entire Jiang city immediately. Even if there are thousands of demonic beasts entering the city, it's not something that ordinary people can withstand. Ji Lingfei immediately said to Xiao Ran. Yes. Xiao Ran's expression changed slightly, and he immediately nodded. Demons have invaded. Everyone in Jiang City be careful. All members of Dragon Gate Academy immediately head to the seaside to defend. Xiao Ran floated in the sky, and his voice resounded throughout the entire Jiang City. What? What happened? It's Principal Zhao's voice. Demons have invaded? Is there a demon that wants to enter our Jiang City? At this moment, everyone in Jiang City had a slight change in expression. The demonic invasion of the city was seen by everyone on the internet. Although there was no demonic invasion of Jiang City, no one was sure if it would happen. With the protection of the experts from Dragon Gate Academy, there shouldn't be any problem. It shouldn't be. Some people were praying in fear. Roar, roar, roar. When Wang Xian appeared in the sky above the dark ancient land in the ocean hundreds of kilometers away, he heard a series of crazy roars. The roars were filled with violence. It was definitely not something that an ordinary demonic beast could produce. One by one, demonic beasts flew out from the dark ancient land and crawled out. Their blood-red eyes stared at their surroundings. There were 7 to 8 types of demonic beasts. Some were like enlarged flies, with sharp weapons all over their bodies. Some were similar to the demon gods who attacked the soaring heavens treasured palace. Some were like insects, looking extremely sticky and pitch black. Some had blood-red eyes all over their bodies, looking extremely horrifying. They came out of the dark ancient land. Some went into the sea, and some flew into the sky. There were at least tens of millions of them. Their strength ranged from the extraordinary realm to the demigod realm. Wang Xian stared at the ancient land of darkness. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang 5 elements could not see through it. However, he knew that there was at least a demon god that was comparable to 2 wisps of divine fire. I wonder what's inside. Wang Xian frowned slightly and scanned his surroundings. Under his senses, not only did the creatures from the dark ancient land rush out, the other creatures from the dark ancient land also rushed out. Among them, there were tens of millions of creatures from the dark ancient land rushing towards the Ling Shao treasured palace. Heavenly soldiers and generals, kill this bunch of demons. An extremely cold voice came from the sky above the Ling Shao treasured palace. A dense group of 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals held long spears and halberds in their hands. They stood on the clouds and charged towards the demons. The Ling Shao treasured palace is under attack. If there are no heavenly soldiers and generals in other places to defend, they will be easily destroyed. Wang Xian frowned slightly. Attack. We must not let go of demons above the demigod level, Wang Xian said immediately. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone appeared beneath him and pressed downwards. Roar! 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 Seeing the sudden appearance of the extremely terrifying 5 elements millstone, the demonic beasts below let out furious roars. In an instant, millions of demonic beasts stared at Wang Xian. Regardless of whether they were in the transcendence, void interpretation, or demigod level, they all attacked the 5 elements millstone. What kind of demonic beast is this? It's so violent. Wang Xian was slightly surprised. The 5 elements millstone was spinning slowly. Buzz! A destructive energy millstone was spinning slowly downwards. All the demonic beasts were crushed into flesh and blood under the energy millstone. In an instant, millions of demonic beasts were turned into blood. Wang Xian waved his arm and the phantom image of the Divine Shadow Kingdom appeared behind him. All the blood entered the Divine Shadow Kingdom. Splash! In the dragon transformation pool of the Dragon Palace, streams of dragon blood flowed into the dragon transformation pool from the heads of the 9 dragon pillars. Roar! Roar! All of a sudden, terrifying sounds rang out in the dark ancient land. The sound instantly covered the entire earth. In the dark ancient land, a few pairs of huge eyes appeared. These pairs of eyes were staring at Wang Xian, Ao Jian, and Ao Qitian. Godly state demonic beasts. Wang Xian looked over with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. The dragon eyes of the 5 elements of yin and yang were staring at them coldly. Ao Jian and Ao Qitian were also staring at them coldly. Wang Xian and the other 2 looked at the godly state demonic beasts in the dark ancient land quietly. Since they did not attack, Wang Xian did not dare to rush in recklessly. A few minutes later, those pairs of eyes disappeared. There was no movement in the ancient lands of darkness below. There were no traces of demonic beasts rushing over either. Buzz! 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 At this moment, there was a flash of dark light in the ancient lands of darkness below. Some demonic beasts were brought out in all directions by the light. Eh? They actually teleported demonic beasts out directly. Wang Xian frowned slightly. I can't stop him. Go back and guard Jiang City. He had an idea and returned to the villa by the sea in Jiang City. When he arrived, Xiao Ran led a group of Dragon Gate Academy's disciples to guard the place by the sea. The entire Jiang City was brightly lit. If there are any monsters that are stronger than them, Ao Jian, make your move. Wang Xian stood on the villa. His eyes were sparkling as he looked at a few locations and said to Ao Jian, "It's the Dragon King." Ao Jian nodded. That terrifying howl came from the front. "Everyone, be careful. There are a few black shadows flying over from the front. Get ready." Around the coastal area, Xiaoran led a group of experts from the Dragon Gate Academy to stare at the vast ocean in front of them and roared loudly. Just now, Wang Xian had only killed a few million demonic beasts. There were also quite a number of fish that escaped the net as well as the demonic beasts that were teleported out from the dark ancient land. If Jiang City didn't have any experts guarding it when these demonic beasts attacked, it would definitely be destroyed. At the same time, there were no other experts like Wang Xian in the other locations of the dark ancient land to suppress them. Countless demonic beasts were densely packed and attacked the human gathering. Just when everyone was shocked and even the disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace were filled with despair, something happened. The divine mountains began to shine. 9 shadows of 9 dragons appeared in 9 places in the east. The earth tonight was sleepless. When roars came from the dark ancient lands, when tens of millions of demons from the dark ancient lands attacked the soaring heavens treasured palace. In every city, everyone came to the open space in shock to take a look. Especially those cities that were closer to the dark ancient lands. In less than half an hour after the roars sounded, there were experts floating in the sky who saw the demons running towards them. Those incomparably sinister dark Yao Xie's blood-red eyes were filled with a tyrannical aura. At this moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. Roar, roar, roar. What a terrifying demonic beast. What a violent aura. It's over. It's over. No, no, how could there be so many Yao Xie? How could it be? If not for the gods of the Ling Shao treasured palace taking action, all of us would have been devoured by the demonic beasts. Terrified voices rang out one after another, and everyone's faces were filled with shock. Some disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace were also trembling violently in their hearts. Buzz! When the demons were wreaking havoc on the ground, more than 10 ancient mountains in the east bloomed with divine light. Mount Tai, Mount Huang, Amei, Mount Lu, Mount Everest, Mount Changbai, Mount Hua, Wui, Mount Hung, Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, and many other divine mountains bloomed with a dazzling light. The light covered a radius of several thousand kilometers. Roar, 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 roar. Under the cover of the divine light, the demonic beasts immediately revealed expressions of fear and panic. Their berserk faces revealed expressions of fear, and their bodies trembled slightly. Their strength was completely suppressed. What's going on? Everyone looked at the divine light that was emitted by the divine mountains, and their faces revealed expressions of shock and excitement. The divine light could weaken and even suppress the demonic beasts. I know. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, many gods and even the eternal God Lord suppressed these demonic beasts. The demonic beasts died, the gods died, and some demonic beasts revived. Some of the things left behind by the gods and the blood of the gods can still suppress the ordinary demonic beasts. The eyes of some disciples of the soaring heavens palace were shining. The people in the cities looked at the divine light on the divine mountain and felt that they had survived a disaster. I wonder how long this divine light can last. Some people thought to themselves. Roar, roar. At this moment, dragon roars resounded in the world. At the edge of the 8 cities at the bottom of the sea where the Spirit Sea Palace used to be, a shadow suddenly appeared. It had a head like a camel, horns like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, ears like a cow, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales like a carp, claws like an eagle, and palms like a tiger. The illusory figure was formed from energy, but it had the eye of a real dragon. This was the divine dragon, the universe divine dragon. The divine dragon appeared out of thin air. It was over 10,000 meters long, and it looked like a diamond in the night sky. The 9 divine dragons rose into the sky and let out a dragon roar in unison, shocking the entire world. Roar, roar! The 9 divine dragons hovered in the air, looking down at this piece of land, guarding the entire land. Buzz! At the same time, the 9 divine dragons released an incomparably terrifying dragon might. Roar, roar, roar! Below, all the demonic beasts around this piece of land lay on the ground in pain, blood slowly oozing out from their bodies. The blood flowed into the ground at a terrifying speed. This is? Oh my God. This is a divine dragon. The legendary divine dragon. At this moment, the entire world was shocked. Everyone stared blankly at the divine dragon that had suddenly appeared. Their faces were filled with shock. A divine dragon had actually appeared. How is this possible? A divine dragon has actually condensed in the dragon vein below. At the same time, in the sky above the soaring heavens treasured palace, when the figures heard the 9 dragon roars, they immediately appeared in the sky. They floated in the sky and looked down at the divine dragon that was as powerful as hell. Their eyes were also filled with shock. The place where the dragon veins are located is filled with outstanding people and earth spirits. I've investigated the 9 dragon veins on Earth before. Although they aren't weaker than the other dragon veins in the boundless galaxy, it's absolutely impossible for them to condense. This is not just condensed. These divine dragons have souls. They actually have souls. In this dragon vein, there used to be the blood of the divine dragons, but it was only condensed to this extent. Didn't the divine dragon clan perish together with the insect clan billions of years ago? Now, billions of years have passed in the entire Dragon Tomb starfield and it is still dead silent. Billions of years ago, the divine dragon clan was destroyed, but there are still some creatures with the divine dragon bloodline and some subdragons. The divine dragon condensed below should be a drop of the subdragon's blood that fell into the dragon vein and revived it. Only the soul doesn't have a physical body. Moreover, its current power hasn't reached the divine realm yet. However, this is definitely a supreme treasure. A few figures said with faces full of shock. After one of them finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared in the sky above the Lingxiao treasured palace. The other figures also moved. In an instant, they arrived above the divine dragons one by one. Their 5 fingers formed into claws and the divine dragons clawed at them. Wang. However, the moment he caught them, a few of the divine dragons coldly glanced at him and disappeared in an instant. Only the soul doesn't have a physical body. Even we can't find them if they enter the dragon vein. Damn it! A god looked at the disappearing divine dragons with an extremely pained expression. Divine dragons, they were the pinnacle existences in the universe. Even if it was a subdragon, to them it was a precious treasure. Even if it was placed in the boundless starry sky, it would cause all the gods to fight for it. However, he also understood that even if it was such a weak divine dragon, if it didn't acknowledge them, they wouldn't be able to capture it. Unless an even stronger existence refined the entire planet. However, with Earth's current mutation, the 9 divine dragons might be able to condense a physical body in a few years. At that time, they would roam the starry skies, wanting to capture or even subdue them. That would be a fool's dream. Damn it! I really did not expect that Earth would have such a divine item. The gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace returned to the sky with extremely ugly expressions. The Earth's metamorphosis and the divine mountain blooming with divine light were all within their expectations. Only the appearance of the divine dragon surprised them. Unfortunately, we have already tried it ourselves just now. The faces of the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace were filled with unwillingness. The divine mountain shone and suppressed Wuxia. The divine dragon rose into the sky and suppressed the evil spirits. In Jiang City, on a villa near the sea, there was no divine radiance enveloping the surroundings of Jiang City. There were no divine dragons rising into the sky either. One evil spirit after another continued to attack in this direction. Wang Xian stood in the sky above the villa and looked at the 9 divine dragons that were slowly disappearing in the sky. A faint smile appeared on his face. More than 10 years ago, even before the recovery of the spiritual energy, he had dripped 9 drops of the blood of the divine dragons into the dragon vein. The recovery of the spiritual energy had strengthened the dragon vein, and some of his dragon blood had also condensed into a dragon soul. When the divine dragon rose into the sky, he had felt it. It was him. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect that a drop of blood from the past would actually give birth to a dragon soul. Wang Xian stood at the top of the villa with a pleasantly surprised look on his face. The dragon vein on Earth back then was just a very small and ordinary dragon vein. His drop of divine dragon's blood was just a weak drop. However, when Wang Xian saw the divine dragon's phantom floating in the air, he felt that he had 9 more clones. This was a very strange feeling. The clones had a hint of intelligence, but he could sense the existence of the clones. He could control the clones. However, the 9 clones seemed to be restricted within a fixed range. They could not leave this range. 9 dragon souls. Their strength has already reached the peak of the demigod realm. What a great fortune! Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. The 9 dragon veins had recovered their spiritual energy. Under the influence of various opportunities, the dragon souls that were born had already reached the peak of the demigod realm. They were just 1 step away from reaching the godly state. He could keep these 9 dragon souls in his body. Similarly, they could also be his clones. This was a great opportunity. It was definitely a great opportunity. The divine mountain will shine. The 9 dragons will rise into the sky, and I will kill Wuxia. Regardless of whether it is the divine mountain, the land of dragon veins, or killing Wuxia, all of them can raise one's cultivation base rapidly. It seems that all of Earth's cultivation base will be able to increase tremendously in the future. Wang Xian looked at the location by the sea. Over there, Xiao ran and the rest killed Wuxia one by one. In the body of the Wuxia that they killed, there was a shiny, diamond-like demonic core. The demonic core contained a huge amount of energy. By absorbing the demonic beast, the cultivation of the cultivator would receive a huge boost. The tectonic plates of the continent are moving at an accelerated speed. At this moment, Wang Xian looked towards the west. The continents had started to gather and would form a continent. At this speed, I'm afraid there will only be 1 continent on Earth in a few hours. Wang Xian looked at the gigantic holy mountain of light that gradually appeared in his line of sight. It was the holy church in the west. Its influence was similar to that of the Ling Shao treasured palace. There were also pyramids that were dozens of times taller than before. There were a total of 6 pyramids like this. Some people guessed that there was a god in each of the pyramids. Similarly, it was also a major influence. Finally, there was the fiery palace of the god of fire. The faction of the palace of the god of fire was slightly weaker than the other 3. The weakest divine sea palace had already been destroyed by Wang Xian. Soon, the entire earth will be on a piece of land. In that case, all the heavens' favorites in the world will start to compete. The disciples of the big factions will also start to compete. Wang Xian thought to himself. However, Wang Xian didn't take the so-called heaven's favorites to heart. What he was more concerned about was how many gods there were in the 4 major forces and how strong they were. At the same time, on some other continents, in the sky above the holy church, the palace of the god of fire, and the pyramids, numerous vast figures appeared in the sky. In front of them, a group of disciples knelt down. The 9 dragons rise into the sky. If anyone can obtain the dragon soul and form the true dragon body, they will become gods and ancestors in the future. When the continents become one, you will go and look for this opportunity. This is the biggest opportunity on this planet. The gods of the 3 forces stared at the dragon god figures with burning eyes. Earlier, 2 of the godly dragon silhouettes were very close to them and they had tried to catch them. However, the godly dragon was nowhere to be seen and they had completely missed. To obtain a dragon soul, one needed a great opportunity and it had nothing to do with strength. If a disciple could obtain a dragon soul, they would become the son of a true dragon and become a god in the future. He could even cross to a higher realm. Divine dragon, dragon soul. When all the disciples heard the words of the gods, their eyes were filled with desire and fervor. Just now, when the gods made a move to capture the dragon soul, everyone saw it clearly. Unfortunately, none of the gods could succeed. If they could obtain a treasure that even the gods desired, it was almost 100%. This made all the disciples' hearts burn with passion. After the Earth's continent became one, they were ready to step onto it to seek opportunities. At the same time, the 9 dragons rose into the sky and the gods captured them. This scene was clearly seen by everyone. This made everyone on Earth extremely shocked. There was actually a divine dragon on Earth. Tonight, it was a sleepless night for the entire Earth. After Wuxia was suppressed by the divine mountain's divine light, some experts attacked Wuxia. After killing Wuxia, They obtained a demon core and increased their strength. The effect of a demon core was thousands of times more than a spirit stone. After this news was spread, the forces that the skyscraping treasured palace's experts had just established began to crazily attack Wuxia. In the past, the demigod-level Wuxia was suppressed at the profound void realm. Killing one of them was a huge profit. Soon, more and more experts joined the ranks of attacking Wuxia. The entire land was filled with the sounds of fighting and Wuxia's roars. In the second half of the night, tens of millions of Wuxia began to flee. They also realized that, under the coverage of the divine light, they were no match for humans. Wuxia withdrew from the area covered by the divine light, withdrew from the area covered by the dragon vein, and became active in the ocean. Some humans chased after him into the ocean, but they soon learned their lesson. More than 30,000 Wuxia. Haha, more than 30,000 Yao cores. We've gained a lot. At this moment, an excited voice came from the seaside of Jiang City when dawn was about to break. Although most of them are at the transcendent level, these Yao cores can improve us a lot. Moreover, the claws and scales of these demon corpses are very special. They can be used to forge weapons. Xiaoran looked at the corpses around him and a smile appeared on his face. The group had fought for an entire night and had gained a lot. To the faction that they had just established, these resources had increased their foundation by a lot. Dean, a lot of big things have happened tonight. The continent has completely become one. The disciples of the Holy Church, the Fire God Palace, and the Pyramid faction have already appeared on our land. Last night, the evil demons invaded. The divine mountain showed its light, and the divine dragon rose into the sky. Some people said that whoever can get the dragon soul can become the ancestor of the gods. It's very lively on the internet now. A young man walked to Xiao Ran's side and said to him, "Really? Although the evil demons haven't appeared here for half an hour, we can't be careless. 1/3 of our people will stay here and guard. The rest of us will rest. We'll replace them in 8 hours." Xiao Ran slightly raised his eyebrows and said to the people around him, "Yes. The 9 dragons rise into the sky. The 9 dragons come from the dragon veins and have already condensed the soul of the true dragon. According to the legends of the gods, whoever can get the dragon soul can become the ancestor of the gods." Wuxia is active in the ocean beyond the divine light. He gained a lot by killing Wuxia last night. The demon core can greatly improve a person's cultivation. According to the test, after absorbing 20 demon cores and comprehending the Abhijna or Dharma idol, one can immediately improve. The continent has become one. Disciples from the other 3 forces have entered. The Saint of the Saint Hall has led a group of experts to roam at the foot of the divine mountain of Mount Hua. 9 dragon souls, the greatest opportunity on earth. Whoever can obtain it will become the ancestor of the gods. At noon, Wang Xian sat in the living room. He flipped through his phone and looked at the messages on the internet. What happened last night was known as the beginning of the second mutation on Earth. Regardless of whether it was the invasion of the demonic beasts, the emergence of the divine mountain, or the ascension of the 9 dragons, all of them represented the beginning of an era. The disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace had just arrived. With the unification of the mainland, the already chaotic situation changed once again. The gods from the 4 major forces seemed to have tacitly agreed not to participate in the competition for the disciples below. It could be said that they did not care about the competition for the disciples below. When a divine kingdom appeared, they would personally go out and enter the divine kingdom to search for treasures. Currently, the 30 to 40 divine kingdoms that appeared on Earth had all been searched by the gods. The rest of them were just following behind and drinking soup. The second mutation began. The dark ancient land appeared and evil appeared. It was still difficult for them to obtain the only dragon soul that made them extremely hot. In the eyes of the gods, the most precious thing in the second mutation was the dragon soul. Of course, the godhead of the evil spirits in the divine realm was also a huge treasure. However, if they wanted to obtain it, they might die. I didn't expect that when I dripped the blood of the divine dragon into the dragon vein back then, it became the greatest opportunity for the second mutation on Earth. Wang Xian smiled faintly. He closed his eyes slightly and Wang Xian instantly sensed the location of the 9 dragon souls. The 9 dragon souls were hidden at 9 locations in the dragon vein. tens of thousands of meters underground. Even a god wouldn't be able to catch them underground. Even if they were caught, it would be useless. This was because these 9 dragon souls belonged to someone. Wuxia allowed the 9 divine dragons to develop on their own. He did not bother with the forces established by Xiao Ran. Just like the gods of the 4 major forces, there were no treasures on Earth that could attract him to make a move. Now he just needed to hide behind and wait. After that, Wuxia spent the entire day playing with the 2 little girls, drinking tea, playing games, and watching interesting things on the internet. It was very interesting. Xiao Ran's Longmen Academy had already recruited the first batch of disciples. Some of the dragon men who already had a family were acting as tutors and teaching the students. They were also able to receive resources. This made the dragon men very satisfied. As for people like demon number 156 who were restless, they followed Xiao Ran and hunted demonic beasts in the ocean. This was because Wuxia had killed millions of demonic beasts in an instant back then. As a result, the number of demonic beasts in the dark ancient land was much lower. This allowed them to reap a lot of benefits. Jiang City, an area that was not covered by the divine radiance, became a good place to hunt demonic beasts instead. As time passed, more and more people entered Jiang City to hunt demonic beasts. This also increased the number of people in Jiang City, a small city. A few months later, something happened in Dragon Gate Academy that caused a huge commotion in the entire academy. More and more people entered River City. Dragon Gate Academy was a major force that was currently in the limelight. The founder of Dragon Gate Academy, Xiao Ran, defeated the 4th divine son, and his voice shook the entire continent. And the reason why Dragon Gate Academy was in a stir was because of the group of Draconids. Some people discovered that the teachers of Dragon Gate Academy were all experts at the peak of the insightful Void Realm. Peak of the insightful Void Realm was also in existence at the Divine Sun Realm among the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. One had to know that the 5th Divine Sun who had died, as well as the Divine Suns behind the 5th Divine Sun, were all at the peak of the insightful Void Realm. When everyone learned that the dozen or so instructors of Longmen Academy were all at the peak of the insightful Void Realm, they shocked the entire world. Think about it. A peak of the insightful Void Realm expert was a teacher and he was teaching students. What kind of concept was this? This was equivalent to a former Tsinghua and Peking University professor coming to an elementary school to teach students. How could this not be shocking? After the news spread, Longmen Academy announced that it was recruiting students and disciples. In the past, parents would do anything to get their children to go to a good school. Now, all the parents were doing the same. Countless people came to Jiang City, wanting to send their children to Longmen Academy. There were also many strong people who joined Longmen Academy because of their fame. For a time, Longmen Academy was in the limelight. In just 2 short months, the number of students in Longmen Academy reached more than 5,000. About 30 dragon men and some insightful Void Realm experts from Dragon Gate Academy were teaching in the academy. A total of about 30 peak insightful Void Realm instructors shook the other factions once again. This caused the reputation of Dragon Gate Academy to rise once again. The existence of Dragon Gate Academy, coupled with the fact that Jiang City was very close to a dark ancient land, allowing them to hunt demonic beasts, caused Jiang City to rise. Half a year later, the entire area of Jiang City had almost doubled. Half a year later, the various large factions began to stabilize, forming 20 factions of 1 sect, 2 clans, 3 courtyards, 4 mountains, 5 religions, 6 sects, and some unspecialized people. These 20 factions were all the factions on Earth. They included the factions established by the disciples of the Sacred Hall, the disciples of the Fire God Palace, and the disciples of the Pyramid. Of course, there were still some small forces below these 20 forces. These small forces could not be compared to these 20 forces. Other than these 20 forces, there were also the Prodigy Roll, Divine Sun Roll, and Divine Sun Roll. This roll was the ranking of everyone on the internet. In the past half a year, other than the rise and stability of the major forces, the entire Earth was also filled with wars. The war between humans and demons. Humans killed demons to obtain demon cores. Demons wanted to devour humans to increase their strength. On the battlefield of the ocean, there were countless battles. Daddy, Daddy, come out and play with us. At noon, Wang Xian, who was at the top of the villa, heard the voices of the two girls below. "You're already so big. Play by yourself." Wang Xian opened his eyes and shouted towards the location below. "No, bad daddy, play with us quickly." Bang! As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, the sound of flowers rang in his ears. Following that, he saw a body pouncing towards him and hugging his neck directly. "Didn't I play with you guys this morning? You two little guys are really troublesome." Wang Xian looked at the two girls. In half a year's time, they looked like they were already 12 or 13 years old. They were 1.4 meters tall and had two ponytails. They were full of energy and were pure lowless. "Guzzi and the rest have gone to school. No one is playing with us. Daddy, I want to go to school too." "Going to school?" Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard Huar's words. The corner of his mouth twitched when he saw the expectant expressions on the two girls' faces. "You two little girls, your strength has already reached the 3rd level of the demigod realm. Why are you still going to school?" Wang Xian looked at them speechlessly and said, "Guzzi said that there are many students in the school playing together. They can all go to school, so why can't we go?" "Ichimich, we'll go too. Huar and Kair stood beside Wang Xian and shook his arm. "All right, let's go. I'll bring you guys to school. It's good that you guys go to school too, so you don't have to torture me at home. Also, those little guys aren't called Guzzi." Wang Xian thought for a moment and said to them, "HMPH, bad daddy. They just want us to leave. They'll be called Guzzi." "Guzzi sounds good." Huar pouted and raised her head. The dog they were referring to was a child from the Song family and the Draconid families. The two little girls directly called them dogs. "Wait a minute. I'll give your brother Xiao Ran a call." As Wang Xian spoke, he took out his phone and gave Xiao Ran a call. "What? Master, Huar and Kair want to go to school." "Yes, are you in school?" "Arrange a class for them." Yes, master. I'll go to your villa now." "No, let daddy send us there." While Wang Xian was talking to Xiao Ran, Hua said directly from the side, "I'll send them there." Wang Xian pinched Huar's cheeks and said to Xiao Ran, "Then I'll wait for you at the entrance of the academy." "Let's go. I'll send you to the academy." Wang Xian stood up and held the hands of the two girls. "It's time to go to school." The two girls walked out excitedly. Longmen Academy looked extremely majestic from afar. It was located at the center of Jiang City. It was covered by a formation revealing its mysteriousness and power. At the entrance of Longmen Academy, 200-meter-long divine dragons were coiled on the dragon pillars. There was a dragon pearl in the mouth of the divine dragons. The entrance of the entire Longmen Academy looked majestic. One of the 20 powers on Earth, one of the 3 academies. "Master." When Wang Xian brought the two little girls to the entrance, Xiao Ran immediately came down to welcome them. "Arrange a class for the two little girls and let them study." Wang Xian instructed Xiao Ran. "Yes, master. Leave Huar and Kair matters to me." Xiao Ran immediately said respectfully, "Follow your brother Xiao Ran." Wang Xian said to them, Go. Don't forget to pick us up after school, Dad." Kaya shouted at him. Okay. Don't cause any trouble in school." "Got it," Wang Xian instructed. "We're so cute. How could we cause trouble?" Huar pouted and said to him, Okay. Wang Xian waved at them. Ha! Suddenly Wang Xian's body stiffened. He narrowed his eyes slightly. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in the sky above the land of the 9 dragons. The so-called land of the 9 dragons was what people called the land where the 9 dragons rose into the sky. Below the peak of the Dragon Range Mountain, a short and ugly young man was located 10,000 meters underground. At this moment, he was holding an array disc in his hand. On the array disc, there was a needle. The needle was in the shape of a divine dragon. The entire array board was extremely mystical. At a glance, it was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary object. Kiki Dragon-Seeking Array. I didn't expect the Dragon-Seeking Array to be so useful. It wasn't in vain. I almost died over 100,000 years ago for this treasure. I didn't expect it to be of great use this time. As long as I find the dragon soul and occupy it, I'll be able to condense a divine dragon body. Not only will I be able to recover to my peak, I'll also be able to become even stronger. Who knows, I might even be able to reach above the eternal God Lord. Ha ha! Excited voices rang out from 10,000 meters underground. The short youth's eyes were filled with excitement and madness. If I can gather the 9 dragons, I can kill even those gods outside. At that time, all the opportunities on Earth will be mine. Dragon-seeking array, guide me. Over there, haha, you won't be able to escape from my hands. The young man looked at the dragon head's guidance on the formation plate. His eyes were filled with excitement. His body moved and he dashed forward. His body was unobstructed underground, just like a fish in the ocean. Dragon-seeking formation? An item of the godly state. Wang Xian looked at the young man below. His eyes revealed a hint of surprise. A fallen god with a treasure. No wonder he was able to find the location of the dragon soul. It seems that some gods can't be underestimated. He muttered while floating in the air. When he saw the young man coming to the front of the dragon soul, his eyes flashed with an inexplicable luster. Since you want the dragon soul, I'll give it to you. When Wang Xian heard the young man's words, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A devilish expression appeared on his face. Crouching dragon formation. Trap me? Ha 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 ha, I've got it. I can't believe that I have such a great opportunity when I wake up. Haha. I'll draw the dragon soul into my body and cultivate the body of a divine dragon. In the future, I'll become a divine dragon and soar across the world. Wild laughter came out of the Earthen Son's mouth. He stared at the trapped dragon soul in front of him and was extremely excited. The dragon soul was more than 10 meters in size, and its entire body was emitting a majestic aura. Trapped within the array, it twisted its body and struggled. Kiki, don't even think about escaping. The dragon ambush array is a treasure at the peak of the deity realm. It's easy to deal with a dragon soul that hasn't become a deity and doesn't have much intelligence. The Earth Descendant laughed as the spot on his chest slowly cracked open. His entire chest was like a black hole. Come in, enter my body. The dragon-seeking array in his hand glowed as the dragon soul directly flew towards his chest. Wang. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I am the true dragon's son of heaven. The youth laughed maniacally once again. His eyes lit up as he looked at his hands. A few minutes later, he sensed the dragon's soul in his body and smiled. His body moved and he flew into the distance. The moment he flew out of the ground, he couldn't help but raise his head. Roar! Roar! A dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone in the land of the 9 dragons was slightly shocked. The familiar dragons resounded once again. Haha! The Earth Descendant laughed maniacally as he flew into the distance. Boom! 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 When he flew out of the region of the dragon vein, the ground began to shake. Rumble! The area of the dragon vein began to collapse. The dragon soul was taken away and the dragon vein disappeared. It was taken away by a fallen god. The speed at which the dragon soul grows should be faster than here in the dragon vein. In order for the dragon soul to advance to the godly state, it needs to condense a body of flesh and blood. I hope this fellow can give me some strength. Wang Xian saw everything and smiled. It was just Wang Xian's intention for the country bumpkin to obtain the dragon soul. With the strength of the dragon soul and the power of the dragon vein, it was undoubtedly wishful thinking for the country bumpkin, a mere powerhouse at the 3rd level of the demigod realm, to capture the dragon soul. Wang Xian saw that this fellow was the reincarnation of a god, so he did not stop him from keeping it in his body. However, if Wang Xian wanted to take the dragon soul over, as long as he had a thought, the body of that country bumpkin would explode and be devoured by the dragon soul. In fact, Wang Xian could even use the dragon soul to possess that fellow's body directly. By letting him keep the dragon soul in his body, it would allow him to increase the strength of the dragon soul rapidly. With a resurrected god to increase the strength of the dragon soul, it would be much faster than in the dragon vein. The most important reason why Wang Xian didn't take back all 9 dragon souls was that the resources required for the growth of the 9 dragon souls were too huge. The energy required for the upgrade of the 9 dragon souls was enough for Wang Xian to upgrade himself. It feels pretty good to leave my clone to someone else to nurture. However, Ordinary heaven's favorites don't have so many resources to nurture it. It's not as fast as cultivating the dragon soul in the dragon vein. I hope that a few more fallen gods can obtain the dragon soul. Wuxia thought with a smirk. This was equivalent to having his own child raised by others with great effort. In the end, it gave him a feeling of retirement. It was somewhat satisfying. The true dragon's son of heaven. This title is not bad. Wuxia looked in the direction where his grandson had left. He smiled and disappeared immediately. In this land of 9 dragons, a dragon's roar shook the heaven and earth. Following that, the ground began to collapse and the dragon vein disappeared. Everyone in the surrounding cities looked at the collapsed area with shocked expressions. What happened? Why did the dragon's vein collapse? What was that dragon's roar? Could it be that the dragon's soul was obtained by someone else? Some experts directly flew into the sky and looked down with changing expressions. Their eyes were filled with shock. Damn it, what's going on? What on earth is going on? The dragon soul was actually obtained by someone else. The sect master of the Earth Void sect, one of the 6 sects, was the sect established by the 8th divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace. At this moment, he was floating in the air above the dragon vein. He looked down at the collapsed dragon vein with an embarrassed expression. He had established the Earth Void sect here in order to search for the dragon soul. In the end, he hadn't expected that the dragon soul here would actually be obtained by someone else. Bastard! He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with anger. What happened here quickly spread throughout the world. And on the internet, everyone was talking about the dragon soul. Everyone was envious of who had obtained the dragon soul, and who would have the chance to become a god and become an ancestor. Boom, holy shit, the Lingxiao treasured palace sent a message. The true dragon's son of heaven has entered the Lingxiao treasured palace and the gods will help him ignite the divine fire and lift up the divine kingdom. Oh my god, the Lingxiao treasured palace has spoken. The sacred hall has also sent a message. If he enters the sacred hall, he will become a god. The fire god palace has also sent a message from the pyramid. If he joins their faction, they will create a throne for him. This is crazy. My god, the 4 factions are recruiting him together. If only I could obtain it. The internet was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone knew how terrifying the dragon soul was. After obtaining the dragon soul, the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace would help you ignite the divine fire, help you lift up the divine kingdom, and the fire god palace would build a divine throne for you. This was simply insane. Countless people were in an uproar. Jie, I want you to help me ignite the divine kingdom and lift up the divine spark. I want you to help me build a divine throne. You are not worthy. What I want is for you to crawl under my feet. Ha ha ha. On the top of a luxurious building on the mainland, a country bumpkin was leaning on a chair. The exposed woman beside him was leaning on his left and right. As he looked at the news on the television, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. I didn't expect that a drop of blood that I dripped casually back then would actually make the entire world go crazy. When Wuxia saw the various messages, a wicked smile appeared on his face. Daddy, Daddy. At this moment, Wuxia's phone rang. Just as he took out his phone, Hua's voice was heard from the other end. What's going on, Hua? Daddy has only been away from you for more than an hour and you miss Daddy already? Wuxia took out his phone and asked the little girl in a good mood. This little girl had not been away from him for long since she was resurrected. She must have missed him. Daddy, I'm so angry. I'm so angry. One of my classmates actually called their older brothers and sisters to beat me up. He even said that he would call their parents to beat me up. Daddy, come quickly. Come quickly. When their parents come, beat them up. At this moment, the little guy's angry voice came from inside. Wuxia's face turned black. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, but soon, the glint disappeared. Hua, what's going on? Why did the others call your siblings and your parents to hit you? Wuxia raised his eyebrows and asked. The kids in our class saw that my sister and I were pretty and wanted to be friends with us. They pestered us after class and even pinched my face and bullied me. So, my sister and I will teach them a lesson. Wawa, put me down. I want to tell my brother and sister. I want to tell Mom and Dad. Just you wait. Huar's words were followed by the sound of crying. This made Wang Xian's face turn black. He recalled the scene of Shenzi, Gu Xingkong, and the rest being beaten up. His face turned black as he imagined it in his mind. Huar, Kaier, you guys have grown up. You need to solve your own problems. Remember, don't break them. Dad is busy. Wang Xian said immediately and hung up the phone. It's only been an hour since I started school. What a little troublemaker. This. The corner of his mouth twitched. Bad daddy, bad daddy. At this moment, in a cultivation room in Longman Academy, Hua saw the phone being hung up. She pouted and shouted. Quickly put Xingwen down. I'll tell you two little devils. We've already told brother and sister. We've also told Xingwen's father that Xingwen's father is a disciple of Longman Academy. That's right. Your father has ignored you. You're finished. Quickly let Xingwen go. In the cultivation room, dozens of boys and girls around the age of 12 or 13 looked at the center of the room. A few youths shouted at Hua Kaier. They shouted, but their faces were filled with fear. You bunch of cowards. You still call yourselves parents? What a bunch of brats. Hua disdainfully glanced at the few youths around her and waved the whip in her hand. Pa! Ah! In the middle of the cultivation room, a youth was hung upside down by Kaier. Huar's whip struck down and the youth cried out in pain. You said that you can't tell the teacher, but you didn't say that you can't call the parents. Those few youths said with flushed faces. You bunch of cowards. Now, you bunch of people should properly apologize to us. In the future, if you see us obediently, my elder sister and I will let you off. In the cultivation room of the lower grade of Longmen Academy, Huar and Kaier were clutching their waists. Their small faces were glaring angrily at everyone around them as they softly shouted. You put me down. You quickly put me down. Sob, 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 sob. In the middle, the young man who was hanging upside down in the air was crying while crying. At this moment, his back and buttocks were covered in blood. Although he was not seriously injured, he looked very miserable. Don't put me down, now you know your mistake, right? Hua pouted her mouth and stared at the young man who was hanging upside down, asking loudly. My mistake, I know my mistake, I won't dare to do it again in the future. Sob, 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 quickly put me down. The youth shouted loudly. It was a miserable cry. Say loudly, Sister Huar. Sister Kaier. I'm wrong. Pa! Hua swung the whip in her hand. It let out a crisp sound as she continued to shout loudly. In the surroundings, the entire class of youths and girls heard that crisp sound and could not help but shrink their heads. Their faces filled with fear as they looked at the two little demons in the middle. Woo woo woo. Sister Huar, Sister Kaier, I was wrong. The youth's entire body was in great pain as he cried and begged for mercy. That's more like it. Let me tell you, you bunch of cowards, if you dare to bully us in the future, just wait to be beaten. In the future, when you see us, respectfully call me sister, otherwise, humph. Hua said as she pretended to be fierce as she swept her gaze around the surroundings and coldly snorted. Yes, quickly put me down. The youth who was being hung hurriedly replied. Pong! Kaier's arm moved and the pitiful youth directly fell to the ground. He forcefully endured the pain on his body and hurriedly got up. He retreated with some fear. Xingwen, Han, Starlight, what's going on? Why are you guys calling me big brother and big sister? At this moment, a voice came from the door of the cultivation room. Big sister. Sob. SOB. Big sister. At this moment, when the beaten youth heard the voice coming from the door, he immediately burst into tears and ran outside. Ha! At the door of the cultivation room, 3 17 or 18-year-old boys and girls stood there. From the clothes on their bodies, it could be seen that they were senior students. When the three of them saw the youth running over while crying bitterly, they frowned slightly. The young girl in the middle hurriedly stretched out her hand to hug Xingwen, who was running over. What's wrong, Xingwen? What happened to your back? Who hit you? When the young girl hugged her younger brother and saw that the clothes on his back were torn and bloody, her face instantly revealed anger. Even teacher wouldn't dare to hit you like that. Who is it? The young girl's questioning voice sounded. When the few youths beside her looked over, Their pupils constricted slightly. It was too tragic. These were completely the marks left behind by whipping their buttocks. Sister Liang, it's them. It's them who beat up Xingwen. They even hit us a few times just now. Without waiting for the pained youths to speak, the few youths beside them hurriedly pointed at the flower picking in the middle of the room. HMPH, so what if we beat them up? Who asked them to provoke us with their hands and feet? They even called the older ones over. What cowards! Hua Er saw that they were pointing at her, raised her head and said disdainfully, Xingwen, did they beat you up? The young girl's expression turned cold as she asked her younger brother. Elder sister, it's them. The young man cried out in pain. You two vicious little fellows. How dare you injure my younger brother so badly? Come here immediately. The young girl's expression turned gloomy as she immediately shouted at Hua Er. In school, her younger brother had been beaten up. As her elder sister, she naturally had to help her younger brother vent his anger. Moreover, her younger brother had been beaten up so badly. You're the vicious one. Aren't they just some superficial injuries? I didn't even use any strength. Who asked him to provoke me and my older sister first? Serves him right. Hua Er heard the young girl say that she was vicious and glared angrily at the young girl. To hit so heavily at such a young age, if it's not vicious, then what is it? The two girls are quite cute. I didn't expect them to be so uneducated. How did your parents teach you? Immediately get your parents to come to school. I want to see what kind of parents can teach children like you. The two teenagers looked at Hua Er and said coldly, Come here immediately. After the two teenagers finished speaking, the girl next to them shouted coldly again. HMPH, I let you guys beat up Xingwen just now. Now you're out of luck. Serves you right. It's your first day in class and you're still so arrogant. No wonder you called your father and your father ignored you. Beside them, a few youths gloated at Hua Er's misfortune. You guys don't have any manners. You didn't even ask why we beat him up and just taught us a lesson. You guys aren't good people either. Kyer heard their scolding and her face revealed an angry expression. She waved her arm and a vine appeared in her hand. Little sister, let's teach them a good lesson. Kaya stretched out her hand and held the vine as she said to Hua. All right, big sister. Hua's face also revealed a cold expression. They actually dared to say that they had no manners and that they were their father. Oh? Little brat, I didn't expect you to still have some ability. The three of them looked at the rattan in Kyer's hand, and their eyes flashed with surprise. However, they still did not put it in their eyes. They were senior students. Could it be that they were still not a match for the two little girls? Whoosh whoosh. Right at this moment, they knew that they were wrong. The rattan in Kyer's hand moved gently. The three of them did not see any traces of the rattan and immediately felt their legs tighten. Immediately after, they felt their bodies being pulled up. Wang! They only felt their heads spin before they were directly hung upside down. What? The expressions of the three young men and women changed drastically. They had at least reached the transcendent level, yet they were actually instantly tied up. Hua, it's your turn. HMPH, I'll let you say that we're vicious. Pa! I'll let you call us uneducated. Pa! I'll let you call us daddy. Pa! A whip appeared in Hua's hand and lashed out directly at the three people's buttocks and backs. Every time she spoke, she lashed out. Moreover, the strength of her lashes was obviously much greater than that of the youth from before. In an instant, the clothes on their bodies were torn apart. How is this possible? You two little fellows, you. The young girl who was hung upside down in the air felt the tremendous pain coming from her buttocks and back. She was completely dumbfounded as she shouted loudly. They had never thought that they would be instantly subdued. They didn't even have the chance to resist. Around them, a group of 11 or 12-year-old children saw this scene and slightly opened their mouths. 5 words appeared in their minds. How terrifying. These two new beauties were simply little devils. Pa! Hurry up and say it, who has no manners. Pa! Hurry up and say it. Who is vicious? In the cultivation room of the lower grade, Hua Meng's voice sounded once again. accompanied by the clear sound of whips landing on their buttocks. The pain in his body caused the dazed youth to quickly wake up from the pain. You two quickly put us down. You two little fellows are courting death. Quickly put us down. Damn it, quickly put us down immediately. The two youths felt the pain on their butts and backs. The corners of their mouths twitched as they shouted loudly with flushed faces. HMPH, a few seniors still came to bully us. Shameless. However, you two grandmothers aren't so easy to bully. Today, I'll beat you up. Pa 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 pa. As Huar spoke, she lashed out at the three of them, one whip after another. Ah! Along with Huar's strength, the three of them let out blood-curdling screams. They closed their eyes, their faces filled with humiliation. The three of them had actually been humiliated by the two little girls, and they had even been whipped while hanging in the air. What image would they have in the lower grades in the future? If their classmates in the same grade knew about this, what face would they have left? But very quickly, they did not have time to think about these questions because they felt a burning pain in their buttocks and back. Even their clothes were torn. Sob sob. The elder sister of the youth from before let out a choking sound. Her arms and legs were entangled and she couldn't move at all. Every lash that landed on her caused her to feel incomparable pain. After being continuously lashed more than 10 times, she couldn't help but shed tears. At this moment, the youth called Xingwen, who was standing at the side, was completely dumbfounded. His elder sister and senior brothers were actually beaten up by those two little devils. Moreover, it was exactly the same as when they were beating him up. They were directly hung up and beaten up. How was this possible? His elder sister was extremely powerful. Gulp! When the surrounding youths saw this scene, they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear as they looked at the flower picking, as if they were looking at two evil devils. Now, if you apologize to us, we can be merciful and let you go. Quickly admit your mistakes. Hua whipped dozens of times consecutively as she spoke to the three senior students who were hanging upside down. Let us go, let us down. When the two youths heard Hua-er's voice, their faces were filled with humiliation as they shouted in a low voice, asking them to beg for mercy for a 12 or 13-year-old little girl. How could they do it? You won't admit your mistakes without apologizing, right? Then I'll beat you until you apologize and admit your mistakes. Humph. As Huar spoke, the whip in her hand once again struck towards the three of them. Woo, stop it for me. The three of them were still youths after all. The immense pain caused them to shed tears uncontrollably. Stop it. Stop hitting my sister. I've already told my father. My father will beat you up. Seeing his sister being beaten up so badly, tears flowed out of Xingwen's eyes again as he shouted loudly. When your father comes, we'll beat your father up as well. Don't think that just because you called your brothers and sisters over, we won't be able to beat them up. As Hua spoke, she raised her head slightly and the whip in her hand fell once again. Stop. When Xingwen saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel pain. In the cultivation room, all the young men and women were trembling. This was too terrifying. If he were to go to school with these two imps in the future, wouldn't he die? At this moment, the entire cultivation room was completely under Huar's control. Teacher Zhao, I'll have to trouble you with this devilish brat of ours. If he needs to be beaten, then beat him up. This brat isn't honest. Just now, he actually cried and told me that someone was beating him up. I wonder which student he is in conflict with. At this moment, in Longman Academy, two middle-aged men walked towards the cultivation room of the lower grade. A middle-aged man with slightly long hair smiled and said to the instructor of Longmen Academy at the side, "Hi, it's just a small matter. Although that child Xingwen is a little mischievous, his talent isn't bad. In the entire class, no one is stronger than him." The middle-aged instructor at the side smiled and shook his head. "I reckon that it's a conflict between children. You don't even need to come. Haha. If I'm not afraid that the little guy will beat someone up, then my parents will think that the children of our Longmen Academy are bullying people on purpose." The middle-aged man smiled. As the two spoke, they soon arrived at the side of the lower grade cultivation room. When the two just approached, they heard screams and cries coming from inside. "What's going on? Their expressions changed slightly, and they immediately walked towards the cultivation room. When they saw the scene inside the cultivation room, they were instantly stunned. Two students who were obviously seniors were hanging upside down in the air, and a little girl was beating them nonstop. A little guy at the side was wailing loudly. The middle-aged man with slightly long hair saw that the little guy who was crying was his son, right? And the one who was hanging in the air was his own daughter. The middle-aged man was completely stunned, and an angry expression instantly appeared on his face. However, as a disciple of the Dragon Gate Academy, he still suppressed the anger in his heart. But he had already decided in his heart that he would definitely ask clearly and make that girl who attacked him pay the price. My good boy. At this moment, he heard his senior brother's voice from the side, which made him slightly stunned. These two little princesses. Two little princesses, what happened to you? The middle-aged instructor's mouth twitched. What did he see? The Dragon King's daughter, that very, very cute daughter, was actually whipping 3 senior students. These 2 little girls were so cute. How could they hang people upside down and beat them? These 2 little girls were personally sent over by the dean today, so he gave them some good advice. As a former disciple of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect, he naturally knew how to treat the Dragon King's daughter. However, when faced with these 2 extremely cute little princesses, he didn't take them to heart. What could have happened to the 2 little princesses when they were so cute? Even when his junior brother from the Dragon Gate Academy had come to look for him, he had not expected that they would be the Dragon King's 2 daughters, because they were just too cute. However, when he saw this scene, his body trembled. Little princess, what happened to you? The middle-aged tutor hurriedly ran over and squatted beside Huar Kaier as he asked worriedly, "Their mouths aren't clean. My sister and I will teach them a lesson." Humph, they actually dared to provoke us and even say that we don't have a tutor. Teacher, come and judge us. Huar pouted when she saw the teacher coming over. The middle-aged teacher wiped the sweat off his forehead. It definitely isn't the fault of the 2 little princesses. All the students in the cultivation room were stunned once again. Teacher, they beat me up, and now they're beating my sister and the others. In the cultivation room, all the students were stunned when they saw their teacher walk over to Huar and Kaya, crouch down, and speak with a smile on his face. Teacher, isn't this wrong? You see, they even beat him up, and this isn't wrong? Then what is wrong? The group of children were slightly stunned. Xing Wen's face was even more sullen as he directly complained to the teacher. They were still young and did not notice that the teacher had taken extra care of Hua Kai and the others. Hearing the teacher's words, they naturally felt very wronged. When the teacher heard his words, he looked at the few senior students hanging in the air. The corners of his mouth twitched, and then he looked at Xing Wen, who had been beaten up. His butt was already swollen, and there were bloody marks on his back. His face turned black. As expected of the Dragon King's daughter. She has such strength at such a young age. The teacher thought to himself. He ignored Xing Wen and looked at Hua Kaier. He continued to ask with concern. 2 little princesses, put them down. I'll let them apologize to you. Tell the teacher if anyone bullies you in the school. Let the teacher teach them a lesson. Come. The teacher revealed a smile that he thought was the most amiable as he said to the 2 girls. Tell the teacher that calling their parents are cowards. They are a bunch of cowards. Teacher, they were the ones who bullied my sister and me first, so my sister and I taught them a good lesson. Our teacher, who was very gentle, did not hit them too hard. Kaier explained to the teacher. Yes, they were too naughty. Teacher will definitely teach them a good lesson in the future. The teacher quickly said to them. Okay, teacher. As long as they don't bully us, we won't hit them. Kaier nodded and said with a smile. This. When the 3 boys and girls who were hanging upside down saw the teacher coming over, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. However, they did not expect that the teacher would go and coax the 2 little girls as if he did not see them. This made them vomit blood. At the entrance, the long-haired middle-aged man who had followed the middle-aged teacher over also opened his mouth slightly. Looking at Teacher Zhao, who was squatting in front of the 2 little girls, he frowned slightly. Teacher, we don't want to be in the same class as these little brats. We want to go to the senior grade. These little brats are too childish. Hua pouted and glanced at the students around her as she said unhappily, all right, this, I'll immediately tell the principal and ask the principal." The middle-aged instructor immediately nodded with a bitter expression. These two little guys were not ordinary students. Not to mention that he had to squat down and coax them. Even if the principal came, he would coax these two little girls. "And you go and tell Xiao Ranji that we are going to the senior grade. We are not going with the little brats," Hua immediately said from the side. "Xiao Ranji? This?" At the door, the long-haired middle-aged man heard their conversation and his eyes widened slightly. Calling the principal big brother, what kind of background did these two little girls have? No wonder Zhao Laoshi was so respectful in front of these two little girls. It turned out that it had something to do with the principal. The long-haired middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Father, look. They were the ones who beat me up. Sister and the others were even beaten up." At this moment, Xingwen saw that his teacher was ignoring him. He looked at his father at the door and shouted with a bitter face, "Beat you up? If you were honest, why would others beat you up? Why would those two girls beat you up? Did you provoke those two little girls? Hurry up and apologize to those little girls. Also, why did you call your sister over when you kids were having a conflict? And you, why did you come here for your brother's matter? Why are you still going to hit the lower grade students? I think I've spoiled you to the point of lawlessness." The middle-aged man's face darkened when he heard his son's words. He pointed at the middle-aged man's head and shouted sternly. When the young man heard his father's inspection, he was once again dumbfounded. This, when the young girl who was hung upside down heard her father's voice, tears could not stop flowing down her face. Now that she was hung upside down, she did not think of putting herself down. Instead, she berated her. Sob. The young girl could not help but burst into tears. "Little princess, do you think? Should we put them down first? I'll call the principal right now." The middle-aged tutor heard the crying beside them and looked at the miserable state they were in. He squeezed out a smile and asked, "Then let them go." Kyer nodded and put the three of them down. "I'll call the principal right now. Two little princesses, please wait a moment." The middle-aged tutor heaved a sigh of relief and immediately took out his phone to make a call. He was afraid that he would upset the two little princesses, so he immediately sent the message to Xiao Ran. "Ha!" At this moment, in the tallest tower in the center of the academy, Xiao Ran and Ji Lingfei were sitting in the office discussing something. When they saw the message sent by Teacher Song, they were slightly stunned, and a hint of bitterness appeared on their faces. "What's wrong, Xiao Ran?" Ji Lingfei saw Xiao Ran's expression and asked curiously. "It's my master's two daughters. These two little princesses beat up a few people and now they want to go to the senior class for lessons. These two little princesses are very mischievous, especially Huar. Even my master can't do anything to them." Xiao Ran said helplessly to Ji Lingfei. "Oh? They came to Dragon Gate Academy to study." Ji Lingfei was slightly stunned. She was a little stunned, but soon after, her eyes sparkled. "Your master's two children are not simple. They are not simple. I don't know how master nurtured them, but their strength is not weaker than mine. Now, the two little princesses want to go to the higher grades. I'll go over." Xiao Ran also braced himself and stood up. He had witnessed the mischievousness of the two little fellows in his master's villa. However, he did not expect that in just over an hour, these two little fellows had already beaten up a few students. With the strength of these two little girls, there is no one in the entire Longmen Academy who can teach them. Ji Lingfei looked at Xiao Ran's appearance and laughed in amusement. She could be considered to have some understanding of the two girls of the Dragon King, especially when the two little girls had hung Gu Shinkong up and whipped him. If that scene was released, it would definitely shock the entire world. "Oh right?" Suddenly, Ji Lingfei narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Xiao Ran. "A month later, don't we have a competition with the other big academies? Why don't we put the two little princesses in the elite class?" "Oh? The elite class? Let the flower-picking girls participate in the competition. This absolutely won't do." Xiao Ran was slightly stunned, but he quickly shook his head. "I'm not asking them to participate in the competition. I'm asking them to go to the elite class. Think about it. These two little girls are very mischievous to begin with. The students of the elite class are no match for them. When they are bullied by these two little girls, it can completely stimulate their fighting spirit. Ji Lingfei's gaze flickered, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She was filled with wicked interest. This? Xiao Ran was slightly stunned when he heard Ji Lingfei's words. His face revealed a look of shock and deep thought. The elite class was the most outstanding group of students in the first batch of students of Longmen Academy. There were only 20 people in the elite class, but there were 2 dragon men at the peak of the profound void stage teaching them. It could be said that they were the trump card of the entire Longmen Academy. 20 disciples. All of them were the most outstanding disciples that the Longmen Academy had recruited. Those below 30 years old, who were currently the strongest, had already reached the insightful emptiness realm under the nurturing of the Longmen Academy, and had even reached the second level of the insightful emptiness realm. Don't underestimate the second level of the insightful emptiness realm. Before the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace had descended, the second level of the insightful emptiness realm could already be ranked among the best in a city. Even if the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace had descended, the second level of the profound void tier could be considered a pretty good expert on Earth. Compared to other people on Earth, it was definitely at the top. The establishment of the elite class was to prepare for the upcoming academy competition. As the saying goes, the first in literature is the second in martial arts. Now that the various major factions had just been established, there were gradually beginning to be disputes. This was especially so among the several major academies. Now that the Earth had changed, no one knew which person would be able to rise up strongly. At this time, being able to recruit disciples to join their own forces, and having more outstanding disciples joining, would be of great benefit to the entire force in the future. If one wanted to become an ancestor, one had to compete for talents. In order to compete for talents, the several major academies had agreed to have a competition. It was purely a competition between disciples. It would let everyone in the world see which academy was the #1 academy. Once one obtained the title of #1 academy, it would be of great benefit to the future recruitment of disciples. Therefore, every academy placed great importance on this competition. It was the same for Longmen Academy. Letting Hua Erkaier join the elite class is not a bad choice. Xiao Ran hesitated for a moment before he slowly nodded. However, I need to seek the opinions of the 2 little princesses first. As he spoke, he quickened his pace and walked towards the lower grade class. The entire Longmen Academy was very large, and it was filled with an ancient and sacred aura. Brother Xiao Ran's sister Ji Lingfei? When they arrived, Hua Erkaier, who was standing at the door of the training room, saw Xiao Ran and Ji Lingfei walking over and immediately shouted, "Hua Erkaier, what's wrong? Don't you like this class?" Xiao Ran immediately walked over and asked them with a smile on his face. These 2 were little fellows who could behave atrociously in front of his master. Naturally, Xiao Ran could not afford to offend them. "We don't like them. They're all a bunch of brats. Brother Xiao Ran, we don't want to play with them," Kaier said unhappily. "Then do you want to go to the senior class? Or do you want to go home and play with Daddy?" Xiao Ran held their little hands and asked. "We don't want to play with the bad daddy. He even hung up on us when we called the bad daddy." "Humph," Hua Er said loudly in dissatisfaction. All right. Then why don't brother change your class and go to the best class in the academy?" The corner of Xiao Ran's mouth twitched and he immediately said, "All right, change your class. We want to go to the senior class." Hua Erkaier immediately nodded. "All right. I'll bring you there now, all right?" Xiao Ran smiled and asked. "Anan." The 2 of them immediately nodded. "Headmaster, take care." Zhao Laosher heaved a sigh of relief and immediately said. Xiao Ran nodded and led Ji Lingfei and the 2 girls towards the center of Longmen Academy. "This? Senior brother, this? What are the identities of those 2 children? How could our principal treat them?" At the side, the long-haired middle-aged man saw this scene and gulped in shock. "I don't dare to say the identities of these 2 little princesses, but junior brother, you must remember that even our principal has to coax these 2 little princesses." Teacher Zhao's eyes flickered with a luster. They couldn't reveal the Dragon King's matters in River City. Without an order, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, that was the Dragon King, the former Dragon King, and the current Dragon King. The long-haired, middle-aged man's heart trembled. Even Principal Xiao had to coax them? In the current Earth, apart from the 4-god strength, Dragon Gate Academy could also be ranked among the top. Principal Xiao had even defeated the 4th Divine Son, and his reputation was flourishing. He actually had to coax these two girls. Just what kind of background did they have? Huar Kaier. When the time comes, don't bully the other students, understand? The cultivation room in the very center of Longmen Academy was also the gathering place for the entire academy's elite disciples. Those who could enter this place were all heroes and were respected by others. Their strength might be comparable to some disciples of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, but to have such results at this age, many disciples of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall could not compare. This was talent for cultivation. Xiao Ran, Ji Fei, brought Hua Er and Kai Er to the door and said to them, "Don't worry, Brother Xiao Ran. We are very obedient." The two little girls nodded obediently. Principal Xiao. At this moment, in the cultivation room, Devil 9 and Devil 10 saw them coming and immediately came over to greet them. "Ninth brother, 10th brother, Hua Kai is coming to school. Master sent them over. The two little princesses want to come to the senior grade, so I'm thinking of sending them here," Xiao Ran said politely to Devil 9 and Devil 10. "Huh." The two were slightly stunned. They looked at Hua and Kai and immediately bowed and shouted, "Little princess." Hee hee. Hua and Kaya looked at them and smiled. They looked at the cultivation room. "Headmaster Xiao. Then hand over the two little princesses to us." Devil 9 and 10 looked at each other. They saw the other party's trembling expression and said with a bitter smile, "Okay, I'll leave them to you." Xiao Ran nodded. Then, his eyes flickered as he looked at the two little princesses beside him. He transmitted his voice to them. "Ninth brother and 10th brother, I'll have to trouble you. You know the strength of the little princesses very well. Sending them here will be a good opportunity to motivate the other students. It's also possible that the two little princesses will return to Master after they get tired of playing with them for a few days." Mo Jiao and Mo Shi nodded slightly and smiled bitterly at Xiao Ran. "Two little princesses, come in with us. I'll introduce you to our new classmates." Mo Jiao and Mo Shi said to them and walked into the elite class. The entire elite class's cultivation room had an area of more than 10,000 square meters. It was equipped with all kinds of tools, and it was emitting powerful spiritual energy. 20 young men and women were cultivating inside. Some were sparring, some were practicing techniques, and some were sitting cross-legged on the side. Everyone gathered together. "Today, 2 new students have come to our elite class. Let me introduce them to everyone." Mo Jiao's voice resounded throughout the entire cultivation room. All the students looked over and stood in a row. 20 young men and women, each of them exuding a strong sense of confidence and pride. The students of the elite class of Longmen Academy. They had the capital to be proud. They looked at their teacher with slight astonishment, then looked at the two little girls beside their teacher who were filled with curiosity. What did this mean? In the cultivation room of the elite class of Longmen Academy, the atmosphere in the entire room was slightly strange. 20 elite students of Longmen Academy looked at the little girls beside Mo Jiao and Mo Shi's 2 instructors. It was not an exaggeration for them to call them little girls. "This is Huar. This is Kaier. In the future, they will be students of our elite class. Everyone, take care of each other." Mo Jiao looked at the students whose faces were filled with bewilderment and smiled faintly as he introduced them. "Hello, everyone." Huar and Kaya smiled as she shouted at all of them. "This." When everyone in the cultivation room heard their teacher's words, their faces were filled with astonishment. These 2 little girls were really their classmates. How old were they? At most 12 or 13 years old. How could they possibly enter their elite class? The 20 elite students were filled with doubt. Could it be that they had connections? That wasn't right either. The strength of the Dragon Gate Academy was revered. Only the strongest could enter the elite class and receive the best resources. But, alright, everyone, continue to cultivate. Mo Jiao continued speaking to all the academies, his gaze looking at Hua Kai. Two little princesses. How is this place? Very good. This place is fun. The two little girls swept their gazes across the entire cultivation room and nodded their heads in satisfaction. This cultivation room was over 10 times the size of the other cultivation rooms, and there were all sorts of array formations. That's good, that's good. Mo and Mo sure nodded their heads with a smile. They exchanged a glance and immediately returned to a single small room within the cultivation room. Following the two little princesses, they didn't know what to say and they felt very awkward, so they simply hid. The two entered the separate cultivation room and kept an eye on the situation outside through the glass. Devil 9 and Devil 10 left. But the elite disciples in the cultivation room didn't disperse. They still stared at Hua Kai curiously. Hua Kai was also blinking her eyes at the group of people in front of her, sizing them up curiously. The two little sisters are really cute. How did you guys join the elite class of the academy? A girl from the elite class said to Hua Kai with a smile. Thank you. Big sister is also very cute. That's how we joined. Kai said politely to the girl. I'm also very cute. When the slightly burly girl heard Kai's words, the corner of her mouth twitched. Our elite class represents the face of Longmen Academy. In a month's time, we will have a competition with other academies. Two little girls joining our elite class. If other academies find out about this, won't they think that our Longmen Academy is too childish? A thin young man crossed his arms and said indifferently. The teacher sent these two cute little sisters over. Naturally, he has his own thoughts. It should be that these two little sisters are more talented. The burly girl who had just started speaking glanced at the thin young man before walking towards Hua Kai. Little sisters are so cute. In the future, if you follow Big Sister, no one will dare to bully you. Big Sister, you're too weak. In the future, you can follow us. No one will dare to bully you. Hua tilted her head and smiled at the burly girl. Haha, interesting, interesting. Tigress, it's quite good for you to follow these two little girls. Let's see if you can learn how cute these two little girls are. In the middle, the youth holding a metal fan laughed loudly before turning around and walking towards the training ground. You. Mei Xuan. Just you wait. The burly woman's face revealed a fierce aura as she glared at him angrily. Mei Xuan completely ignored her. He opened his fan and faced forward with a smile on his face. Big sister, if you follow us, we'll help you beat him up. Hua glanced at the arrogant young man and said to the burly woman. Phew, little sister, you should follow your sister. You can't beat that scoundrel. The tall and sturdy woman took a deep breath and forced a smile on her face. She reached out her hand to touch Hua's head. However, Hua dodged her just as she reached out. Hee. The two little girls are quite interesting. At this moment, Mei Xuan, who had arrived at the reaction speed training ground, heard Hua's words and smiled faintly. Continue cultivating. Continue cultivating, a young man said as he walked to the side, and the group dispersed. Little sister, let me introduce you to the training equipment in the surroundings. The burly woman lowered her head to look at Hua and said indifferently. All right, that one is quite fun. Hua pointed to the area where Mei Xuan was and said loudly. That one is for training your reaction speed. Use the formation to adjust the speed of the hidden weapon to dodge. The burly woman said as she led them in that direction. When he just went over, Mei Xuan, who was dodging the hidden weapon, grunted and was hit by a flying knife. Sister, that guy is so stupid. Hua saw that he was hit by the hidden weapon and said to the burly woman beside him with a smile. Shut up. Mei Xuan, who was continuing to dodge the hidden weapon, heard the tender voice behind him and felt a wave of irritation in his heart. He immediately shouted softly. A fool is a fool. You still blame others. Hua heard his words and curled her lips as she said disdainfully. Bang! Just as she finished speaking, another hidden weapon landed on Mei Xuan's body. This caused his expression to instantly turn gloomy. Buzz! His figure moved and left the training area. He stared at the tall and sturdy woman with a gloomy expression. Tigress, take these two little girls away. The tall and sturdy woman that he glared at angrily roared in a deep voice. Mei Xuan, you better speak with more respect. If you can't do it yourself, how can you blame others? The tall and sturdy woman stared at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "Don't bother me." Mei Heshuan coldly glanced at them. "Sister, this guy is so arrogant. Hit him." Huaer looked at the young man and was very dissatisfied. She raised her fist at the burly woman beside her and said, "When I can defeat him, sister will teach him a good lesson." The burly woman clenched her fist and said, "If sister can't defeat him, then we won't follow you. You can follow us." Huaer heard her words and said with a smile. She even slightly raised her head. All right. From now on, sister will follow you." The burly woman looked at Huaer's appearance and shook her head in amusement. All right. Since sister is following us, then we will teach this fellow who bullied you a lesson." As Hua spoke, she slightly raised her head and took a few steps forward. "Hey, brat in front. Come over and apologize to this elder sister. Otherwise, we will beat you up." Under the surprised gaze of the burly woman, Hua raised her head and said to the youth, "There was no other way. She was too short and could only raise her head. Damn it, Tigress, immediately bring these two little girls away, and you two little fellows don't bother me. Otherwise, I will let you know how red the flowers are." Mei and Xian stared at the three of them impatiently and coldly. Mei and Xian's angry voices resounded throughout the entire cultivation room. When everyone heard their movements, they looked over and smiled faintly. Mei and Xian and He Xiaoxiao had already started a feud. The reason was that Mei and Xian had dumped one of He Xiaoxiao's best friends. In the end, He Xiaoxiao naturally did not give him a good look and targeted him everywhere. Mei Heshuan was naturally displeased with him as well. From time to time, she would call him a tigress to mock him. The rest of the elite class were already used to their quarrels. "Hung, little sister, let's go. We won't argue with the bad guys." He Xiaoxiao saw Mei Heshuan's cold expression. She snorted coldly and said to Huaer Kaier, "HMPH, sister doesn't have to worry. Since you've followed us, no one can bully you in Lawmen Academy in the future. Let us know how red the flowers are? Let us let you know how red the flowers are." When Huaer heard Mei Heshuan's words, anger appeared on her small face. Ever since Huaer was born, she had never been afraid of anyone. She even dared to pee on her daddy's neck. What else was there to be afraid of? As Huaer spoke, she waved her arm and a whip appeared in her hand. "Oh, little sister has actually reached the transcendence realm." He Xiaoxiao looked at the whip Huaer condensed, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Go, you're not a match for the bad guys." However, she immediately pulled Huaer's arm and said to her, "Sister, since you've followed us, we'll naturally help you teach the bad guys a lesson." Huaer raised her head and said to He Xiao with a serious expression, "Little brat, don't challenge my patience." Mei Heshuan coldly looked at Huaer and slightly lost his patience. If they weren't two children, he would have already taught them a lesson. "Elder sister, hang her up." Hua pouted her small mouth and stared unhappily at Mei Heshuan. Yes. Kaier nodded. The two little girls had long been unhappy with this fellow. Whoosh. Kaier waved her hand and a vine appeared in front of her. "Little brat, I think you're really asking for trouble." Mei Heshuan saw that Huaer and Kaier were actually preparing to attack him, and a trace of coldness appeared on his face. However, before he could finish speaking, that thorn directly coiled towards him. When he saw a green ray of light coming towards him, Mei Heshuan's expression changed slightly. So. Without waiting for him to react, his entire body was directly bound. His expression changed drastically. His body shook, and a powerful aura belonging to the first level of the profound void tier immediately erupted. "Break for me!" He roared in a low voice, wanting to struggle free of the vines on his body. Buzz! However, he soon sensed that the vines wrapped around his body did not move at all. Instead, he felt his body spinning and was immediately hung upside down. At this moment, Mei Heshuan's expression changed drastically. What was going on? How could this be? What happened? HMPH, this sister is someone we protect. She's one of us. If you dare to bully her, you'll be beaten up. At this moment, he heard that familiar young voice. He looked over and looked at the young and cute little girl. Pa! He saw the little girl waving the whip in her hand. Very quickly, he felt an intense pain on his butt. Following that, a gentle breeze entered. Instantly, his face turned red, and his mind was still in a daze. How could he be subdued by two little girls in an instant? His expression changed slightly, and a sharp long sword immediately condensed in front of him. Wang! But at this moment, he felt his body tighten, and the long sword condensed in front of him immediately dissipated. Pa pa pa! Still not obedient. The loud sound of the whip lashing rang out once again. Mei Heshuan felt the pain coming from behind him and his body trembled from the distance. You guys put me down, put me down! Mei Heshuan shouted at the two little girls in a trembling voice. This. My God, what is this situation? However, at this moment He Xiao, who was standing at the side, widened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Mei Heshuan was actually hung up and beaten by the two little girls? He actually did not have the slightest ability to resist. He possessed the strength of the first level of the profound void tier. If placed in the entire elite class, he could also be ranked in the top 5. Now, in front of the two 12 or 13-year-old girls, he did not even have the ability to retaliate? Holy shit, what's the situation? What's going on? In the cultivation room, the surrounding people were also slightly stunned when they saw Mei Heshuan being hung up upside down. They looked over in a daze. HMPH, you still dare to bully the people under our protection. Now we'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Hua held the whip in her hand and once again landed heavily on his body. Pa! His skin was torn and his flesh was torn. His clothes had completely turned into strips of cloth. Hearing this tender voice and the cruel sound of the whip, everyone landed on Huar and Kair's bodies in unison. Their eyes were wide open. How could those two little girls who had just joined their elite class be so strong? Mei Heshuan actually did not have the slightest bit of resistance. What was going on? Why are the flowers so red? Everyone looked at Mei Heshuan, who was hanging upside down. When they saw the position of his buttocks, the corners of their mouths twitched. Now it was why his buttocks were so red. Quickly put me down, put me down. Pa! Apologize to this sister or else. HMPHPA. Mei Heshuan felt the gazes of the surrounding students and felt the pain and chill on his body. He hurriedly shouted again. However, the flower completely ignored him and said to him with a cold snort, I apologize, put me down. Mei Heshuan was about to cry. After struggling for a few times, he realized that the vines wrapped around his body were not moving at all. This made him completely flustered. Where did these two little demons come from? How could they be so strong? Can't I apologize if I don't put you down? Huar squatted down and just happened to meet the eyes of Mei Heshuan, who was hanging upside down. As she spoke, she waved the whip in her hand. Pa! Ah! A crisp sound and a miserable scream could be heard. Fear appeared in Mei Heshuan's eyes. He Xiao, I was wrong. Tell them to put me down. Hurry, I was wrong. He shouted at He Xiao with a face full of humiliation and powerlessness. This. He Xiao, who was at the side, reacted. The corner of her mouth twitched when she saw Mei Heshuan's buttocks blooming. Well, little sister, two little princesses. Forget it. Let's put him down. She looked at the two little girls beside her and said with sparkling eyes. After all, they were classmates. She did not have too much enmity with Mei Heshuan. Elder sister, are you going to let him go just like that? Don't worry. In the future, with us protecting you, he won't dare to do anything. If he dares, we'll beat him every day. Huar looked up at He Xiao and said with a smile. That brilliant smile and cute dimples were extremely cute. In Mei Heshuan's eyes, he looked just like a demon. Beat him every day? Mei Heshuan's body trembled and he felt like crying. Feeling the chill on his butt, he really wanted to find a hole to hide in. This was in front of 19 classmates. If they were to tell others, how would he be able to live in Longmen Academy? At the very least, he was one of the top 5 disciples of Longmen Academy. To be hung up and spanked by two little girls. Wouldn't he lose face? Gulp! When the surrounding people heard the little girl's words, they gulped and looked at Mei Heshuan with sympathy. This? Two little princesses. Let him go. He Xiao looked at Mei Hushuan, who was crying, and smiled embarrassedly. She immediately said to Hua Er, Kai and the others, "All right." Kai nodded. With a wave of her arm, the vines wrapped around his body immediately disappeared. Bang! Mei Hushuan's body fell to the ground, his face still facing the ground. Hiss! His body moved slightly, feeling the pain coming from his buttocks. He sucked in a breath of cold air. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he hurriedly used energy to cover his body, to prevent his body from being exposed. "How is it, sister? It's not bad to follow us, right?" Hee. Hua Er glanced at Mei Hixin and said to Xiao with a smile, "Not bad, not bad." Xiao looked at Hua Er and Kai in a daze. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but in the end she did not ask. They? What kind of strength do they have? How can they easily subdue Mei Hixin? Could it be that they relied on their own strength to join our elite class? My God, they are too young. At this moment, the cultivation room was completely silent. The other 10 or so people were all looking at Hua or Kai, their eyes filled with shock. On the right, a young man who was sitting cross-legged on a cultivation mat looked at Hua or Kai and frowned slightly. The young man's appearance was very ordinary, and he looked very ordinary. The two young ladies have extraordinary strength. Can we exchange pointers? He slowly stood up and said to Hua Er and Kai with a calm expression. Oh? Yichen, is he going to? Exchange pointers with those two young ladies. Yichen actually challenged them? This looks like those two young ladies aren't simple. To be able to easily subdue Mei and Xian, they definitely aren't simple. However, I didn't think that Yichen would actually challenge them. Yichen is the strongest expert of our Dragon Gate Academy. When the young man's voice fell, everyone in the cultivation room looked towards him, their faces filled with shock. Sparring with us, you're too weak. Kai tilted her head and said to Yichen, "You can be our little brother." Hua said with a laugh. Hua and Kai's words caused the other students in the cultivation room to be slightly stunned. When Yichen heard their words, he also slightly frowned. Whether we're opponents or not, won't we know after we give it a try? Yichen slowly walked to the center of the cultivation room and stared at Hua and Kai. You still don't believe us, sister. Let's let them see how powerful we are. Hua said to her sister. All right. Kai nodded, and with a wave of her arm, a branch appeared out of thin air and twined around Yichen. Yichen's face revealed a grave expression, and all the surrounding students also stared intently. Even Mei and Xian were staring at him. He wanted to see how he was trapped by that girl's twig just now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What? However, everyone only saw a shadow, and Yichen's shocked voice was heard. So fast. Everyone looked over at the same time and found that Yichen was actually trapped by the twig. Flames bloomed on his body, but the flames did not burn through the twig on his body. Buzz! The next moment, everyone saw Yichen being hung upside down. This scene was very familiar to everyone, especially Mei Hushuan. Looking at people upside down, Mei Hushuan felt extremely uncomfortable. Pa! Not good. Yichen, who was trapped, was a little stunned, but soon, his expression changed drastically. He heard the sound of branches waving, and immediately after, he felt an intense pain on his butt. A sudden chill came over me. My pants are torn. Yichen's face changed. Cluck, 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 cluck. Flowers full of happy laughter came. She also waved the whip in her hand. Seeing the whip coming again, Yichen's pupils shrank. I give up, I give up. He hurriedly shouted out loud. Hiss! At this moment, everyone around sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Their widened eyes were filled with shock. The strongest expert of their Dragon Gate Academy, the second-level profound void martial artist, Yichen, was actually defeated in an instant. Instant kill. A complete instant kill. Following that, everyone's expressions became strange when they saw the place where Yichen was beaten. His clothes were torn and the scenery within could be seen. Yichin was famous for being cold in Dragon Gate Academy. He had a dead face and did not smile. Being able to see him make a fool of himself this time caused many people to reveal a faint smile on their faces. Little princesses, do you still want to take in underlings? I have just dismounted. What do you think of me? At this moment, a voice sounded. Soon after, everyone saw a fat young man run to the side of the two little demons and said with a smile, "You want to be our little brother?" Okay. Huar immediately nodded her head with interest. She looked at He Xiao and said, "Now, this elder sister and you, we will protect you. In the future, if anyone bullies you, tell me and I will beat them up." He Xiao's mouth twitched, but the fat on Ma Kai's face was squeezed together, and a happy expression appeared on his face. "Well, two little princesses, may I ask, what realm are you at?" The thin and weak young man who had spoken at the beginning swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When he thought of what he had just said, the corner of his mouth twitched and he bowed slightly as he asked them in a low voice. "Realm? I don't know." Huar shook her head, indicating that she was a little confused. "It's the third level of the demigod realm. You don't even cultivate properly." Kaya said to her from the side. Level 3 demigod." The thin young man widened his eyes and stuttered. "Plop. Little princess, please accept my bow. From now on, your little brother Ma will follow you." A muffled sound came from the cultivation room. Ma Kaier immediately knelt on the ground and shouted at Huar. Level 3 demigod? Fuck. This was a third-level demigod. Was the cultivation of Principal Xiao of Longmen School so high? It's definitely not the third level of the void interpretation. The thin and weak young man trembled and stammered as he asked again. "It's a third-level demigod. Father also said yes." Kaier nodded slightly and stretched out her index finger. A 10-meter-long mystical tree appeared, exuding a terrifying pressure. "Big sister, please accept my bow." The thin and weak youth saw this scene and immediately shouted loudly. "Fuck, 2 demigod rank 3 little princesses. I must hug their thighs. This strength? Longmen Academy's big sister." He. Huar looked at Ma Kai and the skinny youth's exaggerated appearance and could not help but laugh. Good. In the future, we will take care of you and give you some delicious food. He. Huar waved her hand and threw the 5th-level void interpretation pills to Ma Kai, He Xiaowei, and the skinny youth. Delicious. The 3 of them were slightly stunned. When they saw the elixirs floating in front of them, their eyes widened instantly. "Daddy gave us candies. I'll give you one," Hua said nonchalantly. The 5th-level insightful void tier elixirs were indeed just their candies. Wang Xian gave them over 1,000 of them and used them as candies to eat. Gulp. Ma Kai and the other 2 looked at the elixirs in front of them and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their eyes revealed a burning look. "Thank you, little princess, thank you." It was a 5th-level void interpretation medicinal pill. Even if they were to go bankrupt, they might not be able to buy one. In the end, the 2 little princesses casually threw one to each of them. Candy? This was candy? They hurriedly thanked loudly, filled with excitement. This medicinal pill would be of great benefit to their subsequent cultivation. Could even help them raise their cultivation levels. Those 2 little princesses. Do you still accept underlings? A youth thickened his skin and asked Hua and Kaier in a low voice. Accept underlings. As long as you're obedient in the future, we'll take care of you. Hua laughed loudly. Little princess, I want to be your underling. I'll definitely fight for the little princesses in the future. Little princess and me. In the future, I will do my best for the little princess. After Huar finished speaking, the moral integrity of some of the academies in the elite class was immediately lost. In front of medicinal pills, what was face? Moreover, this was an invincible demigod rank 3 expert. Although they did not understand why these 2 little princesses had such terrifying strength. Just the strength of a demigod rank 3 was enough for them to worship. Without any exaggeration, if they met a demigod-level expert, it was normal for them to kneel and worship. Moreover, these 2 little princesses were so cute. With a wave of their hands, they were able to obtain a rank 5 void interpretation medicinal pill. Who would not be willing? Each person will be rewarded with a candy. Hua generously waved her hand and gave one to each person. Little princess, I also want to be your little brother. Mei Heshuan's mouth twitched when he saw this scene, and he squeezed out a smile with a dark face. Although he said that he was humiliated by the whip, it was all the whip's fault. What did it have to do with the two cute little princesses? What did it have to do with the two demigod level 3 evil little princesses? It was the whip that hit them, not the little princess. Hee, as long as you listen to us, we'll take care of you. Sister, it's still better to be a senior student. That group of juniors are all cowards and crybabies. This place is the most fun. Hua saw 20 people gathered around them with smiling faces. The two little girls raised their heads, looking like big sisters. Yes, it's still better to be them. Kair nodded her head in agreement. The other party would not cry even if they were to hit them, nor would they call their parents. This group of people was much better than that group of little brats. Let's go. Let's go play with that thing that shoots hidden weapons. The two little girls turned their heads and finished up in the cultivation room. The group of people hurriedly followed by the side and explained to them. With a chance to interact with a demigod rank 3 powerhouse, even Yi Chen's face was filled with smiles as he went over. This. In the cultivation room, Mo Jiao and Mo Shi's faces revealed bitterness when they saw the scene. Before school ends, tell that group of students not to tell anyone about the little princess. Mo Jiao said indifferently. Okay. Mo Shi nodded his head in agreement. Looking at the 20 most elite disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy surrounding the two little girls in the elite room, they smiled helplessly. How is it? Did the two of you cause any trouble in the academy? In the evening, Wang Xian came to pick up the two little girls. He looked at the cheerful girls and asked with a smile. Daddy, we are so obedient. Kaya held onto Wang Xian's left arm and said while shaking it. Yeah, bad daddy. The people inside are really nice. Their words are pleasant and fun. Hee. Hua laughed and said non-stop. You two better not cause any trouble inside. Wang Xian smiled. HMPH, we're not going to cause trouble. Let's go home. The two little girls hopped toward the house while holding Wang Xian's hand. In the following period of time, a scene that shocked all the students in Longmen Academy happened. During lunchtime in the elite class, a group of 20 elite students accompanied the two little girls. Under the observation of some students, they discovered that this group of elite students, including the strongest person in the academy, Yi Chen, had brought food and water for the two little girls. They even saw that the two elite students from the elite class, Mei Hixin and Ma Kai, had gotten a car, and the two of them were carrying it. On it sat two little girls, laughing happily nonstop. This made the other students of Longmen Academy extremely confused. Some of them wanted to understand the situation from the elite students, but in the end, they didn't get any news. This divine ability of yours isn't so condensed. Your control isn't enough, you still have to practice your control. Yes, it's the little princess. Ma Kai, how can you be so stupid? The earth attribute is mainly based on defense. Is your defense all on your head? You have to cover your entire body. This pothole of yours is so fun. It's the little princess. What do you think we should do? Little princess, Yi Chen is not talented. I would like to ask you a question. Time passed quickly. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the cultivation room, Hua Kair sat on a swing. The entire cultivation room was painted pink. In the room, there were cute dolls and all kinds of toys placed around. The two little girls looked at the group of elite students cultivating in front of them and gave them some pointers. There were also elite students who came over to ask questions. Little princess, you guys are really amazing. After your little guidance, Yi Chen immediately understood. Yi Chen stood beside them and bowed respectfully. This was completely sincere. Hee. All right. Don't disturb us. Hua waved her hand at her and looked at the computer in front of her. Little sister, did you feel that we didn't know about their problem before? But when we saw it, we were able to solve it immediately. Furthermore, I've been having dreams for the past 2 days, and I've been dreaming about some things. Kair held her chin and looked at her little sister. Sister, did you have a dream too? I had a dream too. It affected my sleep. Hua turned her head and said with a smile. Obviously, She did not take this matter to heart. Why did I dream of another father and another mother? It's so real. Kairos' eyes sparkled as she pouted. Could it be that we really picked them up? Memories. Dreams. After a god fell and a drop of blood was resurrected, they would not awaken all their memories in the beginning. They would awaken bit by bit as their cultivation increased. Huar and Kai's cultivation had already reached the demigod rank 3. This was the time for the memories to awaken. Perhaps they would be fully awakened tomorrow or at the next moment. After the awakening, their previous memories would be completely restored. Time passed slowly. Wang Xian stayed in the villa every day. However, in the past few days, he had also noticed some abnormalities in Huar and Kaya. This was especially so for Kaya. From the beginning, Kaya had always been a quiet little lady. In the past few days, she had become a lot more ladylike. Furthermore, her every move was completely different from that of an ordinary little girl. Just like the way she brushed her hair and the way she ate, there were huge changes. Wang Xian saw everything. Daddy, we're back. In the evening, the two little girls ran back after school. Now, they didn't allow Wang Xian to pick them up. I'm here. Come over and let Daddy hug you. Wang Xian stretched out his arm with a smile and said to them, Hee, Daddy, our academy will be having a competition with other academies tomorrow. All the other students in the class will be there. We will be there too. Hua ran to Wang Xian and sat on his lap. She raised her head and said, The academy competition? Okay. Daddy will go with you guys then. Wang Xian thought of the sensational events that happened in the past few days and said with a smile, Thank you, Daddy. It's just silly. Hua happily kissed Wang Xian on the cheek. What do you guys want to eat? Daddy will get it for you. Wang Xian touched Kaya, who was sitting beside him, and smiled at them. However, what Wang Xian didn't notice was that when he placed his hand on Kaya's face, her small face instantly turned red and her eyes were watery. I want to eat meat. Hua immediately shouted loudly. All right. Wang Xian stood up. Do you want me to bring you guys there tomorrow? Or do you want us to go with the academy? Daddy, bring us there. We want to go with Daddy. Hua said immediately. All right. You guys wait here. I'll go prepare food for you guys. Wang Xian nodded and walked into the kitchen. He was fine in the villa now. He was basically the one who prepared the meals for the two little girls. Sister, in the future, you don't kiss your father so often. Kaya looked at Wang Xian, who was busy in the kitchen. Her eyes were sparkling as she spoke to Hua, who was beside her. Sister, what's wrong? Hua blinked her eyes and looked at her sister. Have you been dreaming these few days? Kaya asked her speechlessly. Of course. At first it disturbed my sleep, but in the end, it was quite fun. Hee. Kaya flipped her hair and touched her forehead. She was speechless and did not say anything else. The meal is ready. I'll call Xiao Ran over to ask about tomorrow. As Wang Xian spoke, he patted the heads of the two girls and placed the food beside them. Then he gave Xiao Ran a call. Master. Soon Xiao Ran and Ji Lingfei rushed over. How was the competition this time? Wang Xian gestured for them to sit down and asked with a smile. Master, we will bring our students to Mount Hua tomorrow. There are 5 academies competing this time. Other than our 3 academies, there are also the Heaven Palm Academy and the Lingfeng Academy under the Heaven Palm sect. We are confident that we can obtain the first place in this competition. Xiao Ran introduced the competition to Wang Xian with a smile. Is the competition at Mount Hua? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Mount Hua was one of the divine mountains. Not far away from it was the land of the 9 dragons. Mount Hua was a land of outstanding people. The Vulcan Academy wants to hold the competition at their place. The Menjiu Academy wants to hold the competition at their place. Naturally, our Longmen Academy also wants to hold the competition at our place. After that, there was no agreement. We could only find a central location. Since ancient times, there has been a saying about the sword debate in Mount Hua. Hence, we held it at Mount Hua. This competition will be broadcasted live all over the world. It can also be considered as promoting the prestige of the few great academies. Xiao Ran said. Wang Xian nodded. Currently, the 20 strongest forces in the world were respectively 1 sect, 2 clans, 3 academies, 4 mountains, 5 sects, and 6 sections. All of them were established by the son of deity prodigies. Mount Hua was now occupied by the Celestials. The Celestials were established by the eldest young master of the Divine Peak Corporation. The Celestials were the family name that he announced to the public. The celestial strength and the influence of the eldest young master of the Celestials were extremely powerful and terrifying. Once, he single-handedly defeated the Divine Sons and an expert on the God-sealing role of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. He was not a disciple of the 4 major forces, but he was extremely feared by the Divine Sons and Heaven's favorites. Among the 20 forces, the celestial race was considered to be one of the top existences. The 2 little girls said they are going over. Are they participating in this competition? Wang Xian asked with a smile. Let's watch War and Kaya. If the other academies don't cheat, they don't have to participate. Master, do you recommend them to participate in the competition? Xiao Ran looked at him and asked. It doesn't matter. The 2 little girls can participate if they want to. Wang Xian shook his head nonchalantly. As long as the 2 little girls were happy, it was up to them. Even if others knew about their strength, it was nothing. It's Master. Xiao Ran nodded. The first round of the academy competition was related to the ranking of the 3 academies. Obtaining the first place would naturally be of great benefit to an academy. However, he could not guarantee that there wouldn't be any tricks in this competition. Although they had set the rules, if other academies sent out Heaven's Pride level students or students whose strength was close to Heaven's Pride level, Longmen Academy would definitely not be a match for them. These students who were close to Heaven's Pride level were obviously prepared in advance by the academy by cheating. In addition, the Fire God Academy and Gate 9 Academy were established by the Fire God Palace's disciples and Pyramid disciples, so they had to be on guard. With flowers and flowers, they could also have a guarantee. I'll bring 2 little girls with you tomorrow. Wang Xian said to Xiao Ran and the rest. Yes, Master? Xiao Ran nodded. After chatting with them for a while, Xiao Ran and the rest left. Wang Xian came to the villa and looked at the 2 little girls. He played with them for a while. The next morning, Wang Xian brought the 2 little girls to Longmen Academy. In the academy, an airplane filled with powerful energy was parked at the field. A few hundred academies entered the airplane. In these academies, other than the 20 elite students, there were also some students with good talent and potential who went to watch and prepare for the future competitions. Back then at Mount Hua, a few mountain peaks were destroyed by me. I wonder how they are now. Wang Xian sat in the private room of the plane and thought to himself with a smile on his face. With the recovery of spiritual essence, the earth changed, and the divine mountain began to shine. Mount Hua, one of the current divine mountains, was once the west peak of Mount Hua. Now it was also shining with divine light. Among all the divine mountains, Mount Hua was once ranked at the top. Back then, the divine sons and the experts on the God Ascension role fought over this place. The eldest young master of the Divine Peak Corporation appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the experts on the God Ascension role. From then on, his name shook the world. The area of Mount Hua was now more than 1,000 square kilometers. It was more than 10 times the size of the past. The lowest height of each mountain was 5,000 meters, which was 4 to 5 times the height of the past. The divine light enveloped the surroundings, making people feel warm and comfortable. Yaoxia did not dare to step into such a place. It seems that after the Earth's metamorphosis, the few mountains that were severed back then have already recovered. Wang Xian came to the sky above Mount Hua. He scanned the area below and thought to himself. Mount Hua was now the territory of the Celestials. On the tallest mountain peak, there were 2 big words Celestials written on it. On the mountain peak at the side, some of the words Chiffon Corporation were also carved on it. Shunfeng Corporation was now the leader of the 3 major pharmaceutical corporations. Their elixirs were sold to the entire world. Roar! At this moment, roars could be heard from the front. Wang Xian looked over and saw a group of people riding on flaming demonic beasts flying towards the bottom of a mountain. That should be the Vulcan Academy. Wang Xian looked over and mumbled. Currently, the mainland of Earth had become one. The 3 academies were established for the disciples of the Ling Shao Palace, the Fire God Palace, and the Pyramid. The strength of each academy was not to be underestimated. If it were not for the existence of a group of tutors at the peak of the insightful void stage and the existence of the mysterious and powerful vice principal Ji Lingfei, the Dragon Gate Academy might be considered the weakest existence in the three academies. That is. At this moment, Wang Xian looked into the distance. A golden pyramid was flying towards them. The pyramid was emitting a thick earthen yellow luster. The entire pyramid had a radius of about 10 kilometers and was emitting a powerful pressure. This is the kingdom of God, the unfinished kingdom of God. Wang Xian looked at the pyramid with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The unfinished kingdom of God was equivalent to the ruins of the kingdom of God in the vast area of the supernatural continent. If this unfinished kingdom of God was not built by a god, it would have been built by a demigod at the 8th or 9th level or even a peak powerhouse. Master, we're here. At this moment, the plane stopped at the foot of the mountain. Xiaoran's voice could be heard. All right. Wang Xian nodded and walked out of the plane. Master, that's a disciple of the Vulcan Academy. That powerful pyramid is the Gate 9 Academy. The founder of the Gate 9 Academy is the son of a god. Walking down, Xiaoran looked at the pyramid flying towards them with a solemn expression. The strongest thing about the school of Gate 9 was its background. The founder of the school was the son of a god in the pyramid. They had resources that other schools could not match. Is the school of Gate 9 very strong? Wang Xian asked with a smile. I'm not worried about the strength of their students. I have great confidence in the competition this time around. Xiaoran said confidently. Wang Xian nodded his head. Daddy, Daddy. At this moment, the voices of the two little girls could be heard from the side. On the plane, the two little girls didn't sit with him. Instead, they sat with a group of students. Is that the father of the two little princesses? He actually came. Moreover, our principal is actually with the father of the little princess. The fathers of the two little princesses are so young. To be able to have such a powerful daughter, he must be very powerful. To be able to have our principal and vice principal follow by the side, could it be that the fathers of the two princesses are the upper echelons of the Lingxiao treasured palace? It's really possible. The students who had alighted from the plane looked over and discussed in low voices. This was especially so for the 20 students from the elite class. They knew Hua Archaea's strength. They were also filled with surprise towards their father. Master, the competition will only start tomorrow. The Protoss has arranged a mountain peak for us to rest on. Xiaoran said to Wang Xian. Will the two of you follow us to the mountain peak where we live or go out to play? Wang Xian looked at the two little girls and asked. We'll let Sister Yao accompany us and go out to play with our classmates. Hua replied immediately. All right then, you two go ahead. Call us if you need anything. Wang Xian nodded at them and gestured to Yao. It's the Dragon King. Yao nodded immediately. Let's go, let's go. There are so many mountains here. Let's go out and play. Hua turned her head to look at her classmates and said loudly, Sister Hua is really too playful. Ji Lingfei said with a smile from the side. Let them play. I don't know how long they can continue to play like this. Wang Xian looked at the carefree Hua and said with a smile. Ji Lingfei was slightly stunned. She heard the hidden meaning in Wang Xian's words. She looked at Hua and Kair. The two of them were not weak anymore. Their memories might be about to be completely restored. Let's go. Wang Xian glanced at them and gestured to Xiaoran. The group of them walked towards the mountain peak where they lived. When they came to the top of the mountain peak, Wang Xian glanced at the divine mountain, Mount Hua. The divine blood that was stained with the divine blood was emitting the last of its divine radiance. Although this divine mountain was not as good as the divine kingdom, it was comparable to a pretty good paradise. Master, the appearance of Mount Hua back then has changed drastically. I still remember the scene when I fought with you and the leader of the Donghua Saint sect here. Xiaoran walked over from behind. He scanned his surroundings and said as he recalled the scene. More than 10 years ago, the earth changed too much. Wang Xian said faintly. Divine Son of the Nine Gates, welcome to the celestial race's Hua Mountain. I am Shenyuan Wu, here to welcome all of you. At this moment, at the foot of a mountain beside Hua Mountain, the pyramid landed on the ground. A group of more than 500 people walked out from the pyramid. A middle-aged man from the celestial race immediately went up to welcome them respectfully. The people of the Protoss did not need to come up to welcome the Dragon Gate Academy, the Fire God Academy, and the other two secondary academies. However, the Protoss still had to attach great importance to the Gate 9 Academy. The reason was that the dean of the Gate 9 Academy was the son of a god, the son of a female Dharma deity in the pyramid. There was still a huge gap between the son of a god and the son of a real god. Mr. God, where is your eldest young master? In the middle of the crowd, a tall, handsome young man wearing khaki leather clothes and khaki gloves looked at Xinyuan Wu and asked indifferently, "I'm sorry, Ninth Divine Son. Our eldest young master is unable to come personally to welcome you. Everyone, please, we have already arranged a place for you to stay." Xinyuan Wu hurriedly explained with a smile. "Your eldest young master is really busy every day. We don't need a place to stay. Take us around. Have the other academies come?" Sect 9 Divine Son's expression didn't change as he lightly asked. Sect 9 Divine Son, the Dragon Gate Academy, Fire God Academy, Sky Palm Academy, and Spirit Peak Academy have arrived. Dean, the Fire God Academy isn't too far away from us. I know a little about them. Their strength isn't bad, but they're definitely not our match. Sky Palm Academy and Spirit Peak Academy aren't qualified to compete with us yet. The only one is the Dragon Gate Academy. They're our only match. On the road of Mount Hua, a woman standing beside Divine Son 9 of the Gate said with a smile, "Regardless of whether it's the Dragon Gate or the Fire God, our Menghui Academy must obtain first place in this competition. Since I've established a faction, I must become first among all the factions." Shensi Menghui's eyes flickered with intense confidence as he said proudly, "As the son of a god, he had his own pride. Among the few academies, his faction's background was the most powerful. If the academy he established couldn't become first, then how could he make his mother look up to him? How could he give his mother an explanation? Therefore, in this academy competition, his Gate 9 Academy had to obtain first place. Moreover, they had to completely suppress the other academies. Dean, don't worry. My strength has already reached the 3rd level of the Profound Void tier. I will definitely be able to suppress all of them." A young man approached and said respectfully. "Yes." Shensi Minjiu smiled faintly. He had his own trump card. He would not lose this time in the academy's competition. "I believe that with the strength of the 9 Gates Academy, I wish Shensi Juman the best." Xinyuan Wu smiled at Shensi Juman and said, "I wonder where you are planning to go, Shensi Juman? I heard that there are dozens of spiritual altars in the celestial race's Mount Hua. Bring us to the spiritual altars to take a look." Xinyuan Wu said to him. Okay. Everyone, follow me." There were once people who comprehended divine abilities from the spiritual altars on our Mount Hua. There were also people who comprehended divine abilities in front of the spiritual altars, and their strength increased by leaps and bounds. Xinyuan Wu continued with a smile. Divine attacks or things left behind unintentionally will leave behind some meaning. If one can comprehend them, it will indeed be very beneficial to cultivation. Divine Son Men Zhou clearly understood some of this aspect. He looked at the crowd behind him. "If any of you are lucky enough to comprehend some, I will definitely reward you greatly." "Thank you, Headmaster." The group of students and disciples immediately called out respectfully. "Little princesses, this is the spiritual pedestal. It's the only open and mysterious place on the divine mountain, Mount Hua. Every day, a large number of people come here. There are people who have gained enlightenment here, and their cultivation is increasing rapidly." At the peak of Mount Hua's spiritual pedestal mountain, a mountain peak that was about 5,000 meters tall reached straight into the clouds. At the top of the mountain peak, there were many blood-red stone platforms. The stone platforms were irregular, and one of the stone platforms even had a palm print on it. The 20 elite students of Longmen Academy brought Huar and Kaya, the 2 little princesses, to this place and introduced them. "The surroundings are so beautiful, hee. Huar swept a glance at the spiritual pedestal and looked around. Immortal mist lingered around it, and it was filled with fairyland. "Tell Daddy later. Let's move here." Let's go take a look at the spiritual pedestal. Maybe we'll have an epiphany. The elite disciples of Longmen Academy at the side said as they looked at the spiritual pedestals one by one. Spiritual altars? Kair blinked her eyes and looked at the blood-red spiritual altars in the distance. There were more than 20 spiritual altars on the spiritual pedestal peak, and each of them had a different appearance. As she looked, she felt that there was a mysterious power within them. Wang! Her mind trembled as if she had been drawn away by the energy within. Her body emitted a faint energy and memories appeared in her mind. Sister, what are you looking at? Hua saw that her sister's expression was not right and her gaze also looked towards the spiritual pedestal. Oh! However, very quickly, her mind was also attracted by the familiar energy within the spiritual pedestal, and images appeared in her mind. Oh my God! They are having an epiphany. They are having an epiphany. Right at this moment, an excited voice came from the side. A cry of surprise caused everyone around to look over. Oh! Everyone around was slightly shocked and immediately looked over. There were 200 to 300 people at the peak of the entire mountain. When they saw Hua Erkaiyar's body exuding a mysterious energy, their faces revealed a shocked expression. What? The 2 little princesses and the others. The group of Dragon Gate Academy's elite students were slightly stunned, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Immediately surround the surroundings. Don't let others interrupt. When Yao Nu saw this scene, she immediately ordered the group of students. Yes, yes. The rest of the students immediately nodded, surrounding the surroundings, their gazes sweeping over everyone on the mountain peak. Our Dragon Gate Academy students have an epiphany. Please don't disturb, or else don't blame us for not being polite. Yichun stood in front, his body emitting an imposing aura as he warned everyone around him. The students of Dragon Gate Academy, those 2 little girls are students of Dragon Gate Academy? Looking at their clothes, they are indeed students of Dragon Gate Academy. I didn't expect that 2 of them would have an epiphany. What a great opportunity. Looking at their clothes, they seem to be elite students of Dragon Gate Academy. They are going to participate in the competition tomorrow. That young man should be an elite of Dragon Gate Academy called Yichun. I didn't expect that there would be someone among them who had an epiphany. This is a great event. Perhaps Dragon Gate Academy will become the leader of the 5 great academies. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they revealed astonished expressions. At this moment, the students of Longmen Academy had an epiphany. It might have some effect on the competition tomorrow. Moreover, no matter what, the students of Longmen Academy having an epiphany at Mount Hua's divine stage was a very good publicity for Longmen Academy. Oh? What's going on? Just as the surrounding people were filled with envy and astonished discussions, Shenyuan Wu led the 9 divine sons and the others to the divine stage. When he heard the discussions around him, Shenyuan Wu was slightly startled. He looked toward the center and couldn't help but exclaim, "Someone has had an epiphany! A student of the Dragon Gate Academy?" The 9th divine son looked over and was slightly stunned. Then, his expression slowly turned unsightly. An epiphany by a student of the Dragon Gate Academy wasn't a good thing for their Dragon Gate Academy, especially during this period of time. Oh! Behind them, several students from Gate 9 Academy looked over. When they saw the 2 little girls being protected layer by layer, they were all astonished and their expressions changed. The 2 little girls had an epiphany. Could it be that those 2 little girls are members of the competition this time? Are they students of your Dragon Gate Academy? Beside Divine Sun Gate 9, several academy instructors saw that Divine Sun's expression wasn't good, so they directly asked Yichun and the others. Gate 9 Academy? Yichun and the others looked at the 300 or so people who had just arrived and slightly raised their brows. That's right, we're from Gate 9 Academy? I presume you're the disciples of Longmen Academy in this competition. An old man from Gate 9 Academy asked Yichun and the others with sparkling eyes. Don't disturb our Dragon Gate Academy students' epiphany. Yichun's gaze swept over everyone in the 9 Gates Academy as he said coldly. The 20 students of the elite class coldly swept their gazes over everyone around them. Their 2 little princesses had an epiphany. This caused them to be astonished, but at the same time, their hearts were filled with incomparable admiration. It seemed that it wasn't without reason that the two little princesses were able to reach the demigod third rank at such a young age. If you don't want us to disturb you, then speak properly. A trace of coldness appeared on Shen Zimen's face when he heard Yi Chen's words. His voice entered Yi Chen's and the others' ears. They frowned slightly as their gazes fell on Shen Zimen. That is, when they saw his face, their hearts trembled slightly as shock appeared on their faces. Headmaster Gate 9, I'm sorry. 2 of our classmates had an epiphany. Yi Chen and the others recognized the identity of the 9th Divine Son and hurriedly said respectfully. Hee. The 9th Divine Son smiled disdainfully. Is that the headmaster of the Gate 9 Academy? This is the son of the Pyramid God. The 9th Divine Son of the Gate 9 Academy. When the surrounding people heard Yi Chen and the others' respectful words, they looked over with shocked expressions on their faces. It's just 2 little girls having an epiphany. Unfortunately, it's too early to have an epiphany at this age. The old man next to Divine Son Menjiu swept his gaze across Huar and Kaya and shook his head slightly. Yes, Vice Principal. If it were their Dragon Gate Academy's elite students having an epiphany, we might have to be a little more serious. It's just 2 little girls. Their luck is pretty good. But tomorrow, our 9 Gates Academy will still be able to easily suppress the Dragon Gate Academy. A student from the 9 Gates Academy said with a smile, as if he didn't put the Dragon Gate Academy in his eyes at all. HMPH, that might not be the case. In tomorrow's battle, we won't need the 2 of us little princesses to make a move. We can also suppress you. Ma Kai heard their words and snorted lightly. In the face of the 9th Gate Academy's provocation, even if the 9th Gate Divine Son was here, they couldn't weaken the prestige of the Dragon Gate Academy. 2 little princesses? When the 9th Gate Divine Son heard his words, he slightly raised his brows and looked at the 2 little girls who had suddenly gained enlightenment. The few middle-aged elders beside him also looked over with flickering eyes. Boom! At this moment, an aura spread out from Huar Kair's body and swept out in all directions. What a powerful aura! Could it be that the 2 little princesses are about to break through? Yi Chen and the others hurriedly looked over, their faces filled with surprise and joy. What? This aura? Divine Son Menjiu and the other academy experts beside him had awe-inspiring expressions. Their eyes were filled with shock. Oh my God! This aura is so strong. Even if it's restrained, it's still so terrifying. How can the strength of those 2 little girls be so strong? Is it because of an epiphany? What a terrifying aura. This aura is comparable to some heaven's favored sons, right? Hiss, 2 such young students of the Dragon Gate Academy are actually so powerful. This Dragon Gate Academy is heaven-defying. The first place in this grand competition is basically guaranteed. When the surrounding people sensed Huar and Kair's aura, their faces revealed shock as they discussed one after another. Humph! When the 9th Divine Son heard the surrounding people's words and saw the strength of 2 such young students from Dragon Gate Academy, his face slowly darkened. He snorted coldly, and everyone's hearts trembled. It was as if their hearts had stopped. Everyone's faces instantly turned pale. Even Lady Yao's expression changed drastically. You! Lady Yao stared at the 9th Divine Son with a grave expression in her eyes. Everyone around also looked at the 9th Divine Son in horror. They didn't understand why he was suddenly so angry. He actually interrupted. He actually interrupted the scene in our minds. At this moment, Huar's slightly angry voice sounded. Kair also recovered from the scene and glared angrily at the 9th Divine Son. He was interrupted. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they saw the 2 little girls wake up. You actually interrupted us. You detestable fellow. Kaya's small face was somewhat cold and a faint dignity radiated from her body. In my actions, I can do whatever I want. I don't need a little girl like you to question me. You don't have the qualifications, HMPH. The 9th Divine Son coldly said. How overbearing. Everyone's hearts trembled slightly when they heard the 9th Divine Son's words. Headmaster 9th Divine Son, I didn't expect that you would actually do such a thing. HMPH. Did you see that your ninth Divine Sun Academy isn't a match for us two little princesses' rising strength? Are you going to interrupt their epiphany in this way? Yichen and the others questioned the Divine Sons of Gate 9 with embarrassed expressions. Afraid of you? Our Gate 9 Academy will be afraid of you, he. When the students of Gate 9 Academy heard Yichen and the others' words, they stepped forward and said disdainfully, "You bunch of scoundrels. None of you are good." Hua stared at them, her eyes flickering with fury. "Little girl, watch your words," a female student of the Gate 9 Academy said to her coldly. "You bunch of people, you're asking for a beating." Hua glared at the female student and continued speaking. "HMPH, breaking someone's epiphany really makes people look down on you. The disciples of your Gate 9 Academy are all trash." Makai stood by Hua's side and spoke directly. "I think you're all courting death." When all the Gate 9 Academy students heard his words, their faces also revealed an icy expression. For a moment, the entire spiritual pedestal peak's aura froze. Courting death? Headmaster Gate 9, do you dare let your academy's elite students fight with us? Yichen's face was gloomy as he spoke directly to Divine Sun Gate 9. "You bunch of bastards, you're asking for a fight. Today, I'm going to teach you all a good lesson." Hua also waved her arm and a whip appeared in her hand. She swung it. "How about it, Headmaster Gate 9? We'll spar with your Gate 9 Academy students. Your academy's teacher won't make a move, right?" "Humph." He Xiaowei also stood up and spoke directly to Shensi Gate 9. The elite students of the Dragon Gate Academy actually want to challenge the Gate 9 Academy here. My God, the spar is tomorrow. Today, I have to say that the students of the Dragon Gate Academy are all very domineering. Although Divine Sun Gate 9 is domineering and tyrannical, interrupting the epiphany of the students of the Dragon Gate Academy, if he doesn't agree today, I reckon that the Gate 9 Academy will have a bad reputation. When the people on Shuntai Peak saw the domineering students of the Dragon Gate Academy, their faces were filled with astonishment. The elite students of the Dragon Gate Academy wanted to directly teach the students of the Ninth Gate Academy a lesson. Under such circumstances, if the Ninth Gate Academy didn't dare to accept the challenge, then it would be a great loss of face. "Everyone, the Academy's grand competition will be held tomorrow. This is our land of the Celestials. No one can fight in our territory." At this moment, Shi Yuan Wu, who was standing beside Shensi Minjiu, frowned and said directly when he saw the scene, "Shut up." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Kair angrily shouted at him. Her cute and beautiful face had an unprecedented dignity. Just now, Kair's memories were quickly awakened due to the attraction of the divine power in the divine pedestal. If no one disturbed them, she would be able to recover all her memories. This way, she wouldn't have to dream about all kinds of things every day. Being interrupted by Shensi Menjiu, she was abnormally angry. She was filled with coldness and impatience in front of the Protoss divine Yuan Wu. "My friends from the Protoss race, where did you go just now? Why are you talking now? Don't you know that you can't be disturbed when you have an epiphany?" Yao Nu looked at the divine Yuan Wu and said coldly, "Well, you." Hearing Kair's angry shout and Yao Nu's questioning, the divine Yuan Wu looked embarrassed. "You want to teach us a lesson? Do you have the qualifications to do so?" At this moment, when the students of the Gate 9 Academy heard Yichen Hua and Kai Er's words, their faces also revealed a cold expression. They didn't have the slightest fear towards the students of the Dragon Gate Academy. Moreover, the other party actually wanted to teach them a lesson, so they naturally didn't cower. They had strong confidence in their own strength. A group of more than 20 young men and women walked out. With a wave of their palms, weapons appeared in their hands. "Well then, we'll teach you guys a lesson today." Yi-chan and the others also moved their palms, and weapons appeared one after another. When Shen Yuan Wu saw the scene, his expression changed drastically. He immediately looked at the ninth divine sun by the side. However, when he saw his ice-cold expression, a bitter expression appeared on his face. If it was a faction, the celestial race could still intimidate them. However, the conflict between the two academies was not something he could resolve. Immediately report to eldest young master. Right now, only eldest young master can resolve the matter here. Xinyuan Wu's expression darkened. He immediately made a phone call. "You'll soon know if you have the qualifications or not. HMH. Beat them up." Hua glared at them angrily and immediately swung her long whip at them. The rest of Yi Chen and the others were full of vigor, and the weapons in their hands emitted a brilliant light. They are fighting. Let's quickly dodge. This? Could it be that the Dragon Gate Academy and the Gate 9 Academy will decide the victor today? Everyone in the surroundings was slightly shocked and hurriedly dodged to the side. Courting death. Let them experience the might of our Gate 9 Academy. The students of the Gate 9 Academy revealed a powerful fighting spirit as they shouted loudly. Pa pa pa. However, at this moment, a vine directly lashed towards them. The vine was like a poisonous snake. Ah! A student of the Gate 9 Academy didn't notice and was instantly struck. He spat out blood and flew backwards. What? That little girl is so strong. The expressions of the other 20 or so Gate 9 students changed slightly. However, before they could consider it, Yi Chen and the others had already arrived. The 20 elite disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy, after Hua and Kai the two little girls, gave them medicinal pills and gave them pointers. The lowest strength of their group had already reached Transcendent Level 9. Among them, Yi Chen, who was the strongest, had already reached the 3rd level of the Insightful Void Realm. They attacked at the same time, causing the expressions of the more than 20 disciples of Gate 9 and 1 to slightly change. Kaya stared at the 9th Divine Son of Gate, and a green light flashed in her eyes. Her slightly tender eyes revealed wisdom that did not match her age. Her gaze fell on the disciples of Gate 9 Academy, and she waved her hand. Whoosh! 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 Vines covered the entire mountain peak in an instant, directly wrapping around the students of the School of Gate 9. Break for me! The strongest expert of the School of Gate 9, the youth who also possessed the strength of the 3rd level of the Profound Void tier, saw the sudden appearance of the thorns, and he hurriedly waved the earthy yellow hammer in his hand, shaking it towards the ground. Waves of earthy yellow fluctuations shook towards the thorns. Not good. However, in an instant, the powerful undulations landed on the vine, but to no avail. This caused his expression to change drastically. So. Branches directly appeared beneath everyone, wrapping around their legs. Oh no! How is this possible? At this moment, the expressions of all the disciples of the 9 Gates Academy changed drastically. They looked at the incoming attacks from the students of the Dragon Gate Academy, and fear appeared in their eyes. Damn it! The faces of the Divine Son of the 9 Gates Academy and the teachers of the 9 Gates Academy also changed drastically when they saw this scene. A middle-aged man waved his hand, and a huge earthen yellow shield appeared in front of the more than 20 students of the 9 Gates Academy. Following that, a sharp sword appeared in his palm and slashed towards the thorn that was restraining the students. HMPH, even the teachers of the School of 9 Gates have made a move. How shameless! When all of Yi Chen's attacks were blocked, Hua's voice rang out. However, I will beat them today. As Hua spoke, she waved the long whip in her hand and instantly struck towards the more than 20 elite students of the School of 9 Gates. So fast! The instant the long whip was waved, the pupils of the old man standing beside the Divine Son of 9 Gates narrowed slightly. They wanted to attack now, but it was too late. Pa pa pa! Ah! An incomparably tragic sound rang out. A long bloody scar instantly appeared on the bodies of the more than 20 students of the 9 Gates Academy, accompanied by a miserable scream. When Shensi Menjo saw this sudden scene, his expression instantly darkened. The old man at the side immediately made a move and caught the students of the 9 Gates Academy one by one, preventing them from falling down. A bunch of earth-shattering dogs. Such trash still dares to participate in the grand tournament of the Academy. Right at this moment, Kai Air's voice resounded throughout the entire spiritual pedestal peak. Hiss, this. Instant kill. The students of the Gate 9 Academy were actually instant killed. Those two little girls are so terrifying. This is a battle on a completely different level. The Gate 9 Academy doesn't have the strength to resist at all. The gap between them and the Dragon Gate Academy is too big. Right? So fast? Damn, the Gate 9 Academy is nothing compared to the students of the Dragon Gate Academy. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces were filled with astonishment. They had thought that it would be a battle of equal strength, but they hadn't expected that the Gate 9 Academy would be instantly killed. Wasn't the gap too big? The competition hadn't even started, and the Gate 9 Academy had already been crushed. Boom! At this moment, an incomparably terrifying aura soared into the sky. In the entire spiritual pedestal peak, everyone's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly looked over. In front of everyone from the Gate 9 Academy, Divine Son Gate 9's clothes rustled and a terrifying killing intent overflowed from his body. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared icily at Kair. What? Is the headmaster of the Gate 9 Academy going to make a move? Kair looked at the son of God of the Gate 9 Academy and mocked him coldly. Kair. Yao Nu's expression changed slightly when she saw Kai actually provoking the son of God of the Gate 9 Academy. The person in front of her was the son of a god. His strength was not an ordinary demigod. She called out softly and immediately sent a message to Wang Xian. Things had already exceeded her expectations. The headmaster of Gate 9 Academy was going to make a move? A voice filled with ridicule resounded throughout the entire spiritual pedestal peak. Everyone was stunned. First, it was said that Gate 9 Academy students were all in ruins. Then, it was ridiculed that Gate 9 Divine Son. That little girl was so powerful. Little girl, I think you're courting death. Did you really think that I wouldn't dare to make a move? How could our Gate 9 Divine Son be bound by the eyes of the secular world? The killing intent in Gate 9's Divine Son's eyes intensified when he heard Kair's words. He stared coldly at Kair and said callously, based on ordinary secular behavior, if he made a move to harm the students of Longmen Academy, he would definitely be disgraced by everyone. However, he was the son of God, Gate 9's Divine Son, so how could he be bound by the secular world? He didn't need to explain his actions to anyone. He acted completely according to his own mood without any scruples. Everyone around felt the aura from the 9th Divine Son and their faces changed drastically. Who dares to cause trouble on the celestial race's Hua Mountain? At this moment, a cold voice came from afar. Buzz! Instantly, a young man with a lofty aura and an unruly expression appeared in the sky above the spiritual pedestal peak. His gaze swept through the surroundings and landed on Shensi Men. Shensi Men, it's not good for you to cause trouble in our divine clan, right? The young man stared at Shensi Men and asked indifferently. He didn't seem to be afraid of his identity or background. Oh! Shensi Men stared at the young man, his eyes shining. Shensi, this Divine Peak Corporation's eldest young master's strength is very terrifying. At this moment, an old man standing beside Shensi Men Jiao reminded him in a low voice. Shensi Men Jiao's eyes flickered. The two old men beside him had been sent by her mother since she was young. The two of them were at the 8th level demigod realm. Other than the top-tier experts of the other 4 major forces, no one else was their match. To be able to make 2 8th level demigod realm experts call them terrifying, one could imagine how powerful they were. I'm very sorry, young Master Shinfeng. Someone attacked my student, and we, Gate 9, naturally can't remain indifferent. Gate 9's Divine Son said to the youth with a smile. Oh? Someone dares to attack Gate 9's Divine Son. He's quite bold. Seeing that Gate 9's Divine Son was giving him face, the youth's expression softened a little. He swept his gaze toward Huar and the others. Dragon Gate Academy? He raised his brows and said indifferently, Greetings, young Master Shinfeng. Yi Chun and the others saw the young man and felt their hearts tremble slightly. They bowed and shouted, The eldest young master of the celestial race is so powerful. He instantly shocked the 2 great academies. Even the tyrannical 9th Divine Son of the celestial race was somewhat afraid of him. He's an expert who sits on the God Ascension role alone. The eldest young master of the celestial race is someone who has great opportunities. When everyone saw the young man's arrival, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Who told you to make a move on my celestial race's Mount Hua? Where's your principal, Xiaoran? The young man stared arrogantly at Yi Chun and the others as he asked coldly. A faint pressure spread downwards. Young Master Shinfeng. 2 of our academy's little princesses were startled by them when they had an epiphany in front of the spiritual pedestal. Yi Chun broke out in a cold sweat under the pressure and hurriedly explained with his head lowered. Epiphany? The young man raised his eyebrows and then continued. No matter what, Anyone who dares to make a move in our land of the Celestials must be punished, no matter what faction you come from. As he spoke, he slowly stretched out his hand. How overbearing. At this moment, everyone around once again felt the tyranny of an expert. The eldest young master of the celestial race did not care at all about the other party's identity as a student of Longmen Academy, and directly wanted to punish him. Elder sister, this fellow seems to be more powerful than us. Huar stood on the spiritual pedestal peak, her brows tightly knitted as she spoke to her elder sister. Kyre nodded. She slowly touched the star grass on her forehead without the slightest bit of fear. Let me tell you, it was that group of fellows who provoked us first. If you dare to bully us, I'll have Daddy beat you up. Hua saw that the guy wanted to punish them, so she pouted and said angrily, Hee, no one dares to cause trouble in the celestial race. On account of your status as students of the Dragon Gate Academy, I'll give you a slight punishment. I'll let you know whose territory this is, the young man proudly announced indifferently. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't recovered his strength yet, if it wasn't for the fact that there was a god behind Door 9, and if it wasn't for the fact that Door 9's divine son's attitude was better, he wouldn't have cared so much today. Those who dared to cause trouble on the celestial races, Hua Mountain, all had to be punished. They were overbearing and domineering, causing everyone around them to show respect. Even Door 9 looked at the domineering young man in astonishment, his eyes flickering. Oh, someone dares to touch my daughter. However, at this moment, a faint voice sounded. Who? The young man's expression changed slightly when he heard this voice. His gaze was fixed on the position beside Flower. Daddy. Hua was pleasantly surprised when she heard the voice. Kyre also looked over immediately. However, there was a hint of shyness, a hint of dependence, and a hint of discomfort in her gaze when she looked at Wang Xian. She opened her mouth but failed to utter the word in the end. Wang Xian stroked her head and looked at the familiar figure in the sky indifferently. Repeat what you said just now. Wang Xian looked at him and said faintly, It's him. In the sky, when the young man saw Wang Xian, his heart was immediately shaken and his heart was in turmoil. Damn, how could it be him? Fuck. The young man's facial expression changed drastically. Ever since he, Shen Fengzi, regained his memories after being revived, there were not many people in this world who were afraid of him. Having cultivated the heaven and earth concealment technique, he was confident that he would be able to hide from those gods. The only person who frightened him was the person from half a year ago. After all, that person was the only person on earth who had slaughtered a god. Furthermore, the sea god did not even escape with a drop of blood. His divine kingdom had been devoured. The other party had an extremely terrifying eye technique that was specially used to counter his concealment technique. This could be said to be the person he feared the most on earth. He didn't expect to meet him again after more than half a year. Moreover, it was in this manner, and it was when he was acting pretentious. Oh? Who is that person? How dare he speak to the eldest young master of the celestial race like that? He descended in an instant. He's also a demigod expert and the father of those two girls. Who is he? I'm afraid this fellow is doomed. Even the ninth son of deity is polite to the first young master of the celestial race. How can he be so arrogant? The surrounding people were slightly shocked when they saw Wang Xian appearing in an instant. They looked at him in astonishment. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Big brother, I mean the two little princesses are really cute. This is the first time we've met. This is a gift prepared for the two little princesses. I hope they like it. Shen Fengzi's body trembled and the corner of his mouth twitched. He quickly landed beside Wang Xian. Gritting his teeth, he took out two treasures from his interspatial ring and handed them over. He stuttered a little. What? At this moment, when everyone saw the celestial young master suddenly appear next to the young man out of thin air and take out the treasure with a face full of respect and stuttering, they were all stunned? What was going on? Just a moment ago, the celestial young master was still invincible, and even the ninth divine son was very afraid of him. Now, why was he so respectful to the young man who appeared out of thin air? How was this possible? HMH, Who cares about your things, Daddy? He said he wanted to punish us just now. At this moment, Huar's voice rang out. She snorted coldly and raised her head to shout at Wang Xian. No one can bully you. Wang Xian stroked Huar's head and squinted his eyes at the young man in front of him. Big brother, I really didn't know that they were your daughters. Little princesses, I was wrong. I, Shen Fengzi, failed to recognize Mount Tai. Seeing the change in Wang Xian's expression, Shen Fengzi was on the verge of tears. He gritted his teeth and continued to take out the 2 treasures from his interspatial ring. The 2 wood spirit pearls were emitting powerful energy. They were at least at the peak of the demigod realm. Little princesses, here. You are of the wood attribute. Take them and cultivate. What Big Brother said just now was nonsense. Don't be calculative with Big Brother. Kamikaze hurriedly handed the wood spirit pearl to Huar and Kair and said with a sad face. Huar stared at the wood spirit pearl with a little light. She narrowed her small eyes and smiled. Seeing that you are so obedient, I won't let Daddy hit you. The 2 little princesses are kind-hearted. I wish that the little princess will become more and more beautiful in the future. When Kamikaze heard Huar's words, he was delighted and quickly said to Huar with a smile on his face. He, I forgive you. When Huar heard Kamikaze's words, she could not help but giggle. Her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. What the little princess said is the truth. Kamikaze secretly looked at the great demon king's expression in front of him and immediately said with a smile on his face. At this moment, Xinyuan Wu was stunned. All the students of the Dragon Gate Academy were stunned. The people of the Gate 9 Academy were also stunned. The people around them were even more stunned. What did they see? Was this the young master of the celestial race just now? Why did it feel like he had changed into a different person in an instant? Was this dog-licking look still the same as the overbearing celestial young master from earlier? Huar Kair, is there anyone bullying you guys? Wang Xian glanced at the 2 girls indifferently and looked at the group of people from the Gate 9 Academy. The son of deity and the 2 elders beside him frowned slightly when they saw Wang Xian's gaze. They looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. They were puzzled. What was the identity of this young man that made that young master of the celestial race so fearful? Daddy, there's more. When images appeared in my mind just now. There's nothing else. We are about to grow up. We can settle some matters ourselves. Huar wanted to continue speaking, but she was suddenly interrupted by Kair. Huar was slightly stunned. She blinked her eyes and looked at her sister. When Wang Xian heard Huar's words, he also frowned slightly. His eyes were sparkling. In the past, when Kaya talked to him, she would always call him Daddy. Then let's go back. Wang Xian suddenly felt a little annoyed and said to Huar, Okay. Kair nodded her head. Wang Xian's figure moved and disappeared with them, leaving behind a group of people with shocked expressions. Phew! When Shen Fengzi saw that Wang Xian had disappeared, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He turned his head and sensed the shocked expressions of everyone around him. His expression changed drastically again. If anyone were to say anything about what happened just now, I will kill all of you. He shouted sternly and swept his murderous aura across everyone around him. Following that, his body disappeared in an instant. He had escaped. It was too embarrassing. Although he did not kneel down like last time, there were many people around him today. Everyone around was stunned. They did not react until the eldest young master disappeared for more than 10 seconds. To be able to make the young master of the celestial race so fearful, what is the strength of that young man? Divine Sun Men Jiu's face darkened slightly when he saw them leave. He asked the 2 elders beside him, Young master, we didn't see the young man's strength clearly either, but we can be sure that he isn't a god. An elder said with a slight frown. The god who had lit the divine fire had divinity on him. He was mighty even when he wasn't angry. They didn't sense it from the young man just now. There's another possibility. The other party is a high-level member of the Ling Shao Treasured Palace, or a person with great fortune who once defeated the eldest young master of the celestial race. Another old man guessed. Shensi Menju nodded, but his expression soon became ugly. A powerhouse actually sent his daughter to the Dragon Gate Academy. That Dean Xiao ran of the Dragon Gate Academy is really shameless. Damn it. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled. Let's go. Shensi Minjo's face was gloomy. The Shensi paused for a moment and said to an elder beside him, "Use all your strength to investigate all the information about that young man." With that said, he clenched his fists tightly, and a trace of unwillingness appeared on his face. "Yes, Shensi." The elder nodded and left in an instant. Divine Sun Menjiu and the others also left toward the pyramid with heavy expressions. It's over just like that? Who was the last young man to appear? I don't know, but this is going to be a big deal. The 5 Great Academies Grand Competition hasn't even started yet, and Longmen Academy has already crushed Menjiu Academy. If this were to be posted on the internet, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. In the surrounding area, the rest of the people from the spiritual pedestal peak saw them leaving and were chatting in astonishment. "Let's go, sister. Let's go and rest first." As soon as they returned to the mountain peak where they were staying, Kair pulled the flowers and ran into the room. "Hey, sister, why are you pulling me?" Looking at Kair and the flowers entering the room, Wang Xian was slightly lost in his thoughts as he looked at their figures. Sigh. Forget it. Forget it. There will be a day like this. Although the day will come sooner than I expected. Wang Xian smiled bitterly. He had seen Kair's recent situation. The 2 little ones had apparently awakened some memories for some reason. The big flowers didn't think too much about it. However, Kair, who had always been a lady, seemed to have recalled something. Speaking of which, Wang Xian had already integrated himself into the role of a father over the past half a year. Now that he saw that the 2 little fellows had regained their memories and might be leaving him, Wang Xian still felt a little reluctant to part with them and had other special feelings. Forget it. I'll do whatever I need to do. Wang Xian shook his head and came to the top of the mountain peak. He was slightly lost in thought. Sister, why did you pull me over? I still want to play with Daddy for a while. In the room on the mountain peak, Hua pouted as she looked at her sister and said unhappily. Kair looked at her sister and didn't know what to say for a moment. Although her memories hadn't fully recovered, she had already recovered more than half of them. She had already understood some things. However, she remembered everything clearly when they were resurrected. She remembered how she called that young man as her father back then. She also remembered how much that young man doted on them. In fact, her heart was filled with dependence. But, sigh. Kair sighed slightly and sat by the side in a daze. At the peak of the mountain, Wang Xian was also looking at the magnificent scenery around him. He was slightly lost in his thoughts. At this moment, a video on the internet caused a huge sensation. The name of the video was, "The competition between the 5 major academies had yet to begin, and Longmen Academy had completely crushed Gate 9 Academy." In the video, it was a battle between the elite students of Longmen Academy and the elite students of Gate 9 Academy. The video was recorded clearly from the start of the battle between the 2 academy students until the end. When everyone saw the video of the 2 little girls from the Dragon Gate Academy crushing the students from the 9 Gates Academy, they immediately became excited. Damn. The students from the 9 Gates Academy are too trashy. They were actually pressed to the ground by the Dragon Gate Academy. No matter what, the 9 Gates Academy is one of the 3 academies. How could they be so weak? The 2 little girls from the 9 Gates Academy are so strong. But isn't the 9 Gates Academy too trashy? They were completely crushed. How can they be called one of the 3 great academies? Isn't the 9 Gates Academy too weak? They were able to become one of the 3 academies because of the 9 Gates Divine Son's background. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worthy of being called the 3 Gates Academy. It's not that the 9 Gates Academy is trashy. It's that those 2 girls are too monstrous. What kind of strength do they have? The video had been broadcasted for tens of millions of times in a short period of time. When everyone saw the scene in the video, they couldn't help but say with their mouths agape. The 2 great academies had fought before the grand competition, and in the end, the Gate 9 Academy was crushed. This was simply too embarrassing. In a short period of time, the internet was filled with people ridiculing the Gate 9 Academy as trash. If the founder of the Gate 9 Academy wasn't the son of God, he probably wouldn't have the qualifications to be called the third academy. Of course, there were also people who noticed that the two little girls of the Dragon Gate Academy were too monstrous, but many people ignored them. Being crushed was being crushed, so how could they blame the Dragon Gate Academy for having two monstrous students? The tournament of the 5 great academies had been the hottest topic recently, and now it was even more attracting people's attention. In the past few days, there were even some people who guessed which academy would be ranked first. At first, many people were very optimistic about the 9 Gates Academy, but in a short period of time, the 9 Gates Academy was called the weakest and most trashy academy. It was even inferior to the Sky Palm Academy and the Spirit Peak Academy, which couldn't even be called the third academy. Bastard, who sent it? Who sent it? This bunch of fellows deserve to die. Bang bang. At this moment, in the incomparably huge pyramid beside Mount Hua, the 9 Gates Divine Son was smashing the things in the room with a face full of rage. His entire body was filled with killing intent as he stared at the computer in front of him, his body trembling slightly. Divine Son. In front of him, 2 beautiful women were kneeling there and trembling when they saw the Divine Son, who was suddenly enraged. Their Divine Son's temper wasn't very good. Many maids were often injured or even beaten to death by him. When they thought of the miserable state those maids had been in, the 2 women became even more afraid. Jin Yi. He shouted toward the door with a face full of killing intent. Divine Son. An old man immediately walked in from outside the door. When he saw the smashed room, he immediately bowed and said, Divine Son, what orders do you have? Has Jin found any information about that young man? Divine Son Minjo suppressed the fury in his heart and growled in a low voice. Divine Son, Jin shouldn't have found any information in such a short time. I'll contact him immediately. The old man hurriedly said, Our School 9 must not lose tomorrow's grand competition. Moreover, School 9 must get first place. Definitely. The 9th son of deity roared in a low voice. When he had established School 9, he had aspired to become the leader of all the academies. This time, he was also aiming for first place in the grand competition. He wanted to prove to his mother that he was powerful. However, the competition had yet to begin and the reputation of the Gate 9 Academy had been completely destroyed. In fact, the academy that was called the most trashy academy was all supported by the god behind him. How could this not make him furious? Seeing the messages one by one, killing intent welled up in his heart. In the following competition, the Gate 9 Academy could not afford to lose. However, because of the existence of the 2 girls, it was impossible for the Gate 9 Academy to win. If that young man doesn't have a powerful background, then kill those 2 girls. Kill them. It's all because of them. He roared tyrannically. Kill them. The old man was slightly stunned. He immediately bowed and said, Divine Son, think twice. That young man can make the eldest young master of the celestial race so respectful. He must be quite powerful. He's not a god. As long as he doesn't have a god behind him, our Sect 9 will be afraid of him. If he infuriates this Divine Son, I'll kill him. Sect 9's Divine Son said tyrannically. Divine Son, they're with the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. I'll get Jin to ask some of the experts of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. If he's a high-ranking official of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, we should be able to get the news soon. The old man immediately said, Ask him to give me the news within an hour. As long as he's not a high-ranking official of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, we'll take action. Shensi Minjo's eyes shot out killing intent as he said in a cold voice. It's the Shensi. The elder nodded respectfully and immediately contacted the other elder. The higher-ups of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace? The elder immediately took action after receiving the information. It might take him some time to find out the specific identities of the 2 girls' fathers. However, it was much easier to find out if they were the higher-ups of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. As an expert who had also descended to Earth, although the few major factions were not very harmonious, it was still relatively easy for him to find one of the other party's high-ranking officials. He had seen Wang Xian's face before. He could completely condense it with energy. As long as he was looking for some divine sons of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and asked the experts on the God Sealing role, he would know. With a target in mind, the old man immediately took action. With his cultivation of the 8th level of the profound void tier, it was very easy to find them. Divine Son, Jin Er sent a message that the young man is not among the higher-ups of the Lingxiao treasured palace. An hour later, the old man entered the room of the 9th Divine Son in the pyramid and reported. No? Haha, good. Those 2 damn girls have brought shame to our School 9 Academy. I will kill them tonight. No, capture those 2 girls, TSK. He stood up with a malevolent expression and licked his tongue. His face filled with lust. 5 minutes later, 2 naked corpses lay at his feet. It was those 2 maids. Son of Deity, although that mysterious middle-aged man is not a high-ranking official of the Lingxiao treasured palace, he is very powerful. With our strength. In the pyramid room next to Mount Hua on the Divine Mountain, the old man frowned slightly as he spoke to the 9th Son of Deity. The old man and the others were not too surprised by the 2 little girls' revenge. They understood the Son of Deity's character of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. However, according to second brother Jin's investigation, although that young man was not a high-ranking official of the Lingxiao treasured palace, he was able to make the eldest young master of the celestial race so fearful. He was not someone they could easily deal with. As long as he is not a godly state expert, everything is negotiable. A ferocious look appeared on 9th Gate's Son of Deity's face. He slowly extended his hand, and there was an incense stick in his palm. This incense stick emitted a dreamy luster. Dream God incense. The old man looked at the incense in Shensi Men's hand and was shocked. Shensi, with the Dream God incense, I can definitely complete the mission and kidnap those 2 little girls. There might even be a chance to take that young man's head. The old man immediately bowed and said, When Jin Er comes back, all of you will make a move together. The corner of the Divine Son of Men, Zhou's mouth curled up slightly as he said faintly, It's the Divine Son. The old man took the Dream God incense and respectfully retreated outside. The Dream God incense was a kind of treasure that was similar to the hypnotic incense. By lighting up this incense, it would be able to hypnotize everyone below the godly state. The effect of this incense was extremely powerful. Only the descendants of Menjiu, a god, had the chance to obtain such a precious item. Huar Kaier, are you still eating tonight? The sun was gradually setting. On a mountain peak in Mount Hua, Wang Xian came to Huar Kaier's room and asked, Daddy, eat. I want to eat. The door opened and Huar looked at Wang Xian with a smile on her face. She looked very happy. Daddy, sister said that she's not hungry. I'm not eating anymore. Following that, Huar looked at Kaier, who was in the room, and continued to speak to Wang Xian. Kaier is not hungry. Come and eat then. Wang Xian looked at Kaya, who had her back facing him in the room, and didn't say anything. Most of this girl's memories should have been awakened, and she didn't know how to face him. After all, they were once gods and had lived for an unknown number of years. They once had their own parents and relatives. Now that they had a father, it was naturally difficult for them to accept it. They didn't know how to deal with it. Come, let Daddy carry you down. What do you want to eat? Wang Xian carried Huar and asked with a smile. I want to eat meat. Eat meat. Huar shouted happily. Daddy. In the room, Kaier sensed that Wang Xian and Huar had left. A hint of bitterness appeared on her delicate little face. She couldn't help but hold her chin with both hands. The awakening of her memories was hard for her to accept as a father. She and her younger sister perished in the battlefield more than 100,000 years ago. At that time, they were already over 1,000 years old. Although they didn't have a family, they had parents who loved them very much. Even now, their parents might still be alive. It was hard for her to get used to calling someone else a father all of a sudden. However, she was full of reliance on the young man who had carried them out of the divine kingdom and raised them. More than half a year after her memories hadn't fully awakened, she could feel that young man's doting, care, and love for them. Now that her memories had awakened, she had a very special feeling. Sai, what should we do next? Kaier scratched her hair and looked outside in a daze. Sister, Daddy asked me to bring you your favorite cake. Here. Half an hour later, Hua walked over with a cake in her hand and a smile on her face. Kaier looked at the cake in her sister's hand and was slightly lost in thought. The memories of the 2 little girls should be fully restored soon. I wonder how they will react. At the top of the mountain peak, Wang Xian shook his head slightly as he looked at Mount Hua, which was shrouded in divine light. After an entire afternoon, he had already gotten over it. The two little girls were not his daughters to begin with. He knew that this day would come sooner or later. Under the slight discomfort, he had also gotten over it. Ha! At this moment, Wang Xian's eyebrows twitched slightly as he looked towards the north. That was the land of the 9 dragons. Is someone targeting the dragon soul again? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and his figure disappeared instantly. He appeared in the sky above the land of the 9 dragons. It's another god that has been resurrected. Furthermore, there are 3 of them. One of them is exuding an evil aura. When Wang Xian was floating in the air, he looked down. There were 3 figures 10,000 meters deep underground. Wang Xian had seen 2 of them before. One of them was a country bumpkin who had already obtained the dragon soul. The other was the young master of the celestial race. Wang Xian had never seen the last one before. However, his strength was indeed the strongest among the 3 of them. He had the cultivation of a level 9 demigod. In the past half a year, Wang Xian had sensed many people searching for the dragon soul, including the gods from the other 4 forces. However, Wang Xian did not manage to capture it. After the gods obtained the dragon soul, they might use special methods to refine it, or they might discover the situation of the dragon soul. Therefore, he did not order the gods to capture the dragon soul. As for the rest of them, they were all heaven's favorites or even those at the insightful void tier. Naturally, Wang Xian could not let them obtain it. This country bumpkin has quite a big appetite. He even wants to obtain a second dragon soul. Hee. Wang Xian looked at the country bumpkin who was holding the dragon-seeking array, and a cold expression appeared on his face. After the country bumpkin obtained the dragon soul, he had spent a huge amount of resources in the past 6 months to create the body of a true dragon. It might not be long before he could use the dragon soul to ignite the divine fire. However, he was clearly a little greedy. He wanted to obtain more dragon souls. The resources of the country bumpkins are no longer sufficient to raise the dragon soul to the godly state. The young master of the celestial race and another young man who is emitting an evil aura can let them obtain the dragon soul. Wang Xian revealed a look of contemplation. Finally, his gaze landed on the young man who was emitting an evil aura. He was also a god who had been resurrected and was very powerful. After obtaining the dragon soul, you won't be able to become the true dragon's son of heaven in the end. Instead, you will die. I'll leave it to you. Wang Xian's impression of the young master of the celestial race wasn't too bad. His temperament was obviously much better than that of the country bumpkin and the young man who was emitting an evil aura. Therefore, he wasn't planning to choose the young master of the celestial race. I can't let them get their hands on him so easily. Otherwise, I might get suspicious. Wang Xian stood at the top and pondered in his heart. After making up his mind, a faint smile appeared on his face. The current him was completely using the resurrected god as a chess piece and himself as a chess player to control everything. However, just as Wang Xian arrived at the land of the 9 dragons due to the unusual movement of his dragon soul, more than 10 shadows slowly appeared at the foot of the Hua mountain where he lived. Leading them were 2 old men. They were staring at the top of the mountain peak with a hint of coldness in their eyes. According to the information we received, those 2 girls and that young man live on the top floor. Other than that young man, the rest are a group of weaklings. Don't worry. Before lighting the dream divine incense, everyone be careful. Don't be discovered. If this matter isn't handled properly, we'll all die. On the mountain peak where Mount Hua's Dragon Gate Academy lived, an old man reminded the dozen or so people around him in a low voice. Yes. The group of people nodded solemnly. If they couldn't complete the order given by their divine son this time, they would all be doomed. Activate the concealment array. Let's go, the other old man said. The 3 figures at the outermost area each held an array stone plate in their hands and moved slightly. The array was activated, and the dozen or so figures quickly disappeared. In less than 10 seconds, a wisp of white smoke rose from the top of the mountain. The smoke only appeared for a moment before drifting towards the top of the mountain. When it came to the side of the mountain, the white smoke had already disappeared. Everything returned to calm once again. At the same time, In the room at the top of the mountain, Huar was lying on the side sleeping soundly. Kair, who was at the side, widened her eyes and looked at the ceiling above. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the two star grass on top of their heads trembled. Ha! Kaya was slightly stunned. A cold expression appeared on her small face as she looked outside. Sister, wake up! She patted Huar beside her, her eyes shining. What's wrong, sister? Huar opened her eyes in confusion and looked at her sister in confusion. Wang Wang. At this moment, the star grass on their heads trembled again. A faint fragrance entered their nostrils. Someone is poisoning us. Kair's expression immediately turned cold when she smelled the fragrance. What? Huar sat up and waved her hand. She put on her clothes and looked outside. It's the dream god incense. Can make people fall into a dream. Even a god realm expert would fall into a deep sleep. Kair's little face changed slightly as she said this. Her eyes revealed a cold expression. Dream god incense? Huar was stunned once again. At this moment, images suddenly appeared in their minds. The dream god incense could cause experts below the godly state to fall into a dream. Even if they were attacked, they would not wake up. This was the power of the dream god incense. However, the powerful ability of the dream god incense landed on Huar and Kair's bodies, causing deep memories to appear in their minds. The dream god incense, on the other hand, accelerated the awakening of their memories. The dream god incense can make anyone below the god realm dream within a second. Let's go. In the air beside the mountain peak, the old man's voice sounded out of thin air. Following that, figures appeared one after another as they walked towards the rooms at the top of the mountain peak. Go and search the rooms above. The main ones are those two girls. If you see the young man, take his head, the old man in the middle said as he directly entered a room. Oh! When he entered the room, he saw that there were two Huar and Kair with their eyes closed. His face lit up with joy. You two girls made the divine sun so angry. What a pity. The old man looked at the delicate and cute Huar. He snorted lightly and directly walked toward them. Pa! Who are you? However, at this moment, the door of a room beside them suddenly opened. Yao Nu was holding a trance that was emitting light in her hand. She looked coldly at the old man who had suddenly appeared and shouted sternly. Eh? What's going on? She isn't sleeping? The old man was slightly stunned when he saw Yao Nu. What did you do to the two little princesses? Go to hell. When Yao Nu saw Huar, who had her eyes closed and was motionless, killing intent appeared in her eyes. Damn it. There's still one who isn't unconscious. You're unlucky. When the old man saw Yao Nu, he waved his hand and his domain enveloped the room. Buzz! In an instant, a large earthy yellow palm appeared around Yao Nu. Not good, Dragon King, save me. Yao Nu felt the earthy yellow palm surrounding her and knew that she had encountered a top-notch expert. She cried out for help in horror. However, his voice didn't penetrate the old man's domain. If Wang Xian was still nearby, he would definitely sense it. Unfortunately, he happened to leave tonight and was 100 kilometers away. Die! The old man waved his proven arm and the earthy yellow palm clawed. A powerful force landed on Yao Nu's body, causing her to spit out blood and pass out instantly. Ant! The old man casually waved his hand, wanting to completely destroy her. Wang! At this moment, the god-striking branch in Yao Nu's hand suddenly released a jade-green light that enveloped Yao Nu. The powerful force landed on it without causing the slightest ripple. What? What is this? The old man was slightly startled and hurriedly looked at the god-striking branch in Yao Nu's hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the old man could go and take a look, a piercing sound was heard. The old man's body paused and his pupils slightly enlarged. He stiffly raised his palm and placed it between his brows. A drop of blood appeared in his line of sight. Bang! His body directly fell to the ground. Second brother, do you see the figures of those two little girls? At this moment, a weak voice came from outside, followed by more than 10 figures entering the room. Second brother, when the other elder saw his companion lying on the ground, his expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly. Elder Jean, The expressions of the more than 10 figures behind him changed slightly as they scanned their surroundings vigilantly. Whoosh! At this moment, another weak voice sounded, and everyone in the room froze. They trembled and looked at each other in shock. Bang, bang, bang. More than 10 corpses fell down. With the protection of the star grass, it was impossible for anyone under the god realm to harm them. With the death of everyone, the entire room fell into silence again. Yao Nu lay quietly on the ground, being hit by the god protector. Huar and Kair fell into a dream, and their memories began to quickly awaken. Time slowly passed, and the sun rose. The entire mountain peak became lively. Xiao ran. Should we call Huar, Kair, and teacher over? On the mountain peak, Xiao ran, Ji Lingfei, and the others were preparing to bring their students to participate in the competition. Ji Lingfei saw that Huar, Kair, and the others had not come down yet, so she asked him, "There's no need. Master will bring them over later. That girl Huar likes to sleep late." Xiao Ran smiled and shook his head. He then led the rest of the students to the competition grounds of the 5 great academies. I actually have a father. I was actually seen naked by a man. No. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the room at the top of the mountain. The flower stood on the bed and kept jumping up and down and shouting with some madness. "SOB? Sob? Sister, what should we do? We have an extra father. But this father seems to be even younger than us. To think that I, Lin Yuan, have an extra father younger than me. He even saw me naked. That stinky fellow even gave me the name of Wang Huar. Does it have to be so ugly? Does it have to be?" The crazed voice continued to ring out. Hua's little face was flushed red and filled with shame and anger as she kept calling out. Kair, who was at the side, looked at her younger sister who had completely regained her memories and smiled bitterly. That fellow was indeed a little too much. Giving them both a name like Wang Huar and Wang Kaya, it was extremely ugly. How will you face him in the future? Kair looked at her sister and said with a smile, "I don't know either. I can't call a little guy who is thousands of years younger than me as father. Can I?" If we add in the hundreds of thousands of years that we have fallen, it makes him look even younger. But he did raise us up to such a big age. And he is so good to us. Wah. What should we do, sister? We were young girls back then. He actually saw all of us naked and even kissed us all day long. Huar kept shouting in the room. At first, it was fine. But the more she listened, the darker Kair's face became. What did he mean by seeing all of us naked? Back then, you even peed on his neck. Kair said directly to Huar with slight anger. You. Hearing her sister's words, Huar's face immediately turned red, and even her neck turned red. She pointed at Kair and pouted. "Lin Euro, I'm warning you. Don't say anything about this in the future." Okay. Kair smiled and frowned. "What should we do now?" "I don't know either." Huar's face fell, and she looked like she had nothing to live for. "Why don't we continue to pretend? We have already called him Daddy, so what if we continue to call him Daddy?" Suddenly, Huar raised her eyebrows and said, Then do you want to keep calling him Daddy from now on?" Kair glared at her and said, "That guy is also quite good to us. We cannot call him little brother when we are together." Huar pouted and said with a sad face, "Sigh, little sister. Your divine kingdom has completely fallen. My divine kingdom can still sense it a little. Why don't we wait until our bodies have grown a little before we talk about it? Wait until we recover to the divine realm. Then we'll consider the matter with that guy." Kair hesitated for a moment and said. Huar was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at her small body, obviously very dissatisfied. "Well, that's the only way. I'll look for him again in the future," she said to Kair. "These people." Kair turned around and looked at the corpses on the ground. Her eyes flickered with a cold luster. "A bunch of scoundrels. They still want to kill us. It should be that divine son from the pyramid yesterday. HMPH, what bullshit divine son. When we recover our strength, we'll kill them all and send them to hell." Huar snorted coldly with a fierce look in her eyes. Kair waved her arm, and all the corpses on the ground disappeared. She looked at Yao Nu, who had fallen to the side and was being protected by the God Slayer. Sister Yao Nu is injured, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Sister, you said it was really strange. When the God Slayer's branch father gave it to us, it was already on the verge of withering. There was only a trace of energy left. That stinky fellow, how did he restore the God-beating branch's vitality? Hua Er looked at the God-beating branch in Yao Er's hand and frowned slightly. He's very strong and very mysterious. Kai Er's eyes flashed with a luster. Back then, the God-beating branch was on the verge of withering, but their father still solemnly gave it to them to protect themselves, saying that it would save their lives in the future. This time, they were able to revive again, all thanks to the God-slaying branch. However, after the God-slaying branch retained a drop of their blood, it also completely withered. Now that it could recover again, they were extremely surprised. Sister Yao is protected by the God-slaying branch. We can't touch her. Let her lie here, let's go. Kyer continued speaking to Huar. Okay, let's go. Huar nodded. Right, should we tell him? Tell him what? How? Could it be that our memories have awakened? You're just a little brother. We'll come find you after cultivating for a while? Let's go, let's go. As Huar and Kyer spoke, they moved and disappeared. They flew towards the divine kingdom that had not been completely damaged. Damn it, why is this dragon's soul so hard to capture? At that moment, in the land of the 9 dragons, 100 kilometers away from Mount Hua, below a city, the Earth grandson held the dragon-seeking array in his hand as he walked underground with an embarrassed expression. Looking at the dragon soul that disappeared in an instant, his expression changed drastically. Wang! At this moment, he felt the place behind him shake, causing his expression to change drastically. Who? Fuck! There's actually someone following behind me. The Earth grandson immediately looked around warily. His eyes filled with wariness. That evil youth is indeed extraordinary, to be able to follow behind the Earth grandson. It's about time. Congratulations. True dragon son of heaven. I won't play with you guys anymore. Huar and Kyer are getting up now, tens of thousands of meters above the ground. Wang Xian's face was filled with a strange smile. He looked at the time and arrived in the sky above Mount Hua in a flash. Huar, Kyer, wake up. It's time to bask in the sun. Wang Xian arrived at the peak of the mountain and saw that Xiao Ran and the rest had already left. He walked towards the room of the 2 girls. Ha! However, when he entered the mountain peak, he sensed something strange around him. What's that smell? He sniffed with his nose and frowned immediately. His dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements swept across the surroundings. When he saw that there was no sign of Huar and Kyer in the room, his expression changed slightly when he saw Yao Nu lying on the ground inside. Bang! Wang Xian immediately opened the door and walked into the room. He looked at everything in the room with a gloomy face and walked to Yao Nu's side. He waved his arm and regained his focus. A surge of energy landed on Yao Nu's body. MMM. Yao Nu opened her eyes slowly. When she realized that she was not dead, she heaved a sigh of relief. Dragon King. When she saw Wang Xian, she was slightly shocked. She recalled the scene from yesterday. Dragon King, someone barged in to deal with the 2 little princesses last night. The 2 little princesses, they. As Yao Nu spoke, she immediately surveyed her surroundings and searched for Huar and Kyer's figure. Her face was filled with anxiety. Someone is here to deal with Huar and Kaya? Wang Xian's face darkened. A terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. Who is it? He asked with a terrifying aura. Dragon King, you knew was guilty. I saw an old man talking about the divine son. I remember now. That old man seems to be the person beside the 9th divine son of the gate yesterday. Yao Nu knelt down and said with a pale face. When she recalled the old man's face, which was the same as the one she saw on Shintai Peak, she immediately said in fear. The people beside the 9 divine sons? When Wang Xian heard Yao Nu's words, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. They are courting death. Wang Xian growled in a low voice. His violent aura caused Yu Nu to tremble. This was the first time she felt the Dragon King's fury. If this violent aura attacked her directly, she had a premonition that she would die under the pressure. At the thought of this, she felt even more terrified. After all, she had failed to protect the two little princesses. Phew! Wang Xian took a deep breath. His eyes were cold as he scanned his surroundings, looking for any clues. The son of God. The son of the god of the pyramid. If anything happens to Huar and Kair, I will make your pyramid your graveyard. Wang Xian mumbled as he looked towards the center of Mount Hua. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Get up! He glanced at Yu Nui indifferently. This matter was not something that she could stop. With Yao Nui's current strength, she was not as powerful as the two little girls. Dragon King, the two little princesses. Yao Nui said with bloodshot eyes, whoever dares to hurt them, I will bury them with them. Wang Xian said coldly. His figure moved and appeared in the sky above the mountain peak. You'd better pray that nothing will happen to the two little girls. He looked at the center of Mount Hua. That was the first day of the competition of the 5 great academies. The competition was also held at the summit of Mount Hua. His figure moved and appeared directly above the competition venue. The battle between the 5 great academies, chief academies, the summit of Mount Hua. It was located at the summit of Mount Hua. After undergoing the transformation of the array formation, it was the size of a football field. There were viewing platforms in the surroundings. At this moment, the viewing platforms were already filled with tens of thousands of people. Among these tens of thousands of people, there were students from the 5 great academies, there were people from the Protoss race, and there were even some who had come specially to watch. Around the central arena, there were dozens of cameras set up in all directions broadcasting the competition live. Dozens of television stations were broadcasting the competition live. The competition between the top academies in the world was still related to the ranking of the academies. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the entire world. Almost 1/3 of the people in the world were watching the competition. The 5 academies were located in the 5 most eye-catching locations. Wang Xian hovered in the sky and looked coldly at the son of deity of Gate 9 who was standing in front of the stage of Gate 9 Academy. If it was an ordinary force or someone else, Wang Xian believed that Hua or Kair, who had the protection of the stellar grass, would not have any problems. However, the other party was a son of deity, the son of a god. He could not guarantee that the other party would have any special items that could deal with spiritual items such as the stellar grass. Now that Huar and Kaya had disappeared, it was definitely related to him. HMPH, a bunch of ignorant people on the internet actually dare to say that our 9 Gates Academy is the worst academy. Today, I'll let you see the strength and dignity of the 9 Gates Academy. Kiki Dragon Gate Academy, Fire God Academy, your students aren't doing well. Send out your strongest students. At this moment, at the peak of Mount Hua, Divine Sun Menjiu stood in front of his seat and coldly swept his gaze over everyone around him. His gaze was fixed on a youth wearing the uniform of the 9 Gates Academy in the middle of the arena. His eyes flickered with a cold luster. Sweeping his gaze over the 9 Gates Academy's position, when he didn't see the 2 little girls appear, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he was also incomparably astonished. Last night, he had sent out his strongest subordinate to kidnap the 2 little girls from yesterday. In the end, he didn't see them even after a night. This caused him to have a slight bad premonition. This bunch of damnable fellows. However, regardless of whether they succeed or not, it's fine as long as the 2 little girls from the Dragon Gate Academy don't appear. He snorted coldly in his heart. As for the life and death of his subordinates, he was no longer interested. As for whether the matter of him sending people to kidnap those 2 little girls would be exposed, he didn't care at all. His mother was a god of the pyramid. Even if it was the god of the Lingxiao treasured palace, they wouldn't dare to touch him easily. What he wanted was the #1 spot in this year's Academy Grand Competition. He wanted the Gate 9 Academy to become the leader of all the academies. Just now, when their Gate 9 Academy appeared, he heard all kinds of jeers and jeers from the surrounding spectators' stands, making his expression extremely awkward. He had directly sent out his final trump card in the first match, a disciple of the 8th rank of the Profound Void tier. As for how this disciple of the 8th rank of the Profound Void tier had been promoted, only the higher-ups of his academy knew. That disciple of the Gate 9 Academy is so strong. They actually sent out such a powerful disciple in the first match and even heavily injured the disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy and the Divine Fire Academy, almost killing him. Didn't they say that the Dragon Gate Academy could easily crush the Gate 9 Academy? How can the students they send out be so strong? They can almost rival some heaven's favorites. You can't believe what's on the internet. That school from the Gate 9 Academy is so strong. As expected of the Son of God. The school founded by the Son of God. In the surrounding audience stands, everyone looked at the students from the Gate 9 Academy in the center of the arena in shock. Yesterday, there was a video on the internet that caused the reputation of the 9 Gates Academy to be greatly damaged. However, today, the first match had just ended and the 9 Gates Academy had already displayed a terrifying crushing power. This caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. The strength of an 8th level profound void martial artist. In the positions of the Dragon Gate Academy, the Fire God Academy, and the other 2 academies, the higher-ups of the several great academies frowned. Wow! The first match of today's grand competition of the 5 great academies has exceeded everyone's expectations. The Gate 9 Academy has displayed almost invincible strength. The students of the Gate 9 Academy instantly killed the students of the other great academies. This is completely different from the ones on the internet. Everyone, continue to lock onto this channel. The next match will be even more exciting. The television stations were broadcasting. At the same time, the entire internet was carrying out a live broadcast. At this moment, the number of viewers had reached more than 1 billion. Seeing the first round of the competition end in less than a minute, everyone was shocked. I told you. How can the academy created by the descendants of the gods be weak? The 9 Gates Academy is really powerful. Look at the presidents of the other academies. Their expressions are all ugly. With the resources and background of the 9 Gates Divine Son, I reckon that the 9 Gates Academy will become the leader of all the academies. Before the live broadcast, some people were watching the situation of the competition and discussing it in low voices. It was like this on the internet. If one was strong, there would be people praising them. If one was weak, then there would be 10,000 people who would lose. The Gate 9 Divine Son, Huar, and Kair, where are they now? Just as everyone was shocked by the Gate 9 Academy's powerful strength, and just as the Gate 9 Divine Son was proudly standing in front of his seat, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the peak of Mount Hua. Everyone was slightly startled. Under the shock of some cameramen, the camera focused on the figure that had suddenly appeared. The eyes of millions. The eyes of the world. What's going on? Who's that young man? What's going on? Why is there a young man here all of a sudden? Fuck. Why is there a young man suddenly appearing in the competition of the 5 major colleges? What's he doing here? The young man who suddenly appeared in the sky above the arena and stared at the 9th divine son of the sect made everyone slightly stunned. When the group of cameramen from the television station and the staff of the live webcast saw this scene, they immediately aimed at the figure in the sky. On the entire peak of Mount Hua, everyone was focused on the figure who had suddenly appeared. Master! When Xiaoran saw Wang Xian suddenly appearing and floating in the sky above the arena, his expression changed slightly. He stood up immediately. What's going on? Why is teacher questioning where the 9th son of God, Huar, and Kair are? Ji Fei's expression also changed slightly as she stood up and looked at the figure in the sky. The students of Dragon Gate Academy were also looking at him in astonishment. Who is that? More people were looking at the figure who had suddenly appeared in puzzlement. Shensi Menjiu was standing there when he suddenly saw a young man questioning him. He was slightly stunned. When he saw the face of the young man from yesterday, he raised his eyebrows slightly. How do I know where the flowers and plants are? Why are you looking for someone to ask me? Shensi Menjiu said to Wang Xian with slight disdain. Upon hearing the mysterious young man's question, he was rather happy. Although his incompetent subordinates had not returned yet, he could guarantee that the 2 girls had indeed been taken away by his subordinates. He just didn't know what had happened to them. Also, as Shensi Menjiu spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the competition of our academy. All useless people get lost immediately. Scram immediately. Don't disturb the competition of our academy. Just as the divine son of the 9th gate finished his words, the Dean of the Fire God Academy, the Dean of the Sky Palm Academy, and the Dean of the Spirit Peak Academy stood up as well. They shouted at Wang Xian with slight impatience. They were already in a bad mood when they saw the strength of the disciples of the Ninth Gate Academy. Now that they saw someone disrupting their academy's competition, they immediately shouted, "You don't know? If they lose even a hair, I will destroy the entire faction of your pyramid." When Wang Xian heard his words, a hint of killing intent appeared on his expressionless face. As for the other higher-ups of the academy, he didn't take them seriously. As he spoke, he slowly extended his palm. A gray palm appeared and grabbed toward the son of deity Menjiu. "How dare you attack me? You're courting death." When the son of deity Menjiu saw that Wang Xian was attacking him, his face instantly revealed a furious expression. "You haven't ignited the divine fire yet, and you still dare to attack me? You even want to destroy our pyramid. Ha ha ha." He roared and moved his palm. A pyramid formed from earth attribute appeared and attacked the gray arm. "Fuck! Who is that young man? How dare he attack the ninth divine son of the gate? He is the son of a god. He is courting death. What arrogance! He actually wants to destroy the pyramid faction? Who? Who is he? Is he an expert from the Ling Xiao treasured palace? He didn't ignite the divine fire? How dare he make an enemy out of the sect's ninth son of deity? He must be courting death." When everyone around heard Wang Xian's words and saw this scene, they were shocked. A young man actually dared to attack the sect's ninth son of deity. The tens of thousands of people around were dumbfounded. Fuck. 6666. It seems like this guy is going to die. Which ruthless person from the loony bin dares to attack the son of God, the son of the god? Is he courting death? Such a thing actually happened in the 5 Great Academies competition, haha. On the live webcast and television, everyone watching was also dumbfounded. Bullet screens quickly filled the screen. Towards a person who dared to attack the son of the god. They were both shocked and full of ridicule. A god's son could be attacked by just anyone? If you didn't have a god as your backer, you were simply courting death. Why does this young man's figure feel somewhat familiar? However, some middle-aged and elderly people looked at the figure on the screen and felt that it was somewhat familiar. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the peak of Mount Hua. The grayish palm landed on the golden pyramid that Shensi Menjiu had released. The pyramid formed by the earth attribute instantly collapsed and disappeared. It was as if the 1,000-meter-long pyramid did not appear. The palm continued to attack Shensi Menjiu. What? He is indeed very strong. Shensi Menjiu's expression changed slightly. He knew that he was definitely not a match for this young man. Furthermore, his 2 subordinates were nowhere to be seen. He could not withstand Wang Xian at all. When he saw the scene, he stopped and stared at Wang Xian coldly. There was no fear on his face. "Let me tell you, I don't care who you are. If you dare to hurt me, my mother will execute your entire family." Faced with the palm that was attacking him, the ninth divine son raised his head, his face filled with arrogance. "So what if he wasn't his match? He dared to harm me?" Everyone around saw the ninth divine son's arrogant expression, and their hearts were filled with admiration. This young man who had suddenly appeared was so powerful that it was beyond everyone's expectations. But the ninth divine son wasn't afraid at all. Just as he had said, if he dared to touch even a hair on his head, he would have to wait for the wrath of the gods. Pong! However, at this moment, the dusky palm landed on Shensi Men's body. His entire body trembled. Everything below his head instantly dissipated. The dusky palm held onto his head, protecting his life force. A demigod-level expert wouldn't die in such a situation. At this moment, Shensi Menjiu was stunned. His face still carried the arrogance and disdain from before. However, at this moment, the shock slowly turned into shock. His head slowly looked down, his eyes filled with shock. "You actually dared to scatter my body. I want you to die. I want you to die." His face trembled violently as he roared with incomparable ferocity. This. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Looking at the one-headed Shensi Menghui, Everyone widened their eyes in shock. He actually dared to destroy Shensi Menghue's body directly. If you don't say it, I'll look at it myself. Wang Xian looked at his head and moved his palm. His grayish palm grabbed his head directly. No, mother, save me. Kill him, kill him. At this moment, his eyes widened and an earthy yellow radiance bloomed from his glabella. The grayish palm paused slightly and a human figure condensed in front of the Son of God. Joer, a graceful and elegant lady dressed in an elegant dress with a crown on her head appeared in the sky. An extremely powerful aura filled the entire peak of Mount Hua. When she saw her son, her expression changed slightly. She stared at Wang Xian with killing intent and dignity. Who are you? How dare you hurt my son? She stared at Wang Xian. The sky slowly turned yellowish and the color of the world began to change. Oh my God! That's the god of the pyramid. Oh my God! How terrifying! That young man is doomed. He actually provoked the god. That's not right. That's just a shadow of the god. It's a shadow that the ninth son of deity gave him to protect himself. His real body hasn't arrived yet. When everyone around saw the changes in the world and the arrival of the god of the pyramid, their expressions changed drastically. My name is Wang Xian. You can call me the Dragon King. Wang Xian replied word by word when he saw the apparition of the god gathered in front of the son of Pantheon. My name is Wang Xian. You can call me Dragon King. When Wang Xian uttered these words with a calm expression, everyone was stunned. Wang Xian? Dragon King? Who was it? Most of the people's minds were filled with these words. You hurt the son of Yamen. Regardless of whether you are the Dragon King or the Insect King, you will die today. A mortal who has not even ignited the divine fire. How dare you offend the Son of God? Your crime is unforgivable. When the god of Yamen in the pyramid heard Wang Xian's words, her dignified gaze was filled with judgment. She waved her hand and a sword of judgment immediately condensed in the sky above Mount Hua, which was completely covered by the earth elemental energy. The earthy yellow sword of judgment directly pierced toward Wang Xian. Your son dared to order people to attack Hua Erkire. I will make you pay the price and let you know who I am. Dragon King. Wang Xian looked at the sword of judgment that was attacking him from the sky and waved his arm. Boom! A muffled sound was heard and the sharp sword dissipated instantly. This piece of sky is just a clone. Do you still want to cover it? Wang Xian looked at the earthy yellow energy that covered the entire sky above Mount Hua. A hint of coldness appeared on his face. With a wave of his arm, the entire sky shook. An incomparably huge palm tore open and the earthy yellow energy disappeared completely. Hiss! That young man has such terrifying strength. I remember now. Dragon King, it's the Dragon King. The Dragon King from more than 10 years ago, it's him. It's exactly the same as more than 10 years ago. The Dragon King has actually returned. At this moment, when everyone saw Wang Xian breaking the judgment sword of Yamen's divine clone with one hand and tearing apart the earth elemental energy in the sky, some middle-aged elders suddenly thought of the name from more than 10 years ago. Dragon King. More than 10 years had passed. Many people were already unfamiliar with this name. However, when they thought of this name, waves of memories surged into their minds. How is this possible? It's really the Dragon King. He's not dead. He's still alive. He's still alive. The Dragon King from more than 10 years ago is still alive. An old man roared crazily in shock. As he roared, more and more people started to call out this name. Hua Hua Hua. One by one, the middle-aged old men could not help but stand up, staring at the expressionless young man in the air. What's going on? Is the Dragon King very famous? When at least half of the audience stood up, the youths were slightly dumbfounded and stunned. Since when did such a person exist on Earth? May I ask, who is the Dragon King? How come I've never heard of him? Same question, who is the Dragon King? From the reactions of many people on the summit of Mount Hua, it seems that the Dragon King is very powerful, but how come I've never heard of him? However, he can defeat the attack of the divine clone, so he shouldn't be weak either. So what if he is not weak? The god of the pyramid said that he is just a person who has not ignited the divine fire. This person is definitely a pill that dares to fight against the gods. He is seeking his own death. What do you bunch of little brats know? This is the Dragon King, the once invincible Dragon King. The Dragon King who suppressed an entire generation. I did not expect that the Dragon King is still alive. Oh my God! At this moment, on the internet and on the radio, more than 1 billion people were watching the Academy competition. The sudden accident surprised many people, but at the same time, it also filled them with interest. When everyone saw the young man who called himself the Dragon King defeat the Avatar of God, everyone was slightly shocked. They were filled with curiosity about the name of the Dragon King. However, very quickly, there were many bullet comments about the Dragon King on the live broadcast. This caused the faces of all the young people to be filled with astonishment. When they saw the words, suppress an era, invincible Dragon King, they were also slightly surprised. What suppress an era, what invincible Dragon King? Today he provoked a god. He's dead. That's right. He provoked our pyramid's Yaman god and injured our sect's 9 divine sons. This so-called Dragon King must be judged. However, although there were many people who were bombarded with bullet messages saying that the Dragon King was invincible, the disciples of the pyramid faction, as well as those disciples who had descended with the gods, scoffed. What Dragon King? Now that he had angered a god, the consequences could already be imagined. Faced with the ridicule and disdain of the young generation and the disciples of the 4 forces, the middle-aged elders on Earth had a slightly complicated expression on their faces. They didn't expect that the Dragon King was still alive, but this was the era of the gods. Just now, the pyramid gods said that the Dragon King hadn't lit the divine fire yet, so would the once invincible Dragon King be a match for the gods? They did not dare to guarantee because this was no longer the era of the Dragon King. This caused a complicated expression to appear on their faces, and their eyes were fixed on the live stream. Master! Xiao Ran watched from the side, and a worried expression appeared on her face. Don't worry, Xiao Ran. Your master is stronger than you think. Ji Lingfei's eyes were shining. Xiao Ran's master back then had given her a great shock. Afterwards, she had looked up some information about the Dragon King, and the results had caused her to be slightly shocked. He had never thought that a young man from Earth would be able to reach such a level. Suppressing an era, suppressing the entire Earth. Oh, you, a mortal who didn't ignite the divine fire, actually have such strength. Yaman's divine clone looked in astonishment at the Earth-type energy that had completely dissipated in the sky, and his eyes sparkled. Mother, kill him. Kill him. At this moment, the head of the son of deity Minjiu, who was at the side, roared with a ferocious expression. Jewer, don't worry. Mother will help you kill him. The avatar of Yaman God looked at his son. His face was filled with heartache again. Immortal. An ant dares to offend the son of deity. Die! The avatar of Yaman God shouted in a low voice. With a wave of his arm, the earth elemental energy condensed into a shroud and attacked Wang Xian once again. Buzz. Wang Xian stretched out his claw and grabbed at the void in front of him. The grayish dragon claw condensed directly and penetrated the shroud formed by the earth attribute in an instant. What? Seeing that his attack was easily destroyed again, the expression of the Yaman deity's avatar finally changed drastically. Today, even God can't protect you. Wang Xian stared at the 9th son of deity and said coldly, boom. The dragon claw arrived in front of the avatar of Yaman and penetrated her body directly under her astonished gaze. It was too fast. If you dare to kill my son, I, Yaman, will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth and kill all your family and friends. As her identity dissipated, a stern shout came out from Yaman's mouth. Wang Xian's expression turned cold when he heard her voice. He waved his arm and the head of Manjiu continued to fly towards him. No, don't you dare touch me. Don't you dare. Manjiu roared in horror as he watched himself fly towards the Dragon King. Buzz. In the sky above the peak of Mount Hua, the divine son of Manjiu screamed miserably. The avatar of the Yaman god was defeated. Everyone was extremely shocked. Everyone, including those who were watching the live broadcast on the television network, watched this scene in shock. Wang Xian waved his hand and grabbed the head of the divine son of Manjiu. He looked at him coldly. Let me go. If you dare to kill me, my mother will not let you off. Looking at Wang Xian's cold and indifferent gaze up close, The divine son of Menjiu's face was filled with shock and fear. Furthermore, he was still shouting at Wang Xian sternly. He was the son of God. He did not believe that the so-called Dragon King in front of him would dare to kill him. This Dragon King has such terrifying strength. Even if it is a clone of the god, it should at least have the strength of a level 9 demigod. This Dragon King can actually destroy him so easily. This Dragon King's strength should have already reached the peak of the demigod realm. He's simply too strong. In the audience stands around the arena on the peak of Mount Hua, everyone looked at this scene with faces full of shock as they muttered. This Dragon King is so fierce. He's at least at the peak of the demigod realm. He's a peerless expert. Do you think this Dragon King dares to kill the 9th divine son? I don't think he dares. Once he kills him, he'll have a complete falling out with a god. All kinds of bullet messages appeared on the live streaming platform on the internet. At this moment, more than 1 billion people were watching. Everyone was shocked. Some people watched as the Dragon King held the 9th divine son's head and discussed among themselves. Many people thought that the Dragon King wouldn't dare to kill the 9th divine son. After all, he was the son of a god. Killing him was equivalent to making an enemy of a god. Who could withstand the anger of a god? That 9th divine son is going to die. With the Dragon King's character, he is almost 100% sure that the 9th divine son will be killed. However, many middle-aged elders had already sentenced the 9th divine son to death in their hearts when they saw this scene. The former Dragon King had no taboos even before he rose to power. Anyone who provoked him would not have a good ending. The situation today was obviously caused by the 9th divine son of the sect secretly dealing with the Dragon King's family, which had thoroughly angered him. They still remembered that back then because someone had hurt the Dragon King's family, half of the entire Jianghu had been massacred. How terrifying was this? The 9th divine son of the sect is going to die? That's impossible, right? I think that Dragon King is going to die in the future. Some of the younger generation commented when they saw these comments. Even your mother can't save your life. In the middle of the arena, Wang Xian had a look of disdain on his face when he heard the 9th son of deity's threat. There was a strange glint in his eyes. Soul capture. Wang Xian shouted softly. What are you doing? The 9th son of deity had a bad feeling when he saw Wang Xian's strange pupils. He shouted loudly. Buzz. After he finished speaking, he stopped abruptly. His face was filled with shock. Wang Xian slowly closed his eyes and read the memories of the son of deity Menjiu. Damn it! When Wang Xian opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. He could see everything that the son of deity Menjiu had done clearly. This made him feel a wave of violence in his heart. Hua Er Kair's disappearance was indeed related to him. As for whether they were safe or not, even he didn't know. All of you deserve to die. Wang Xian waved his furious palm and the head of the son of deity disappeared into thin air. At the same time, he waved his palm once again towards the entrance of the school. A gray river appeared and swept towards all the students of the school. What? He actually killed the son of deity. Not good, not good. He actually attacked us. At this moment, when all the students of the men's 9 academy saw their principal's head being destroyed, they were all shocked. However, when the gray energy of destruction attacked them, all the students of the men's 9 academy revealed fear on their faces. Some of them hurriedly fled into the distance. However, how could they possibly dodge Wang Xian's attack? No. The grayish, invisible, destructive energy swept past them and they disappeared instantly. They turned into dust and didn't even leave behind a corpse. The short and rapid screams only lasted for a few seconds before they disappeared completely. The Gate 9 Academy's position seemed to have been erased by this world, leaving no trace behind. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces filled with shock. This. Everyone around the peak of Mount Hua watched this scene in shock. They stared blankly at the Dragon King in the middle and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. As expected, some of the middle-aged elders in front of the live broadcast did not have any expression on their faces when they saw this scene. This was the Dragon King in their hearts. Dragon King. I'm going to exterminate your 9 clans. At this moment, in the pyramid that was located more than 10,000 kilometers away, Yaman had already flown out of the pyramid when his clone was broken and teleported towards Mount Hua. However, before he could teleport, he sensed that his son's aura had completely disappeared. This caused her body to freeze, and a furious and savage expression appeared on her face. A furious roar resounded throughout the entire planet. Everyone in the world could hear it clearly. Wang. Her figure moved, carrying a terrifying murderous aura as she teleported towards Mount Hua. Under her feet, the pyramid of the divine kingdom slowly formed. The god was completely enraged, causing the entire world to tremble. An earthen yellow mark streaked across the sky over 10,000 kilometers. When everyone saw this scene, they all raised their heads and were dumbstruck. The true body of the Yaman god is here. This god is completely enraged. That dragon king acted in a somewhat arrogant manner. He killed the son of the god and even directly wiped out the 9 Gates Academy. This is too cruel. The god has made a move. That dragon king is completely finished. The entire world could sense the anger of the god of the pyramid. Whether it was on the live broadcast platform or in the audience stands at the peak of Mount Hua, everyone stood there in a daze. Gate 9 Academy, one of the 3 academies, was directly wiped out by the Dragon King. This was one of the top 20 powers in the world. The descendants of the gods were destroyed. The name of the Dragon King was remembered by everyone in the world once again. Killing all of you isn't enough to vent my anger. Yaman? He's just a god who ignited a wisp of divine fire. Wang Xian raised his head slowly and looked towards the west. His eyes were still filled with anger and killing intent. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky in the west, a series of explosions could be heard. The god of Yaman is here. The god of the pyramid is here. The sky in the west was like a sandstorm that blotted out the sun. It covered an area of more than 100 kilometers. In the middle of the sandstorm, a god that was filled with killing intent was standing on the pyramid. A world of yellow sand was formed. An incomparably huge pyramid stood in the center of this world. The pyramid was 10,000 meters tall and emitted an earthen yellow divine light. In the sky above the pyramid, a woman emitting divine light stood at the top. She had a fiery figure and held a cloth in her hand. This was the weapon of the pyramid gods, the shroud. At this moment, the Yaman god's body was filled with rage and killing intent. Behind him, the yellow sand condensed into 3 tornadoes, emitting a terrifying pressure. This was the power of a god. This scene shocked everyone. Even the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the other factions noticed the commotion. The gods looked over, their eyes filled with shock. How terrifying! When will I be able to become a god? If I don't become a god, I will still be an ant. In front of a god, we are as weak as ants. Everyone looked at the Yaman god who had brought an entire world with him. Their faces were filled with awe. You actually dared to kill my son. How would a mortal like you dare? I will suppress you in the pyramid. I will refine you and your family into mummies. The god of Yaman stared at Wang Xian from afar and roared sternly. As she roared, the yellow sand around her could feel her anger boiling like boiling water. Clumps of yellow sand began to condense. A human-shaped monster formed and pounced towards Wang Xian. The terrifying aura and the scene that blotted out the sky caused everyone within a 100-kilometer radius to tremble. Oh my god! Is this the result of angering a god? This is something that the Dragon King can withstand? This is not something that a human can withstand. At this moment, when God Yaman was suppressing the entire space, the group of middle-aged elders in front of the live broadcast could feel this suffocating and invincible aura even though they were separated by the screen. Their hearts were somewhat shaken. In front of this power, could the Dragon King withstand it? Dragon King, he had yet to become a god. Suppress me? Ha ha! At this moment, Wang Xian looked at the Yaman god who was trying to judge him from above. A violent expression appeared on his face. Your son has ordered people to harm my people. Even if you don't come looking for me, I will go and kill you. He laughed maniacally. The aura on his body began to rise. An invincible force gathered as he stared coldly at Yaman. Wang Xian opened his mouth slightly and the 5 elemental millstone flew out slowly and enlarged. Roar. The humanoid monster formed from yellow sand let out a violent roar. Bang! 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 The 5-elemental millstone turned into 100 meters in size and crashed into it directly, crushing it. Buzz! After the 5-elemental millstone crushed the humanoid creature formed from yellow sand, it flew to the sky above Wuxia and enlarged again instantly. The 5 elements millstone, which was 50 kilometers long, covered the entire sky. The entire sky above Mount Hua was completely covered. The entire world instantly turned dark. Buzz. Wang Xian stared at the Yamen god with a cold expression. He waved his hands gently. Roar! 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 The 5 elements divine dragons roared from the top of the 5 elements millstone. The incomparably large 5 elements millstone spun, emitting an aura of destruction as it directly attacked the Yamen god. What? The Yamen god felt the terrifying pressure coming from the 5 elements millstone, and her expression instantly changed. Her face, which was filled with judgment and anger, revealed a grave expression. Golden spear! She shouted angrily and waved her hand. The earthy yellow energy in a 100-kilometer radius instantly condensed into a long spear that was more than 10 kilometers long. The long spear seemed to be able to shoot down the sun in the sky and directly collided with the 5 elements millstone. My God! What's the situation now? The strength of the Dragon King. This is he competing with the gods? The Dragon King is a native of Earth, but he can actually compete with the gods of the pyramids. Some people say that the gods are the rulers, and those favored sons of heaven are the main characters. Now, what is the Dragon King? This is fighting against the gods. At this moment, when everyone saw the Dragon King fighting against the gods, everyone on Earth was in an uproar. The Dragon King was a person from Earth, but he actually had the strength to fight against the descending gods? On Earth, were there really people who could fight against the gods? Wang! The sound of the golden spear colliding with the 5 elements millstone rang out. The yellow sand that filled the sky trembled and actually fell down bit by bit. The golden spear began to crumble and the 5 elements millstone continued to press down on Yamen. How is this possible? You're just immortal. You clearly didn't ignite the divine fire. How can you be so strong? A shocked voice came out from Yamen's mouth. She widened her eyes and stared at the gigantic 5 elements millstone, especially the 5 divine dragons above the 5 elements millstone. They were emitting energy that made her heart palpitate. Obliteration. River of time. Wang Xian waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone spun. A river appeared out of thin air and flowed towards the western horizon. In the gray river of annihilation, there were many cyan swordfish. This was the weapon in the sharp sword treasure box that Tian Feng's Heaven's Pride had absorbed in the 5 elements millstone. The level of that treasure was close to the godly state. After being absorbed by the 5 elements millstone, it could be released now. The difference was that the sharp swords had transformed into the swordfish in the river of annihilation. Even if she could withstand the river of time, she would probably die in the mouth of the swordfish. When the river of time appeared, everyone below could see a gray river appearing in the sky. The river of time was more than 100 kilometers long and more than 10 kilometers wide, and there were ferocious green swordfish swimming in it. The Dragon King is definitely not immortal. This kind of attack can only be unleashed by a godly state expert. Definitely. Dragon King, who is it? Everyone below was trembling. Regardless of whether it was in terms of power or range, the Dragon King's attack was not inferior to Yamen gods. In fact, from the very beginning, the Dragon King had suppressed Yamen god. The Shroud of God will bury all gods. Yamen's pupils constricted slightly when she saw the long river sweeping towards her. She waved the shroud in her hand and it turned into a khaki-colored cloth that was dozens of kilometers long. The cloth was filled with an aura of death. Crash! When the Shroud of God collided with the river of time, it produced a sound like a torrent. A white strip that was dozens of kilometers long was churning in the river that was hundreds of kilometers long. This scene was shocking. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the green swordfish in the river suddenly leaped up and pierced through the god's shroud. Their incomparably sharp swords pierced through the shroud. However, The place where the shroud had been pierced through recovered at a terrifying speed. This was a divine weapon, a true divine weapon. Yaman god, one of the 6 great gods of the pyramid. For a woman to be able to become a god, not only did she possess great talent, but she also had a powerful background. The shroud in her hand was a precious treasure given to her by her fallen husband, a divine artifact. Even the weakest divine artifact was able to fight against a god who had ignited a wisp of divine fire. If a god had a powerful divine artifact, as long as the difference in the divine kingdom wasn't too great, he could even fight against 2 experts of the same level. Divine artifacts possessed intelligence just like the stargrass of a flower. A god with a wisp of divine fire could be killed by the stargrass if he wasn't careful. While divine artifacts possessed powerful offensive power, they also possessed powerful recovery abilities. It was no different from a real god. Hualala! The shroud stirred the 5 elements millstone and released the river of time, and the power of the destruction of the 5 elements quickly disappeared. That is a divine weapon, the divine weapon of Yaman god. The divine weapon is extremely powerful and has a powerful spiritual intelligence. Not everyone can get it. A god, other than a powerful divine kingdom, has a divine weapon as his strongest trump card. With a divine weapon, he can easily defeat experts of the same realm. At this moment, in the audience stands below the peak of Mount Hua, and in front of the live broadcast, everyone looked at the vast shroud and the river of time with shock on their faces. They almost knelt down to watch the battle. With a casual strike, the shroud covered an area of a kilometer. If the 2 of them hadn't flown tens of thousands of meters into the sky, perhaps the entire Mount Hua would have been turned into ashes. At the same time, the power of the shroud made everyone look surprised. Yaman's realm is not high, but she has a divine weapon. In the divine realm of a wisp of divine fire, she can be considered a powerhouse. At this moment, the battle of the divine realm attracted the attention of all the gods of the 4 major forces. The gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace, who were the closest, looked at the battle and a figure said, "That Dragon King is very strange. He clearly didn't ignite the divine fire, but he can have the combat power of a god and fight above his level? That huge millstone is not simple. It's a divine weapon. I really didn't expect him to have a divine weapon. Even I am a little tempted." So what if he is tempted? A divine weapon will choose its owner. With your strength, you still can't suppress this divine weapon. This big millstone is not simple. Hee. There's already an existence on Earth that's comparable to a god. Before long, there might be more and more. Even we have to be careful. In the sky above the Lingxiao treasured palace, figures were talking. Do you guys think that this Dragon King is Yaman's match? Probably not. After all, he didn't ignite the divine fire. He relied on the divine weapon to have such strength. If he gets close to Yaman, he'll die a terrible death. The 2 gods from the soaring heavens treasure palace expressed their opinions. Divine weapon? Wang Xian looked at the shroud with a glimmer in his eyes. The 5 elements millstone couldn't keep up with his current speed. Even so, the 5 Dragon Balls on the 5 elements millstone had already reached the godly state. The entire 5 elements millstone could rival the weakest 5 divine weapons. This shroud was not a very strong divine weapon. I have to say that you have exceeded my expectations. You actually have a divine weapon. However, even if you have a divine weapon, I will still refine you into a mummy and let you enjoy the pain of millions of years. Kill my Yaman son. I will make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. Yaman stared at Wang Xian and roared furiously. Her son was killed and she was burning with rage. Oh? The millstone of the Dragon King is actually a divine weapon? No wonder he can fight against the gods. Is a divine weapon that awesome? He can actually fight against the gods? He wants me to have a divine weapon as well. When everyone heard Yaman's words, they were also astonished. They had a slight understanding of the fact that the Dragon King could fight against the gods without igniting the divine fire. Whoosh! At this moment, the shroud was like a huge wave. It emitted the burying power of the earth and attacked the 5 elements millstone directly. Hee, you are only slightly stronger than the sea god. Wang Xian looked at the shroud that was sweeping over and snorted coldly. 5 elements millstone, suppress. He shouted in a low voice. The 5 elements millstone spun and the energy that was extinguished filled the surroundings. The entire millstone attacked the shroud like a chainsaw. At the same time, Wang Xian's figure moved and attacked the Yamen deity directly. How dare you attack me? Yamen stared at Wang Xian's figure with a murderous gaze. Her face was filled with hostility. Go to hell. She waved her arm and soil spikes appeared in front of her palm. These soil spikes numbered in the thousands and covered an area of dozens of kilometers. Countless earth spikes attacked Wang Xian directly. Upon seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. It was so terrifying. This Dragon King rushing over is a little irrational. When the gods who were paying attention saw this scene, they shook their heads lightly. A mortal who did not ignite the divine fire was courting death by getting close to him without a divine weapon. Buzz. However, under everyone's shocked gaze, Wang Xian extended his right hand. His entire right palm instantly enlarged and became tens of kilometers in circumference. Bam! The dragon claw that was tens of kilometers in circumference was covered with craggy dragon scales. It looked indestructible. When the dragon claw grabbed onto the gigantic earth spike, the earth spike immediately collapsed. How is this possible? Yamen looked at the gigantic dragon claw and his expression changed drastically. He was filled with astonishment. The gods who were watching from all directions were also filled with astonishment. This claw! The gods from the Lingxiao treasured palace looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. It's just a god with a wisp of divine fire. Die! Wang Xian stared at the Yamen god. His eyes were filled with coldness. No, you're just immortal. How can you possess such a terrifying physical body? The god of Yamen roared in disbelief. She tapped her feet lightly and the divine kingdom beneath her attacked Wang Xian directly. Around the dragon country, mummies wrapped in shrouds appeared one after another. There were tens of thousands of them. Each of the mummies was exuding immense strength. They were connected to the pyramids. Among the mummies, there were dozens of gigantic creatures wrapped in shrouds. The strength of the gods from the pyramid faction and their divine kingdom was related to these mummies. The more and stronger the mummies were, the stronger their divine kingdom would be. Boom! The pyramids brought tens of thousands of powerful mummies to meet Wang Xian's sharp claws.